This burly man with black chi swirling around him was none other than Xianwu Tyrant Sovereign, and the demon referred to as Li Hua by him was naturally none other than WRM Monarch Li Hua. It came as quite a surprise to everyone that these two had appeared to announce the commencement of the auction. After the sovereign and monarch walked off the platform, a white-robed elderly man took their place, and he was followed closely by two groups of children, each of whom was holding a platter in their hands. The platters were all concealed completely under pieces of golden fabric, preventing anyone from being able to glean their contents. I am Heavenly Eye Disciple and I'll be hosting this auction. Please look after me, fellow Taoists. The elderly man chuckled as he cupped his fist in a salute. Haha, all of us are very relieved to see that you'll be hosting the auction, fellow Taoist Heavenly Eye. Indeed. Setting aside everything else, your ocular powers alone are vastly renowned among our two races. The mid-spatial tempering stage elderly man was clearly quite a popular and renowned figure. Heavenly Eye Disciple's smile widened, and he extended another salute before cutting straight to the chase. All of you have come from afar, so I'm sure you don't have any patience to listen to an old man like me. Hence, let the auction begin. Present the first auction item. Heavenly Eye Disciple brandished a hand behind him as he spoke, and one of the children immediately stepped forward carefully before raising his platter above his head, offering it to the elderly man in a respectful manner. Heavenly Eye Disciple swept an arm through the air to remove the golden cloth on the platter, revealing a shimmering silver crystal. The crystal was only around the size of a human fist, but its surface was covered in a layer of naturally formed patterns. These patterns were shimmering with silver light, as if countless silver threads had fused into the crystal, presenting a very beautiful sight to behold. This is a silver thread crystal, which is an exceptional metal attribute tool refinement material. This crystal can only be found in the Whiteface Canyon, which is situated in the easternmost region of the human territory, and the average yearly production of this material is less than half of this crystal presented here. So that's an indication of just how precious this material is. If a normal flying sword were to be infused with even a tiny amount of this material, its sharpness would immediately be increased dramatically. If this material were to be used to refine a treasure, there would be a very good chance of that treasure turning out as a spirit treasure. Hence, the starting price of this crystal is 3 million spirit stones, and each bid must have a minimum increment of 100,000 spirit stones. You may now begin bidding. Heavenly Eye Disciple announced after a brief introduction. This silver thread crystal wasn't all that alluring to body integration cultivators, but it was clearly very much sought after by deity transformation and spatial tempering cultivators. After all, that Whiteface Canyon was under the direct control of Xianwu City, and the measly yearly production of silver thread crystal normally wasn't even enough to satisfy the needs of Xianwu City alone. As such, many people were naturally extremely interested in this large chunk being put up for auction. 4 million. 4,500,000. 5 million. The bids came in thick and fast, and in the end, the crystal was purchased for the lofty price of 7,300,000 spirit stones by an unidentifiable demonic being with long black fur all over their body, much to the dismay of many human cultivators present. Everyone knew that the demon race wasn't that adept in tool refinement, so it came as quite a surprise to everyone that a demon would be willing to pay such a high price for this silver thread crystal. Seeing as the first auction item was a tool refinement material, the string of subsequent auction items were naturally from the same category. However, after nearly a dozen or so items had been sold, most of the people in the hall were starting to grow quite alarmed. 8 of these tool refinement materials had all been purchased by that black-furred demonic being for incredibly high prices. It was as if he had unlimited wealth and was determined to secure these materials. Aside from the demonic being's arms, his entire body had been concealed by a yellow hooded leather cloak, making it impossible to glean his true appearance. Of course, that only applied to deity transformation and spatial tempering cultivators. A body integration cultivator like Han Li would still be able to bypass the concealment properties of the leather cloak by force using his spiritual sense. That's a black wolf demon. He's only at the early spatial tempering stage. How does he possess so much wealth? Could it be that he's quite an important figure among the wolf race? Han Li murmured to himself with furrowed brows as blue light flashed through his eyes. Qi Lingzi and Hai Yuetian were able to hear what he was saying, but they still had no idea what was going on, so they naturally didn't dare to interject. At this moment, a piece of fabric that was glowing with fiery crimson light was revealed on the platter being held by another child, and a stir immediately ran through the entire hall. That's a piece of fabric woven with crystalline flame threads. That's incredible. Greedy expressions appeared on many people's faces at the sight of this piece of fabric, as if they wanted nothing better than to rush onto the platform and grab it for themselves. Master, what's this crystalline flame thread? It seems like many people are interested in it, Hayuatian couldn't help but ask. Crystalline flame threads are a type of spirit material that can only be found in the territory of the Black Phoenix race. I've heard that these threads are produced by a type of fire insect that dwells within lava. However, these fire insects can only produce a single thread in their lifetime, and they can only be found in a certain lava realm owned by the Black Phoenix race, so they're even rarer than silver thread crystals. If such a material were to be used to refine a fire attribute treasure, a cultivator using fire attribute cultivation arts would enjoy a slight boost in their rate of cultivation just by carrying the treasure around at all times. On top of that, the treasure would also possess powerful fire attribute abilities, so this material is naturally extremely sought after among those using fire attribute cultivation arts, Hanli explained with a smile. I see. That certainly explains their reactions, Qilingzi chuckled. At this point, Heavenly Eye Disciple had already announced the starting price for this piece of fabric, and the bids came flying in even faster than they did for the previous few auction items. The starting price was doubled in virtually the blink of an eye, and had reached an astronomical sum. As a result, the frenetic bidding finally died down a little, and there were only 5 or 6 people still trading blows, one of which was none other than the black-furred demonic being. To no one's surprise, the Black Wolf demon once again came out on top, securing the piece of fabric for a staggering sum. As a result, he attracted even more attention, and many beings from both the human and demon races were casting frequent glances toward him, and the looks in their eyes certainly didn't reflect any friendly intentions. However, everyone's attention was then drawn to Heavenly Eye Disciple after hearing what he had to say next. Many of you have attended the Myriad Treasure Convention in the past, so I'm sure you know that the sequence of this auction is different from that of most other auctions. We won't be saving all of the best auction items for the end. Instead, we'll be dispersing them through various points in the auction, and one of them is about to be brought out right now. I'm sure it won't disappoint. He suddenly clapped his hands twice as he spoke, and a stunning young female servant strode onto the platform with a green wooden box that was around half a foot in size in her hands. She made her way over to Heavenly Eye Disciple with a captivating smile on her face, and a serious look appeared in the elderly man's eyes for the first time as he carefully accepted the wooden box from the servant before turning to face everyone again. I'm sure that some of you would have heard of Weeping Spirit Bloodwood, but how many of you have seen it? There is a small section of this spirit material in this box, and it has a vast array of uses. It can act as a material to assist one in unleashing several types of powerful abilities, and it can also be refined into a second clone or a puppet that can take one's place during tribulation transcendence. It's also the main material required to refine the vastly renowned Weeping Blood Spirit Bead, Heavenly Eye Disciple announced in a solemn manner. Most people were quite befuddled to hear this, and only a minority of auction-goers displayed ecstatic reactions upon hearing this. Weeping Blood Spirit Wood? Isn't this viewed as a sacred artifact among the spirit race? How could something like this appear on an auction for humans and demons? The cultivators who were aware of what this item was were astonished, and Han Li's expression also changed slightly. At the same time, he could sense many bursts of spiritual sense fluctuations emanating from the cabins on the 3rd floor, clearly indicating that many of the body integration stage beings were also very interested in this item. I'm naturally not sure of where this material was secured from, but I can assure all of you of its authenticity. He removed the lid of the box as he spoke, and the pungent odor of blood and gore immediately erupted forth, forming a cloud of dense blood mist that twisted and writhed in mid-air like a crimson python. Heavenly Eye Disciple took a deep breath as golden light flashed through his eyes, and spread his fingers before abruptly reaching into the box with one hand. In the next instant, a reddish-black section of wood appeared before everyone. The piece of wood was around half a foot in length and as thick as a human thumb. It was completely dull and devoid of luster, but wisps of crimson mist were being emitted by it relentlessly. The crimson mist surged and intertwined incessantly before rising straight up into the air as if it were a living being. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon seeing this. He had heard of this Weeping Spirit Bloodwood in the past, and they were actually the remains of certain types of mutated wood attribute beings of the spirit race, and they were indeed extremely rare even in the spirit race itself. Second clones and Weeping Blood Spirit beads were all vastly renowned, but what truly tempted him was naturally the Tribulation Transcendence Substitution Puppet. Even though he could refine spirit form talismans that could also serve the same purpose, as he became more and more powerful, the talismans became less and less efficacious for him. Even if he were to nurture it for a very long time, it wouldn't be able to assist him much in his tribulation transcendence. The tribulation transcendence substitution puppet was a treasure that had been vastly renowned in the human race for a long time, and it was effective even for body integration stage beings. However, these puppets were disposable items that could only be used once, and one had to use it at the correct time. Otherwise, activating it too early or too late would both result in the puppet being wasted for nothing. Han Li was slightly tempted as he appraised the weeping spirit bloodwood being held by Heavenly Eye Disciple. After witnessing the large auctions held by foreign races, there weren't many things in the human and demon races that could tempt him, so he didn't think that the first auction item of true value to be brought out would pique his interest. If he could obtain a tribulation transcendence substitution puppet, it could save him from a life-threatening situation in the future. However, this material could only be found in the spirit race, so could it really be true that there were foreign beings participating in this myriad treasure convention? As these thoughts were flashing through Han Li's mind, Heavenly Eye Disciple activated his magic power before injecting a part of it into the piece of wood in his hand. Piercing crimson light erupted from the slim piece of wood, and it began to expand drastically to around as thick as a human arm, and also elongated to roughly 10 feet in length. Reddish-black spots that were around the size of copper coins appeared over the surface of the wooden rod, and it writhed incessantly in his hand while emitting bursts of eerie weeping sounds as if it were a living spirit python, presenting a very unsettling scene to behold. Those who had still harbored some suspicions toward the authenticity of the item immediately had their doubts erased, and when the starting price of 20 million spirit stones was announced, a flurry of bids was quickly made. 22 million, 25 million, 30 million. This astronomical price immediately scared off half of the bidders. No matter how precious this weeping spirit bloodwood was, deity transformation and spatial tempering cultivators had limited finances, and it would not be wise to exhaust all of their wealth to purchase such an item. In comparison, it was much more pragmatic to purchase a few powerful protective treasures or some pills that could assist them in breaking through their next bottleneck. However, some of the high-grade human and demonic beings who were aware of the imminent devilish tribulation had different opinions. Many of them were eager to get their hands on this spirit item, and the price continued to swell at a rapid rate, with the bids only slowing down slightly after passing 40 million. Even so, the price was still slowly bid up to a staggering 50 million. This was a massive price to pay even for some body integration stage beings, and the one who had placed this bid wasn't any of the body integration stage beings on the third floor. Instead, it was still the same Black Wolf demon, and as a result he began to attract even more incredulous eyes. More bursts of spiritual sense also began to sweep toward him from the third floor, and it was quite clear that even the body integration stage beings were quite bewildered by his astonishing wealth. In the face of these powerful bursts of spiritual sense, the Black Wolf demon remained completely still in his chair, seemingly completely unfazed. "Oh, I was wondering who this is. It's one of Brother Tian Kuei's 6 clones." I had failed to detect this in the beginning, a woman from the third floor chuckled, and her voice echoed throughout the entire hall, creating quite a stir in the entire venue. Many people's expressions changed drastically upon hearing the mention of Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei, and even the body integration cultivators on the third floor were quite alarmed to hear this, including Han Li. "Are you sure, fellow Taoist Xiao? Isn't the Wolf Monarch cultivating in seclusion? How would he have the spare capacity to send one of his clones here? According to my knowledge, all 6 of his clones possess incredible abilities that can assist his true body in his cultivation. How could he send one of them to this place?" A skeptical male voice rang out from another cabin. Han Li's expression changed ever so slightly as he could hear that the owner of the voice was none other than Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign. "I don't think I need to inform you two that I'm sending my clone to the convention in my stead. If you two also want this weeping spirit bloodwood, then feel free to place your bids. I won't do anything to stop you." The voice of this clone was extremely cold and completely devoid of emotion, but also very distinct and memorable at the same time. As opposed to being enraged, Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign merely replied in a nonchalant manner, "Hee, that's true. I have no business meddling in fellow Taoist Tian Kuei's business. Forgive me for my transgression. Seeing as you want this piece of weeping spirit bloodwood, then I won't participate in the bidding." As for the Black Phoenix Monarch, she merely chuckled before also falling silent, seeming rather wary of Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei. As for all of the beings on the first and second levels, they had all adopted expressions of awe and veneration, and the entire hall fell completely silent. If no one else is going to make a bid, then shouldn't it be announced that I'm now the owner of this item? Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei said in a completely emotionless voice as he cast his gaze onto the platform. His voice wasn't very loud, but it was clearly audible to everyone, and Heavenly Eye Disciple's heart jolted in response. He had originally intended to stall for time, but he completely cast aside that plan and forced a smile onto his face as he said, "The price for this item has now reached 50 million spirit stones. I'll now be making 3 calls, and if no further bids are made by then the item will go to Senior Tian Kuei. 50 million going once. 60 million. An elderly voice suddenly rang out from the 3rd floor, sending quite a stir turning through the entire hall again. 62 million. Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei said in an emotionless manner. 65 million. The elderly voice placed another bid without any hesitation. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei clone, and he said in a cold voice, "Do you insist on competing with me for this item, Dong Tian? It seems you've well and truly recovered from being struck by my heavenly wolf claws during our last clash. Your heavenly wolf claws only served to scratch an itch of mine. In contrast, I'm sure my Dong Tian drill gave you a very hard time," the owner of the elderly voice harumphed coldly in response. This was none other than the most enigmatic of the 7 demon monarchs, Mouse Monarch Dong Tian. It seemed that the 2 of them weren't on very good terms and had even clashed in the past. All of the other cultivators present were naturally quite surprised and intrigued to learn about this. Meanwhile, green light flashed violently from the Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei clone, and he said, "This item is indeed worth 65 million, so I'll hand it over to you, fellow Taoist Dong Tian. I wonder if you'll still have enough spirit stones left to compete with others during the course of this auction though." The clone then closed its eyes and it really did bow out of the bidding. Mouse Monarch Dong Tian was quite taken aback by this, but he merely harumphed coldly and fell silent. As for all of the other body integration cultivators, they were either unwilling to contend with the 2 demon monarchs or looking forward to the other prominent auction items, so none of them placed any bids either. Thus, Heavenly Eye Disciple didn't hesitate any longer and quickly made 2 calls at 65 million. However, right at this moment, Han Li suddenly pointed a finger at the formation plate before him, entering a bid of 70 million. 65,000. 70 million going once. Heavenly Eye Disciple had thought that the final bid had already been placed, only to be caught completely off guard by this new bid, and he hurriedly corrected himself before he could make a 3rd call at 65 million. All of the beings in the hall were quite stunned to see this. Who was competing with Mouse Monarch Dong Tian for this section of Weeping Spirit Bloodwood? Did they have a death wish or were they truly powerful enough to contend with the demon monarchs? Unfortunately, the bidder hadn't spoken, so no one could tell who he was. However, the so-called confidentiality guarantee of the auction wasn't actually all that strictly enforced, so if one wanted to dig up the bidder's identity, it wouldn't be an overly difficult task. Much to everyone's surprise, Mouse Monarch Dong Tian remained completely silent and allowed Han Li to take the Weeping Spirit Bloodwood. Perhaps 70 million spirit stones really was too high a price for this item, and no one placed any further bids. Thus, the item fell into Han Li's hands after 3 calls. Han Li wasn't all that surprised to see this. Judging from what had just been said by the Wolf Monarch Tian Kuei clone, the 3 sovereigns, 7 monarchs, and even some other body integration stage beings present seemed to have received some information and were aiming for certain treasures during this auction. As such, the Weeping Spirit Bloodwood wasn't a priority for them, and they were just as happy to keep their spirit stones for later. Just as these thoughts were flashing through Han Li's mind, a small group of guards delivered the Weeping Spirit Bloodwood to his cabin, and they departed after Han Li issued the spirit stones required. After carefully examining the item, he carefully stowed it away, then stroked his severely depleted storage bracelet with a wry smile on his face. He had managed to secure this item, but it had cost him most of his spirit stones, so he most likely wouldn't be able to compete for any of the upcoming next auction items. However, he didn't regret this decision. He already had countless treasures and precious materials, but it was very unlikely that he would encounter something like this piece of Weeping Spirit Bloodwood again. Even if there were some other auction items yet to appear that would be useful to body integration stage beings, he wouldn't be able to compete with the wealth of the 3 sovereigns and 7 monarchs anyway. Thus, he was more interested in those demon beast materials, and he was also very much looking forward to the upcoming Black Realm Exchange Convention. Hence, Han Li merely laid back in his chair and closed his eyes as one auction item was introduced after another by Heavenly Eye Disciple. Seeing as this was an auction that was held once every 1,000 years, the rest of the prominent auction items were naturally all exceedingly rare and precious, all of which were far beyond the reach of normal cultivators, but none of them were items that Hanli required. After the first batch of prominent auction items were sold, Heavenly Eye Disciple immediately summoned another group of female servants to the platform and began to auction off spirit medicines and ingredients, as well as all types of pills that would be very hard to find in normal auctions. These items were naturally even less appealing to Hanli, but his attention was drawn to the spirit flowers and spirit herbs that appeared at the end, all of which could only be nurtured by the spirit race. However, after hearing that these spirit medicines required the origin spiritual power of spirit beings to nourish, he decided against trying to bid for them. These spirit medicines did indeed possess extraordinary effects, but they most likely couldn't be nurtured to full maturity by the green liquid in his mysterious vial alone, so he wouldn't be able to mass-produce them, which made them rather unattractive to him. After these spirit medicines and pills were sold, a large number of cultivation arts and treasures were brought out, all of which were ideal for deity transformation and spatial tempering cultivators, so they created quite a stir in the entire hall. Almost every single item was competed over by hundreds of human and demonic beings, and during this time, another batch of the prominent auction items was brought out. This included a batch of over 10 vials of Rising Sun pills, which could enhance the magic power of body integration cultivators, as well as a jade slip containing the cultivation arts used by a renowned body integration stage cultivator who passed away tens of thousands of years ago, and 2 spirit treasures. These items naturally sent the entire venue into a frenzy, yet even up to this stage the body integration stage beings on the 3rd floor had still barely placed bids for anything, and when one of them did place a bid, it was very rare that any of the other body integration stage beings would compete with them. It seemed that most of them were waiting for something. After the final dozen or so massive 100-foot-tall battle puppets were purchased by a certain mysterious individual for tens of millions of spirit stones, the entire auction was finally drawing to a conclusion. Heavenly Eye Disciple smiled as he cupped his fist in a salute, and announced, "The next 2 auction items are the final 2 items of this auction, and also the most precious 2 items. My powers are limited, so I'm unable to host the auction for these 2 items. Hence, they'll be introduced to all of you by their original owners, WRM Monarch Li Hua, and a mysterious guest from a foreign race." After that, he extended another salute toward everyone before walking off the platform. Many of the people in the hall had also heard that foreign beings would appear during the auction, but this still created quite a stir. After all, the human and demon races definitely didn't share relationships with the nearby foreign races, and a battle between Deep Heaven City and a united foreign army had just taken place several centuries ago. As WRM Monarch Li Hua arrived on the platform with a yellow-robed woman, all of the chatter immediately died down, and everyone's eyes fell upon the elegant figure beside the red-robed WRM Monarch Li Hua. This yellow-robed woman had a round face with delicate skin, and appeared to only be around 17 to 18 years of age. She wore a sweet smile and gave off a very pleasant and approachable feeling. Many people were surprised to see this so-called foreign being in her current appearance. Only those who had cultivated special spiritual sense secret techniques could use their spiritual sense to determine that there was something different about her compared to a normal human. Hanli didn't even bother to use his spiritual sense. Instead, he had opened his eyes and blue light flashed through his pupils, immediately allowing him to glean what was amiss about this woman. A peculiar look flashed over his face, but his expression then quickly returned to normal. At this moment, WRM Monarch Li Hua suddenly began to speak. "I'm sure I require no introduction. As for the woman beside me, she is Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns of the Artifact Spirit race. I'm sure many of you have heard of her. One of these 2 final treasures was brought here by fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns from afar." WRM Monarch Li Hua's voice was a little hoarse, but it was tinged with a hint of implacable authority. The yellow-robed woman extended a curtsy before speaking in a pleasant voice. Thousand Autumns pays her respects to the fellow Taoists present. Despite her curtsy, the woman's demeanor was neither humble nor arrogant, and it didn't seem at all like she was in foreign territory. "Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns of the Artifact Spirit race? Isn't that one of the Artifact Spirit race's 4 holy spirits, which are the equivalent to body integration cultivators?" So the rumors were true, a foreign being really did appear during this auction. In the instant that WRM Monarch Li Hua and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns' voices trailed off, the entire hall erupted into commotion again. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns didn't display any reaction to this, but WRM Monarch Li Hua's brows furrowed slightly, and he suddenly yelled, "Quiet down everyone. Fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns' arrival was approved by all of us 3 sovereigns and 7 monarchs. As for the reason for her visit, that's something that we'll disclose to everyone following the conclusion of the auction. On this occasion, fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns has brought with her a prized treasure for this auction as a show of her race's sincerity in forging friendly relations with us. All of the spirit stones issued during this auction will go to our human and demon races. The chatter in the hall died down significantly following this announcement, and many people began to ponder what WRM Monarch Li Hua meant by this. Meanwhile, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns smiled, and she suddenly flipped her hand over to produce a golden and silver disc, as well as a white jade slip. This first treasure is known as the Myriad Manifestation Formation Plate, and it's a divine spirit treasures on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. It's also one of the most prized treasures of our race, and we've only decided to offer it up for auction as a show of our sincerity. This formation plate can allow one to unleash 81 different types of illusionary techniques, and if one possesses sufficient magic power to unleash all 81 illusionary techniques at once and stack them on top of one another, even body integration cultivators would struggle to escape from it. Even the cabins on the third floor were completely silent, and no one made an initial bid. A short while later, countless streaks of light and a series of beast-drawn carriages and flying arcs rose up from the sea of clouds before departing in all directions. One of the mundane-looking streaks of azure light vanished into the distance after just a few flashes, and Han Li flew within it with a contemplative look on his face. Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi naturally stood in silence behind him, carried along by the azure light. The bidding for the last two treasures had truly been a sight to behold. Several dozens of body integration cultivators had competed for the Myriad Manifestation Formation Plate, and it had fallen into the hands of Black Phoenix Monarch Xiao Guan in the end. As for the blueprint for that giant Atlas Ark, it fell into the hands of the number one true spirit family, the Long family. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly at the thought of the Long family, and the image of a middle-aged cultivator instantly appeared in his mind. That man had stepped onto the platform to accept the blueprint for the battle arc at the conclusion of the auction, and he was the patriarch of the Long family. On top of that, he was also a late body integration cultivator with unfathomable magic power and an inhuman frosty aura revolving around his body, striking one with a sense of unease even just from looking at him from afar. This Long family patriarch seemed to be no less powerful than the 3 sovereigns and 7 monarchs. It was no wonder that the Long family had always been able to maintain its status as the number one true spirit family. The Long family patriarch had been able to outbid all of the sovereigns and monarchs at the auction, and although it naturally couldn't be deduced from that alone that the Long family's wealth outstripped that of those sovereigns and monarchs, it was definitely quite telling nonetheless. Han Li couldn't help but be concerned when he thought about how he had managed to cross this powerful family. Thankfully, through his interactions with the Gu family and Yi family, he had already learned that the other true spirit families also didn't see eye to eye with the Long family. On top of that, he now had some ties with 2 of those families and he was a body integration cultivator himself, so he didn't really have to fear them. It wasn't like the Long family patriarch would dare to gather all of the elders of the Long family to attack him at once. With that in mind, Han Li was feeling significantly less concerned. Right at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Please wait, fellow Taoist Han." Han Li's expression changed slightly, and the streak of azure light he was situated in really did stop. At the same time, he turned around before cupping his fist in a salute. "Greetings, brother Myriad Bone, did you reap many rewards during the auction?" A gray cloud was flying toward Han Li at a phenomenal speed from several thousand feet away, and the man standing atop the cloud was none other than Taoist Master Myriad Bone of the White Bone sect. There aren't any good things to be found in an auction like that. Even with the last 2 treasures, they're well beyond my reach, Taoist Master Myriad Bone replied with a wry smile as his gray cloud arrived in front of Han Li. "Hee, my thoughts exactly. Both the Myriad Manifestation Formation Plate and Giant Atlas Arc Blueprint are most certainly beyond the reach of vagrant cultivators like us. In particular, the latter would only bring me trouble," Han Li chuckled. "Haha, I knew you were a wise individual, Brother Han, not like some people who seem to have regressed in their intelligence through constant seclusion. Who in their right mind would try to compete for something so dangerous?" Taoist Master Myriad Bone guffawed. "Is there something you would like to speak to me about, Brother Myriad Bone?" Han Li asked with a smile. "Of course. Did you know that the Black Realm Convention will be held in 3 days? I asked for a guidance badge for you after receiving this news. When the time comes, you can submit the badge in exchange for access to the Exchange Convention, so you won't have to try to access the convention through alternative avenues," Taoist Master Myriad Bone said as his smile faded, and he pulled something out of his sleeve before tossing it to Han Li with a flick of his wrist. Han Li caught the item before looking down at it to find that it was a black triangular badge. Aside from some simple patterns on its surface, there were no other embellishments on the badge, not even a symbol of any description. If Taoist Master Myriad Bone hadn't told him that this was a badge, he would have thought that it was a piece of scrap metal. This is a guidance badge? Han Li asked in a skeptical manner. I understand your suspicions, fellow Taoist, but please rest assured. The guidance badges, for the last Black Realm Exchange Convention, were only ordinary wooden sticks. I don't know how the organizers are able to do this, but these things are indeed the only things that will grant you access to the Black Realm, so make sure you don't lose it, Taoist Master Myriad Bone cautioned. I see. It looks like the organizers have an interesting sense of humor. You have my thanks, Brother Myriad Bone, Han Li said in a slightly surprised manner. Don't mention it. I don't have any other traits that stand out among our body integration stage fellow Taoists, but I'm pretty good when it comes to gathering information. Brother Han, have you heard of a tribulation that will descend upon our two races within the next 1,000 years? You and I may be affected by it as well. Taoist Master Myriad Bone suddenly changed the subject as a grim look appeared on his face. Tribulation? Are you referring to the devilish tribulation? Han Li asked. So you do know of this. How much do you know about it, fellow Taoist Han? Taoist Master Myriad Bone wasn't overly surprised by this. After all of the interactions between body integration stage beings at the Myriad Treasure Convention, there were most likely very few who were still unaware of the imminent devilish tribulation. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many people bidding for that giant Atlas Arc blueprint, even though they were clearly biting off more than they could chew. Everyone was trying to prepare as best as they could for the upcoming tribulation. I don't know much, but I've heard that this devilish tribulation is going to be even more difficult to endure than the previous ones, Han Li replied in a grim voice. A hint of surprise appeared on Taoist Master Myriad Bone's face upon hearing this, and he cut straight to the chase. Looks like you've had access to some confidential information. In that case, I won't waste time by going around in circles. After the Black Realm Convention, would you be interested to attend a meeting with me for vagrant body integration cultivators? We want to get together and discuss how we can safely transcend this devilish tribulation. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, and he pondered this notion for a moment before suddenly asking, Vagrant cultivators? Are you referring to those in the human race? Taoist Master Myriad Bone faltered slightly before replying, there are only a few vagrant body integration cultivators in our human race, so there's not much point in holding a meeting. Truth be told, most of the fellow Taoists in attendance will be from the demon race. There's no need to explain anything. I have no bias against demons. I simply wanted to learn more about the premise of this meeting. Seeing as there will be demonic fellow Taoists in attendance, this meeting should be worth my while. After the Black Realm Exchange Convention, I'll attend the meeting with you, Han Li agreed without seemingly much thought. Taoist Master Myriad Bone was ecstatic to see this, and he said, You've definitely made a wise decision, fellow Taoist. The two of them naturally weren't going to have an extended conversation in midair, so after conversing for a short while further, Taoist Master Myriad Bone took his leave, departing as a streak of gray light atop his gray cloud and quickly vanishing into the distance. Han Li looked on in the direction that he had departed in with a contemplative look on his face. After a while, Qi Lingzi couldn't help but prompt, Master, isn't it about time we went back as well? Qi Lingzi Yuetian, I have something I need you to do. I want you to go find a certain demonic woman for me, Han Li replied without even turning his head. Yes, Master. Qi Lingzi and Hai Yuetian were both slightly taken aback to hear this, but they agreed to undertake the errand without any hesitation. This will prove your identity to her. I'll tell you the specific contact method as well. Han Li flipped a hand over to produce half of a jade slip before tossing it toward his two disciples, then issued them some instructions through voice transmission. The two of them naturally listened intently before nodding eagerly in response. All right, that's all. After you find her, you can come back and report to me. After that, he swept a sleeve through the air, and part of the azure light they were hovering in detached itself before enveloping Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi, then slowly carried them down onto the ground. Meanwhile, Han Li flew toward the Immortal Welcome Palace as a streak of azure light. After returning to the Immortal Welcome Palace, Han Li didn't immediately enter his secret chamber to continue cultivating. Instead, he pulled out his newly obtained Weeping Spirit Bloodwood and began to fiddle around with it with a contemplative look in his eyes. Tribulation Transcendence Substitution puppets were vastly renowned in the human race, and it was because of this that refinement methods for such puppets were quite common. In fact, they could be found in many markets, and Hanli had made sure to purchase a refinement method for such a treasure during his travels, and it was about to come in handy now. The only issue was that these puppets required a large amount of blood essence to refine, and even after being refined, they had to be nourished by more blood essence periodically or they could lose their efficacy. Of course, compared to the potential benefits such a puppet could bring, this amount of hassle and blood essence loss wasn't a big issue. Thus, Hanli was already beginning to think of what materials he would need to refine this puppet. After a short while, an elated look appeared on his face as he realized that he already possessed all of the other materials required to refine a tribulation transcendence substitution puppet. It could be said that this was quite the coincidence, but then again he had purchased a vast amount of materials recently, so it really wasn't any surprise that he already had the required materials on hand. Thus, he decided that he was going to refine a tribulation transcendence substitution puppet soon, and spiritual light flashed from his hand, upon which the section of wood abruptly vanished. After that, he sat in his chair with his eyes closed and began to visualize the steps required to refine it in case anything were to go awry during the refinement process. He remained seated on the spot for a day and a night, and Hayuatian finally returned the next morning. As soon as he caught sight of Hanli, he immediately yelled in an urgent manner, "Master, Junior Marshal Brother Chi Lingzi is in trouble." "Calm down and tell me what happened," Hanli said with a hint of surprise as he opened his eyes. All types of beings from the human and demon races gathered at the Myriad Treasure Convention, but it was actually extremely rare for something to happen in public. Han Li's calmness also soothed the urgency in Hai Yuetian's heart somewhat, and he hurriedly said in a respectful manner, "Master, we already tracked down the demonic senior that you wanted to find, but during our return trip, we suddenly ran into a woman as we were passing by a secluded corner. The woman only took a quick glance at Junior Marshal Brother Chi Lingzi before summoning a gust of strange wind that took him away." Han Li was quite surprised to hear this, and a cold look flashed through his eyes as he asked, "What did the woman look like? Did she have any distinctive features?" "She was really tall and thin with very long hair. Oh, and she had a very large azure birthmark on her forehead. She gave off this really terrifying dark aura, and she struck me with a palm to knock me out before she departed. I was brought back to consciousness by another group of cultivators who just so happened to be passing by, and I immediately rushed back after that," Hai Yuetian said with a look of resentment on his face. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, and he waved a hand toward Hai Yuetian. "She struck you with her palm? Come over here." "Yes, master." Hai Yuetian was slightly taken aback by this request, but he did as he was told and immediately rushed over to Han Li. After carefully inspecting Hai Yuetian's body with his spiritual sense, a hint of fury appeared on Han Li's face. "I thought so. What a vile woman." He then raised a hand and grabbed onto one of Hai Yuetian's arms. Azure light appeared between his fingers before being injected into Hai Yuetian's body in a frenzy, and moments later, a thin black thread was forcibly dragged out of his body amid the azure light. As soon as the black thread left his body, it immediately began to writhe with all its might, revealing itself to be some kind of insect. Hai Yuetian's expression naturally darkened significantly upon seeing this. "What is that? Did that woman plant that thing in me? Humph, who else could it have been? This is a heart adherence thread, a rather rare spirit insect. Upon incubation, this insect is around as thick as a chopstick, but after being captured and refined using the correct method, it would gradually become thinner, and only after it shrinks down so much that it becomes invisible to the naked eye can it be considered to have been completely refined. In that form it's completely undetectable and can catch any target off guard. Once the insect enters one's body, it would quickly make its way into the host's heart, thereby killing them, and it's very difficult to find the cause of death thereafter. This insect hasn't been completely refined yet, but it's definitely been refined for several centuries already. They sure are generous to be using it on a body refinement warrior like you." Han Li harumphed coldly. "What are her intentions? If she wanted me dead, then why didn't she kill me on the spot?" Hai Yuetian asked as he stared at the black insect in the ball of azure light with a fearful look in his eyes. "Did you say something to her before she attacked you?" Han Li suddenly asked something that seemed to be completely irrelevant. Hai Yuetian faltered momentarily before replying, "What did I say? Oh, at the time I think I said something like, 'We live at the Immortal Welcome Palace.' Could that be why she didn't dare to kill me right away?" "Perhaps. It's likely that she couldn't tell whether you were speaking the truth, so she decided to plant this insect in you as a test. You won't be able to detect this insect unless you truly have ties with a body integration cultivator, so you'll either be killed, or the insect will be removed, in which case your claims would be verified, and she would also be immediately alerted. As for why she didn't kill you on the spot, that's naturally because she's wary of the Myriad Treasure Convention's law-enforcing cultivators. They may not look like much, but they're certainly not just ornaments, and they wouldn't let things slide if someone were to kill you in public, Hanli replied as he appraised the black insect. Hayuatian was enlightened by this explanation. Right at this moment, the black insect in the azure light abruptly shuddered, and black light appeared around its body, forcibly parting the azure light and allowing it to escape. Hanli harumphed coldly before reaching out and making a grabbing motion with one hand, drawing the black thread back like a speeding arrow by exerting a burst of enormous suction force. He then rubbed his hands together, and the insect was incinerated into nothingness amid a flash of silver flames. This demonic insect did possess some power, but it was certainly no match for Hanli's flames. In the same instant that the black insect was burned into nothingness, an elderly woman was suddenly jerked awake from her meditation within the belly of a certain small mountain. This woman had a head of long gray hair and remarkably long black nails, and her face abruptly paled before she threw up a mouthful of blood essence, seemingly having been dealt some kind of heavy blow. There was an elderly man with a pair of bushy black brows seated next to her, and he hurriedly asked, "Mistress, are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's just that my heart adherence thread was killed. I'll recover after a couple of days of meditation." The elderly woman spat through gritted teeth. "I'm glad to hear that." The elderly man knew that the woman had nurtured the heart adherence thread for over 1,000 years, so there was no way that she could be fine in the wake of its destruction, but he was forced to swallow his words of concern after the woman aimed a cold glare at him. It seems that Brat wasn't lying. They really are related to one of the body integration cultivators in the immortal Welcome Palace, the woman murmured to herself with a dark expression. "How about we let that kid go? This is a body integration cultivator we're talking about. We could be in big trouble if we incur their wrath," the elderly man murmured. "Shut up. We're both already at such an old age and we only have a single son. If we transplant the Taoist priest's inherited treasure into Minger's body, not only will the inherited spiritual power completely cure his chronic illness, it'll also give him a set of inherited secret techniques. I've seen the inherited treasure in that kid's body. The seal on its surface is very profound, so it must contain some extremely powerful cultivation arts. If Minger can obtain it, he'll definitely go a lot further on the path of cultivation than we can. If we pass up this opportunity, where else are we going to find a second cultivator of the same cultivation base with another inherited treasure?" The elderly woman rebutted in a fierce manner. "But he's got a body integration cultivator as a backer. There's no way a pair of spatial tempering cultivators like us will be a match for them." The elderly man was still quite fearful. The woman seemed to have considered the matter carefully already, and she said in a calm manner, "Humph, this kid is only a foundation establishment cultivator with such an ordinary spiritual root. Even if he's related to a body integration cultivator, their bond definitely won't be that strong. We just have to seek out a backer of our own." "Will that body integration cultivator risk offending our backers just for foundation establishment stage Brat? If worst comes to worst, I'll just have to give some more of my blood to repay them." The elderly man immediately realized what she was implying. "You're saying we should go to?" "That's right. Don't forget that I also bear the Long surname, and the patriarch of the Long family is my father. We'll set off right away and go live in the immortal Welcome Palace that the Long family is situated in for a while," the woman decided. The elderly man was clearly more logical, and he wore a wry smile as he urged, "But according to the rules of the Long family, once a female member of the family marries someone outside of the family, they'll no longer be considered as part of the Long family. Otherwise, your father wouldn't have left us to our own devices for so many years. I think we should give up on this, mistress." The woman gritted her teeth and replied, "Indeed, the women of our Long family are unable to activate true dragon blood, so we're naturally not held in high regard, but don't forget that Minger has the bloodline of the Long family. On top of that, we verified that he has true dragon blood flowing through his veins. The bloodline is a little thin, but if we tell my brother about this, he won't do nothing about it." "Mistress, didn't we agree not to tell your Long family about Minger's true dragon bloodline? Have you changed your mind again?" The elderly man's expression darkened upon hearing this. The woman was silent for a moment before speaking again in a cold voice. "I know that you want Minger to become the heir of the Li family, so you don't want him to return to the Long family, but the current situation simply won't allow for that. If we don't do anything, Minger will only be able to live for a few centuries at most. Can you really bear to see that happen?" "I." The elderly man had no response to this. The woman's expression softened slightly at the sight of the dejected look on her Dao companion's face, and she consoled, "Fear not, everything isn't set in stone yet. Don't mention that kid to my brother yet. If that body integration cultivator doesn't come to find us, then that means that this kid doesn't mean much to him. We can just sneak away from the Long family following the conclusion of the Myriad Treasure Convention in that case. If that does happen to be the case, perhaps we won't have to leave Minger's side after all. There's no need to mollycoddle me with lies, mistress. After all, Minger's true dragon bloodline has already been activated. There's no way we'll be able to fool your brother," the man said with a forlorn shake of his head. The woman could only fall silent upon hearing this. After a long silence, the man gritted his teeth and decided, "All right, we'll do as you say. For the sake of Minger's future, he can go back to the Long family. Minger possesses the true dragon bloodline, so it'll definitely be much better for him to go back to the Long family than to stay with us." The woman was ecstatic to hear this. "You've definitely made the right decision. From what I've heard, there aren't that many people in this generation of the Long family who have activated their true dragon bloodlines, so Minger will definitely be held in very high regard once he goes back." Having made that decision, the two of them made no effort to delay and immediately sprang into action. The woman quickly passed through a corridor and arrived in a room with simple decor. Within this room was a white-robed young man with a slightly sickly pallor, and he was seated beside a stone table, reading a shimmering silver book with rapt focus. The young man immediately put down the book at the sight of the woman, and smiled as he asked, "Mother, would you like something from me?" "Minger, pack up your stuff. We're going to the Long family's immortal welcome palace right away." In the face of her beloved son, the dark and stern expression on the woman's face had completely disappeared, replaced by one of doting compassion. "The Long family? Looks like the guy you captured wasn't an easy target after all," the young man said in a resigned manner as his brows furrowed slightly. "How did you know about this?" The woman was rather taken aback. "Don't forget that even though I don't possess exceptional magic power, I've already activated my true dragon bloodline, which has granted me much better hearing. Even though I haven't left my room, I was still able to overhear some of your conversation," the young man explained. "I see. Don't worry, Minger, your father and I will extract that man's inherited treasure and transplant it into your body no matter what. Not only will your chronic condition be cured as a result, you'll also be able to use that inherited spiritual power to break through a bottleneck, and there's a good chance you'll reach the core formation stage right away. As for that kid's backers, there's no way he would dare to cross the Long family," the elderly woman consoled. The young man was silent for a moment before heaving a faint sigh. "Ever since this treatment method of transplanting an inherited treasure into my body was proposed, you and father have constantly been searching for cultivators with inherited treasures that have yet to have their seals broken. I always had a feeling that this would lead to quite a bit of trouble. Now that we've finally found one, I presume you wouldn't be willing to let him go even if I were to try and persuade you, right, mother?" "What nonsense are you spouting? Your father and I only made the decision to have you as there's no way we can transcend our next major heavenly tribulations. We're not going to let you pass away ahead of us no matter what. As long as that kid's backer isn't one of the 3 sovereigns or 7 monarchs, your uncle and grandfather will definitely be able to protect you. Besides, you've activated your true dragon bloodline now, so you're automatically a member of the Long family. If the Long family doesn't protect you, then how can they still be known as the #1 true spirit family?" The elderly woman's expression had darkened slightly again, and his voice was filled with hints of resentment. "All right then. Seeing as the decision has already been made, let's get out of here right away. That body integration cultivator may get here very quickly," the young man urged as he shook his head in resignation. The woman was rather surprised to hear this, following which a skeptical look appeared on her face. "Surely not, I've already examined that kid's body, and no marks were left within him." "But you're not a body integration cultivator after all, mother?" "According to my knowledge, body integration cultivators have at least 3 or 4 types of methods through which they can plant spiritual sense marks without being detected by the spiritual sense of a spatial tempering cultivator. I may not have been able to cultivate my magic power during these past years, but I haven't been reading all of these tomes for nothing," the young man said with a wry smile. A nervous look appeared on the woman's face upon hearing this. "You're right, then let's just get out of here right away. Forget about packing your stuff. Your father is already going to retrieve that kid." Meanwhile, the elderly man was standing in a secret chamber, appraising an unconscious person on the ground with a complex look in his eyes. "Don't blame us for being cruel and inhumane, Taoist priest. If we want to cure our son, then our only option would be to take your inherited treasure. Without your inherited treasure, you'll be completely unable to cultivate, which is a fate that I'm sure will be worse than death for you, so I'll send you on your way in a painless fashion." A sinister look appeared on his face as he spoke. The man lying on the ground was naturally none other than Qi Lingzi. The elderly man flipped a hand over, and black light flashed between his fingers, upon which an inky black talisman appeared. He flicked his wrist, and the talisman immediately flew forth as a streak of gray light before vanishing into Qi Lingzi's body in a flash. He then opened his mouth to expel a ball of black qi, within which was a rotating azure copper bell. He raised a hand before gently flicking a finger, and a crisp chime rang out from within the black qi. A peculiar scene then ensued. Qi Lingzi's body suddenly shuddered before he got up on his own to face the elderly man in a standing position with his eyes still tightly shut. He was completely expressionless like a puppet, and the elderly man chanted something as he flicked one incantation seal through the air after another, and the azure bell immediately let loose a string of chimes of different durations. Amid the seemingly ordinary bell chimes, Qi Lingzi slowly opened his eyes. They were completely glazed over at first before gradually gaining a hint of clarity, but they were still completely devoid of emotion. The elderly man heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this, and he made a grabbing motion to withdraw the bell into his sleeve before turning to leave. Faint bell chimes were still ringing out from within his sleeve, and Qi Lingzi followed him out of the room in a wooden and rigid manner. A short while later, two streaks of light, one black and one gray, flew out of the small mountain before heading directly toward Nine Immortal Mountain. These two streaks of light contained both Qi Lingzi and the sickly young man, and after just a few flashes, they both vanished into the distance. After an indeterminate period of time, a streak of azure light shot forth from another direction, quickly arriving at the small mountain. The azure light then faded to reveal two men, one of whom was very handsome, while the other was completely mundane in appearance. They were none other than Hai Yuetian and Han Li. Han Li swept his spiritual sense through the small mountain before a hint of surprise appeared on his face. "They're not here anymore." "What? They took him somewhere else? Will you still be able to track them down, master?" Hai Yuetian asked in a nervous manner. With Hai Yuetian's easygoing and extroverted personality, he was quickly able to learn who was inhabiting the 9th floor of the Immortal Welcome Palace after asking around in the busy market. The answer that he received immediately made him draw a sharp breath, but his expression remained unchanged as he hurriedly departed. "What? The Long family?" Han Li seemed to be truly taken aback by this. "Indeed. I've already verified that not only are the Long family patriarch and some of their guest elders living on the 9th floor, even the current Long family leader and their spatial tempering stage elders are all there as well," Hai Yuetian replied with a concerned expression. "That is indeed rather troublesome, but that's not the main issue," Han Li said as he narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you mean, master?" Hai Yuetian was rather perplexed by this. "The main issue is that I'm not on good terms with the Long family. If we were facing a normal body integration cultivator, I could pay them a direct visit to recover your junior martial brother. Generally speaking, unless they're completely desperate, they wouldn't want to cross another body integration cultivator like me. However, the fact that the Long family is concerned makes things a lot more complicated," Han Li explained in a cold voice. Hai Yuetian's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. "However, that doesn't mean I can't recover your junior martial brother. I've already crossed the Long family once, so what'll it matter if I do it again? Besides, they may not detect me anyway. Yuetian, you go back to our Immortal Welcome Palace on your own. I'll return to join you soon." Han Li chuckled coldly as bright azure light suddenly erupted from his body, and he abruptly vanished on the spot. Hai Yuetian could naturally tell what Han Li was implying, and he was both surprised and elated by what he had heard. Thus, he immediately extended a respectful salute, even though Han Li was no longer anywhere to be seen, then rushed down the hill. A distance of several tens of kilometers was naturally covered in the blink of an eye for Han Li, and he reappeared in the air around half a kilometer away from the Immortal Welcome Palace. He looked on at the 9th level of the giant palace, and the image of a massive formation blueprint surfaced in his mind. The 9 Immortal Welcome Palaces were situated in different places, but according to his observation, the formations set up within them should all be quite similar. These restrictions were indeed extremely intricate and profound, but with so many powerful abilities up his sleeve, it certainly wouldn't be impossible to infiltrate this place without being detected. With that in mind, he pondered the situation for a moment before suddenly flipping a hand over to produce a shimmering silver piece of thin fabric. This was none other than the 1,000 transformation faces he had obtained from Lu Shuer in the vast glacial realm. This was quite an extraordinary treasure, and Lu Shuer didn't have the heart to ask Han Li to return it after he had saved her and Shirkuan's lives in the dark beast forest, so it had remained with Han Li thereafter. He immediately tossed the 1,000 transformation faces forward before flicking his wrist, and a ball of azure light flashed from his storage bracelet, upon which a furry piece of golden beast hide was also tossed forward. He then made a hand seal before pointing at the two items one after the other, and the 1,000 transformation faces shuddered slightly before vanishing into the section of beast hide as a ball of silver light. The golden beast hide rotated on the spot before suddenly hurtling toward Han Li, then vanished in a flash. At the same time, a low roar erupted from Han Li's mouth, and his face abruptly underwent a drastic transformation. A layer of long golden fur suddenly sprouted from his smooth skin, concealing his original facial features. At the same time, blue light flashed from his eyes, and his pupils turned into a deep blue color. He was giving off an indescribably ferocious aura, and he stroked the golden fur on his own face as he murmured to himself, "As expected, the beast hide of this golden arm ape really does work. I should be able to fool the members of the Long family now." He then took a deep breath, and black light flashed as two pieces of black veil suddenly appeared over his body. The two pieces of veil rotated around him before flying toward his body as two streaks of black light. In the next instant, Han Li's body gradually became blurry and indistinct within the black light before finally completely disappearing out of sight. Han Li looked down at his own body, which seemed to have turned completely transparent, and he nodded with a pleased look in his eyes. Of course, using the high zenith invisibility talisman would result in a superior concealment effect, but if he were to use that talisman, it would be difficult for him to unleash his abilities to break the restrictions he would have to face, so he could only settle for something else. Thus, Han Li flew directly toward the 9th level of the palace up ahead, and he quickly reached his target. All of a sudden, white light flashed and a white light barrier appeared before him. Its surface flashed with lightning, and several arcs of electricity began to emerge. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged as he extended a hand out of his sleeve before spreading his fingers, blasting forth several arcs of golden lightning in retaliation. As soon as the silver arcs of lightning hurtled toward Han Li, they were instantly nullified by the golden lightning in a completely soundless manner. At the same time, a layer of gray light appeared around Han Li's body, and he passed through the white light barrier as if it didn't even exist. A human-shaped hole appeared in the white light barrier, but Han Li was still nowhere to be seen. The hole then rapidly sealed at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye and returned to normal in an instant, following which the light barrier itself also quickly vanished. Moments later, two deity transformation stage guards flew out of the first floor of the immortal welcome place. They then rose up into the air, straight toward the same spot that Han Li had just infiltrated through. One of the two guards, a young man who appeared to be around 17 to 18 years of age, inspected the surrounding area before murmuring to himself in a perplexed manner, "I'm sure the restriction fluctuations from just now came from here, but there doesn't seem to be anything amiss." His companion was a thin elderly man with a goatee and short horns, and he suggested, "Perhaps it was only a bird that crashed into the restriction. Otherwise, the reaction wouldn't have been so feeble." The latter of the two was a demonic cultivator. "Surely you jest, Brother Gong's son." Azure light flashed from Han Li's face, and he immediately unleashed a soul search technique. After a short while, Han Li's darkened slightly, and he released the man before grabbing the woman and unleashing the same technique on her. After releasing her as well, he murmured to himself, "So Qi Lingzi really was brought to the Long family, and that woman is the sister of the Long family leader. It's a pity that some of the secrets in the memories of these two were concealed by some secret techniques, so I can only glean very limited information from them." A slightly wistful look appeared on Han Li's face as he spoke. It wasn't a strange thing that secret techniques had been placed on the memories of these two. All major families would take the same precautionary measures with their core members in case of this exact situation. However, the matters surrounding that woman clearly weren't supposed to be confidential information, so Han Li was able to glean it with ease. Not long ago, a woman that matched the description provided by Hai Yuetian had taken 3 other people to this place, and after having a conversation with the Long family leader, they were taken away to rest. One of those 3 other people was none other than Qi Lingzi. However, these two were unaware of where the 4 of them currently were. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the 2 unconscious people before him, and he suddenly stomped his foot onto the ground. A burst of yellow light surged forth, and a pit that was around 10 feet in depth silently appeared. He then swept a sleeve through the air, sending forth a burst of azure light that picked up the two before gently laying them into the pit. After that, Hanli made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the pit, and a burst of yellow light suddenly erupted from it. Following just a single flash, the pit vanished, and the ground returned to normal with no visible signs at all of what had just transpired. Only then did Hanli cast his gaze out of the forest, and he discovered that this level was indeed different from the one he was living in. Outside the forest was a vast expanse of murky white mist, within which the outlines of a city wall could just barely be made out. Blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes, and his body swayed as a layer of gray light appeared around him. This mist was clearly some type of profound restriction, and part of it fused with the gray light around Hanli, making him appear quite blurry and indistinct as well. After only advancing for just over 1,000 feet, Hanli reached the edge of the mist, and he discovered that a golden fortress surrounded by walls that were over 100 feet tall lay up ahead, not too far in the distance. There was a series of white-robed cultivators that either had swords or sabers strapped to their backs standing atop the city walls, and beyond the walls were many buildings and pavilions. At the very center of the fortress was a giant golden tower that was several thousand feet tall. Hanli wasn't concerned that these white-robed cultivators would be able to see him, and he cast his gaze directly toward the golden tower. According to the information he had just gleaned from those two members of the Long family, the tower was inhabited by the late body integration stage Long family patriarch, as well as the family's spatial tempering stage elders. However, right after the Long family patriarch secured that giant Atlas Arc blueprint from the auction, he immediately went into seclusion in the tower with several of the formation and tool refinement masters of the family to study the blueprint. As for the other body integration stage Grand Elder, he seemed to have some matters to attend to, and recently left the Immortal Welcome Palace. As such, there really was next to no risk of Hanli being discovered. As long as that Long family patriarch didn't suddenly sweep his spiritual sense through the entire fortress for no reason, there was no one else here who could detect him. With that in mind, Hanli didn't hesitate any longer. Black light surged around his body, and he flew directly toward a certain section of the city wall. One of the white-robed cultivators on the city wall suddenly felt a faint breeze blow past him, and he immediately released his spiritual sense while inspecting his surroundings but didn't discover anything. "After everything is taken care of here, you two can leave," the purple-robed man said with a shake of his head, and the woman was quite disappointed to hear this. Her expression soured even further, and she still wanted to implore her brother to arrange an opportunity for her to meet their father, but the purple-robed man waved a dismissive hand and departed before she could say anything. Thus, the only ones left in her room were her family of 3 and Qilingzi. The woman was silent for a long while before speaking in a resentful voice. "Looks like we'll have to do as he says. Take this Taoist priest to the secret chamber." "There's no need to be sad, mistress. We predicted that all of this would happen, didn't we? It's already very fortunate for us that your brother didn't reject us even though this matter concerns a body integration cultivator," the elderly man consoled with a wry smile on his face. "I don't need you to tell me that. Hurry up and take the Taoist priest away." The woman clearly wasn't in any mood to listen to reason. The man heaved a faint sigh and could only fall silent as he made his way over to Qilingzi. "We'll let you keep your inherited treasure for a few more days, kid. It won't be long until your inherited treasure belongs to our Ming'er. No one will be able to stop us." He flipped a hand over to produce the same azure copper bell as he spoke, and Qilingzi continued to stand on the spot like a wooden puppet. Just as the elderly man was about to shake the bell in his hand, a cold male voice suddenly rang out in the room. "No one can stop you? What about me?" "He's here," the elderly man exclaimed as he immediately hurled his bell through the air, and it instantly expanded to an enormous size before trapping Qilingzi inside. His Dao companion also reacted very quickly as her expression changed drastically, and she swept a sleeve through the air to send 2 streaks of black light hurtling through the air at once. One streak of light transformed into a vast expanse of black light that swept up her son before bringing him to her side, while the other streak of light transformed into a horned black python, which expelled black lotus flowers out of its mouth to form a protective barrier around the woman and her son. Meanwhile, the woman herself took a deep breath before letting loose a shrill shriek, but her efforts were only met by a cold chuckle of disdain. Spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted in the air above the giant bell, and a furry golden fist suddenly emerged out of thin air before gently striking the bell. A resounding boom rang out, and azure runes only managed to appear for a split second on the surface of the bell before it was shattered with ease and vanished as a ball of azure light. The golden hand then hurtled toward the elderly man with a palm, and though it didn't seem to be imbued with any significant power, the elderly man was sent flying like a rucksack while letting loose an agonized cry. Almost at the exact same moment, another huge golden hand appeared out of thin air in front of the elderly woman before grabbing toward her like lightning. The protective spiritual light and black lotus flowers around her were instantly torn apart, and the golden hand closed itself around her neck before lifting her off the ground. Her shrill shriek was immediately cut off, and her eyes began to roll into the back of her head. Her son's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately raised a hand to summon a translucent long saber, which he slashed toward the golden hand with vicious force. A crisp clang rang out, and a burst of piercing golden light erupted as soon as its blade struck the furry hand. The treasure then immediately exploded, and the young man was forced back several steps in succession from the resulting backlash. He threw up a mouthful of blood essence, then collapsed to the ground and was unable to stand up again. "I've already cast a restriction around this place so no one will hear you no matter how much you yell. You sure are daring to have captured this Taoist priest despite being aware that he has a powerful backer. Did you really think I wouldn't dare to retrieve him just because the Long family is involved?" The frosty male voice rang out again. Immediately thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a golden figure appeared in the room. This was a golden demonic ape that was around 30 to 40 feet tall, wearing a suit of silver armor. The demonic ape had a pair of blue eyes and a mouthful of menacing fangs. An extremely ferocious aura erupted from his body, and there was also black baleful chi swirling around him, presenting a very menacing sight to behold. "You're a demonic cultivator? How could this be?" the elderly man exclaimed. A hint of astonishment also appeared in the woman's eyes as she struggled to keep them from rolling back into her head. "Hee, why are you so surprised? Seeing as you clearly have a death wish, I'll send you on your way." A vicious light flashed through the golden ape's eyes, and golden light erupted from the fingers that were locked around the elderly woman's throat as Han Li prepared to snap her neck. "No, Senior. Stop." The elderly man and his son both yelled out to try and stop Han Li, but they had both been rendered completely powerless by Han Li's attacks, and could only look on in horror and despair. A look of despair also appeared in the elderly woman's eyes when all of a sudden, a cold voice rang out from outside the room. "You're also quite daring to infiltrate my territory and kill my descendants." As soon as the voice trailed off, a resounding boom rang out from up above, following which a huge purple hand that was around 10 feet in size tore through the roof. The hand had countless runes swirling around it, and it broke through the restriction that Han Li had set up before grabbing viciously toward the giant golden ape's head. Eccentric long. The golden ape's expression abruptly changed as he let loose a low snarl, casting the elderly woman aside before reaching up with a hand of his own. His golden palm swelled rapidly in size to directly oppose the giant purple hand, and at the same time, he made a grabbing motion toward the puppet-like Qi Lingzi with his other hand. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted as a massive ball of golden and purple light appeared in the room, and the enormous spiritual pressure erupting from the clash instantly laid waste to the room's roof and walls. A cold harumph rang out from within the dazzling spiritual light, following which a golden figure sprang forth and reappeared over 1,000 feet away in the blink of an eye. "You think you can get away?" the owner of the purple hand roared in a cold voice, following which a streak of purple light shot forth in pursuit of the golden figure, and the former was even faster than the latter. Such a massive commotion had naturally alerted all of the people in the entire fortress, and countless streaks of light rose up into the air from all directions to see what was happening. In the blink of an eye, the golden figure and purple streak of light had rushed out of the city walls and flown into the white mist outside. By the time many of the Long family's cultivators arrived at the edge of the mist, a string of explosions were already taking place within the murky white mist. Immediately thereafter, a series of roars and enraged cries rang out, and two bursts of astonishing spiritual pressure erupted from within the sea of mist, causing the illusionary formation up above, which was simulating the sky, to warp and twist violently. The two bursts of spiritual pressure seemed to be evenly matched, and all of the nearby Long family cultivators couldn't help but exchange astonished glances with one another. They were naturally already aware that one of the people in the mist was none other than their patriarch, yet the other person still managed to hold their own. Could it be that this was another late body integration stage being? In that case, deity transformation and spatial tempering cultivators like them would essentially be committing suicide if they were to rush into the mist to join the battle. The Long family cultivators were led by none other than their family leader, who was the purple-robed middle-aged man. He was staring into the sea of mist with a shocked and enraged look on his face, but he was also quite hesitant to join the battle as he sensed the enormous spiritual pressure emanating from within the mist. Family leader Long, would you like me to step in to separate them? A pleasant female voice suddenly rang out from behind the Long family leader. The purple-robed man's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he immediately turned around to find a beautiful yellow-robed woman who appeared to be around 17 to 18 years of age. The woman was standing behind him and appraising him with a faint smile. If Han Li were present on the scene, he would immediately be able to identify this woman as the vastly renowned Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns of the artifact spirit race. The purple-robed man was slightly skeptical toward the yellow-robed woman's motives, but he feigned an elated expression and hurriedly said, "Senior Thousand Autumns. It would naturally be brilliant news for us if you could step in to help my father capture the man." "Capture him? I can't do that. Even if I were willing to, I may not be able to. Besides, I may be on good terms with your Long family, but I certainly can't just defend another body integration cultivator for your sake. All I can do is to separate them and end this battle," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with a smile. The Long family leader hesitated momentarily before agreeing, "That would suffice as well. My father has expended some energy while taking care of some matters a few days ago, so it wouldn't be ideal for him to fight a powerful enemy at a time like this." "Alright, in that case it looks like I won't have to step in after all." Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns cast her gaze into the sea of mist as a slightly grim look appeared on her face. "What do you mean by that, say?" The purple-robed man faltered slightly upon hearing this, yet before he could even fully articulate his question, the ground near the entire fortress suddenly tremored violently. "Lady Li? Is that the one who married someone outside our family? When did she get here?" "Forget it, tell me about it later," the Long family patriarch said in an implacable voice. The Long family leader hurriedly answered in a respectful manner. Even though he was the Long family leader and the son of this Long family patriarch, all of that ceased to matter ever since the patriarch had begun using that heartless Tao cultivation art, which had gradually rid him of all emotions. It was quite a treacherous task to be interacting with the Long family patriarch on a daily basis, and even as his son, the Long family leader didn't dare to let his guard down for a moment. Was that the half-dragon transformation granted by the true dragon bloodline? "It really is quite an eye-opening experience for me to see you face a demonic cultivator on equal footing with just your physical body alone," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with a smile as she slowly flew over from afar. "I'm a late body integration cultivator, yet I wasn't even able to take down that early body integration stage demonic cultivator. Am I supposed to be pleased with myself? Are you perhaps mocking me, Holy Maiden?" the Long family patriarch asked in a cold voice. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was completely unfazed by the Long family patriarch's cold demeanor and replied, Of course not, fellow Taoist Long. As we all know, demonic cultivators are vastly renowned for their powerful bodies, and in particular ape-type demonic cultivators excel in this area. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate to you why it's impressive that you were able to face a body integration stage ape-type demonic cultivator in direct battle with your physical body alone. If you had unleashed some other powerful abilities, you would have definitely been able to take down that demonic cultivator in a short time. If you truly think that, I'm afraid you're dead wrong, Holy Maiden, the Long family patriarch suddenly said with a peculiar cold smile. "Oh? Did you discover something during your fight earlier?" Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns asked in a befuddled manner. Instead of replying to her question right away, the Long family patriarch turned to all of the nearby Long family cultivators and instructed, "All of you go back for now. I wish to speak to fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns alone." At the same time, the dragon horns and scales on his head and face faded away, and his golden eyes also reverted back to their original black color. All of the Long family cultivators naturally answered in a respectful manner before flying back to the fortress together, leaving the Long family patriarch and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns to converse on their own. "From the precautionary measures that you're taking, I can't help but think that that demonic ape seems to be no ordinary being," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns remarked after everyone had departed. "I suspect that he's from the Holy Island," the Long family patriarch said, and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was quite surprised to hear this. "The Holy Island? Isn't that the sacred realm shared by your human and demon races?" she asked. "That's right. Otherwise, It's very difficult to explain how that body integration stage demonic ape could have appeared in the demon race. Once every 1,000 years, the Holy Island would select bright young talents from our two races to replenish their ranks. Countless years have passed since the establishment of the Holy Island, and no one knows exactly how many body integration stage beings there are on the island, but I estimate that there will at least be 20 to 30 body integration stage beings there. Aside from when matters that concern the survival of our two races arise, the body integration stage beings living on the Holy Island are prohibited from leaving the island. Is that not a favorable enough exchange for your spirit race? According to my knowledge, you artifact spirit beings don't even view waste spirits as equals, so it should be a fantastic bargain for you to be able to exchange them for so many giant Atlas arcs. The Long family patriarch replied in a completely expressionless manner. Humph, 10 is definitely out of the question. Our artifact spirit race does indeed look down on waste spirits, but according to the laws of the entire spirit race, passing waste spirits onto foreign races is a crime comparable to treason. We're willing to offer only 5 waste spirits per arc at most. On top of that, I'm taking a huge risk to facilitate this exchange with your Long family, yet you're only willing to offer a third of the giant Atlas arcs in return, so the risk and reward involved is completely skewed and disproportionate. Forgive me for being blunt, but if I had known from the beginning that the Long family would be so stingy, I would rather the blueprint fall into the hands of one of 3 sovereigns or 7 monarchs. I'm sure they'd be more generous and sincere than your Long family, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said in an indifferent manner as she tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. The Long family patriarch appraised Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns for a long while before finally speaking again. There's no need to try and goad me like this, fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns. I'm sure you're aware that the heartless Tao cultivation art I'm using has rid me of all emotional fallacies, so your mind games are futile. However, as a gesture of good faith, I'll make a compromise. We'll accept 8 waste spirits per arc, and we'll give your artifact spirit race 40% of all of the arcs that we refine. 40% and 8 waste spirits per arc? I can agree to the percentage share, but at most I can only offer you 7 waste spirits per arc, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said in a cautious manner. Alright, 7 it is, then. Now that that's settled, we have to discuss our collaboration in preparation for the imminent devilish tribulation. The Long family patriarch agreed after a brief pause for contemplation. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was ecstatic to hear this, and a gorgeous smile appeared on her face. Of course. As long as the exchange can be smoothly facilitated, our artifact spirit race would be more than happy to continue working with your Long family. Please come with me then, Holy Maiden. This is not a good place to talk, so let's return to the tower, the Long family patriarch said as he made an inviting hand gesture. It was as if he had already completely forgotten about that giant golden ape. But then again, how could a brief interlude from an early body integration stage demonic ape compare in importance to the survival of the Long family during the devilish tribulation? Meanwhile, the golden ape had already descended on a completely deserted mountain tens of thousands of kilometers away. When it had used the silver flames to break through the restrictions around the immortal Welcome Palace, it had naturally alerted the guards in the palace, but by the time they had arrived on the scene, the ape had already vanished into the distance. The guards were only at the deity transformation and spatial tempering stages, so there was no way that they would be able to catch him. As such, they merely set off in pursuit as a formality, despite knowing that their efforts would ultimately prove to be futile. After that, they sent some people to question some members of the Long family briefly, and they were stunned to hear that the perpetrator was a body integration stage demonic cultivator. As such, they could only turn a blind eye to the matter after doing some repairs. However, news of this body integration stage golden ape infiltrating the Long family's territory quickly spread like wildfire among the other body integration cultivators attending the convention, and many of them sent out their subordinates to investigate this matter, all to no avail. No one had ever heard of this giant golden ape before, and it had disappeared without a trace following the incident. This was quite frustrating to many people, and some of them also thought of the Holy Island. Of course, the giant golden ape was naturally unaware of all of this. At this moment, it was situated on the summit of a mountain, and after inspecting its surroundings, golden light flashed from its body, upon which it transformed into a young man with a set of ordinary facial features. This young man was naturally none other than Han Li. He had used the 1,000 transformation faces to adopt the appearance of a demonic ape and infiltrated the fortress. After that, he was discovered by the Long family patriarch, and he was forced to use his 12 awakening transformations, adopting his giant mountain ape form to clash with him. With his immensely powerful physical constitution, coupled with the enhancements he received from his 12 awakening transformations, he was naturally able to hold his own against the Long family patriarch, but at the same time he was quite stunned by his opponent after the latter had adopted his half-dragon transformation. However, Han Li had only used around 50% to 60% of his power during the battle, and the Long family patriarch had also clearly held back. Otherwise, it was very likely that their battle would have demolished the entire Immortal Welcome Palace. Han Li didn't know why the Long family patriarch had held back, but he was certainly more than happy to be allowed an easy escape. At this point he was already too far away, and with the vast number of human and demonic beings on Nine Immortal Mountain, there was no way the Long family would be able to track him down. After reverting back to his true form, Han Li turned toward Qi Lingzi, who was still standing still on the spot like a wooden puppet, and he heaved a faint sigh. He then made a hand seal, and a streak of azure light shot forth before vanishing into Qi Lingzi's body in a flash. Qi Lingzi shuddered, and his wooden expression twisted before he let loose an involuntary moan. He then suddenly opened his mouth to expel a clump of black qi enveloped by a ball of azure light. A few moments later, Qi Lingzi's eyes regained their clarity, and as soon as he caught sight of Han Li, he asked in an elated manner, "Master, what are you doing here? Wasn't I abducted by some old woman?" It was quite clear that he recalled nothing of the ordeal that he had just suffered through. "Humph, if I hadn't come after you, you would have ended up disabled and probably dead. I'll tell you what happened on the way back. Let's leave this place first." Han Li had no intention of disclosing too much here, and he swept a sleeve through the air to release a vast expanse of azure light, which swept up Qi Lingzi before Han Li flew away into the distance. As promised, Han Li gave Qi Lingzi a recount of everything that took place on their way back, and after learning about the extremely perilous ordeal that he had just suffered, Qi Lingzi fell completely silent, in stark contrast to his normal talkative and energetic nature. Han Li was rather surprised by this, yet just as he was wondering whether this disciple of his had finally learned the meaning of fear, he suddenly began to scream profanities at the top of his lungs, cursing the elderly woman and the Long family. He was so worked up that his cheeks had turned bright red and spittle was flying from his mouth, looking as he had such a vendetta against the Long family that neither could live while the other survived. Han Li faltered initially upon seeing this before bursting into laughter. In the end he said, "All right, that's enough. If you want to seek vengeance on the Long family, I won't stop you, but you have to become powerful enough to do so first. At this point, you're nothing more than a mere ant in the eyes of the Long family, and they can crush you with ease, so you have no right to challenge them. If you really want to stand up for yourself, then progress to the body integration stage first. Also, I don't want you to show your face in public anymore. After we get back, I'll teach you some cultivation arts and give you some treasures and pills. After this incident dies down, I'll send you and Hai Yuetian away from this place, and you two have to go to Deep Heaven City as quickly as possible. Once you get there, join the city guards for a few years first as training." The Long family is indeed quite powerful, but they're still wary of Deep Heaven City. After a few years, I'll go there to reunite with the two of you. Are you sending me away, Master? The Myriad Treasure Convention only commenced not long ago, and I came all this way, but I've barely even had a chance to see anything yet. Qi Lingzi complained. Is the Myriad Treasure Convention more important or is your life more important? I don't fear the Long family, but I certainly don't want to have to constantly worry about being attacked by them. What if you get abducted again? Do you expect me to save you from the Long family a second time? Han Li scolded. Qi Lingzi recoiled slightly at the sight of Han Li's stern expression before reluctantly accepting this arrangement. All right, I'll do as you say then, Master. Han Li naturally wasn't going to concern himself with whether his disciple was pleased with this decision or not. His expression eased slightly, and he gave a slight nod before falling silent. During the rest of the trip, Han Li didn't say anything further, and after over 2 hours, they returned to the Immortal Welcome Palace, where Hai Yuetian was eagerly awaiting their return. He was naturally ecstatic to see that Qi Lingzi had been recovered safe and sound, and he hurriedly rushed toward Han Li before extending a deep bow. "Yuetian, I recall that you found the person I'm looking for. Where is she right now?" Han Li asked as soon as he sat down on the main seat, and the sudden question caught Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi slightly off guard. "Master, we found that demonic senior at a place known as the Heavenly Captivation Pavilion, and she invited you to meet her tomorrow at noon," Hai Yuetian replied in a respectful manner. "All right, you two stay here and don't go anywhere for the next few days. I'll set up a powerful restriction formation nearby that'll stall even body integration cultivators who try to infiltrate this place. From tomorrow onward, you two can come visit me every night, and I'll give you some instructions in your cultivation. After things die down a little, you two can set off, Hanli said before departing and leaving his two disciples in the hall. Set off? What does Master mean by that? Hayuatian was rather perplexed. It's a long story. I got screwed over by the Long family. Qi Lingzi's face puckered up as if he had lost his most beloved treasure, while Hayuatian was still completely in the dark. The next day Hanli spent an entire morning setting up an extremely powerful illusionary formation, then set off for the Heavenly Captivation Pavilion. According to Hayuatian, this pavilion was situated at the center of a cluster of small markets, all of which were temporary markets that had been set up by the major and minor powers of the human and demon races. The markets were all quite small, but one would often be surprised by what they could find there. Wait, you're not Wanner? Hanli then immediately sensed that something was amiss, and his expression instantly darkened. I'm truly surprised that you're the human senior who recently progressed to the body integration stage, fellow Taoist Han. Looks like my captivation technique is completely ineffective on you, the woman who was identical to Nangong Wan in appearance chuckled, and a layer of white qi abruptly surfaced over her face. After the white qi dissipated, she had completely transformed into another woman, who was still quite beautiful, but looked nothing like Nangong Wan. Were you trying to test me, Qin Suer? Han Li's dark expression didn't ease at all upon seeing this, and he appraised the woman in a cold manner. Of course not, I wouldn't dare to do that, senior. It's just that I've only just cultivated this great captivation technique, and I'm still unable to fully control it. Please forgive me for any offense I may have caused, the woman hurriedly explained. Great captivation technique? I've heard of this ability. It's a powerful innate ability of the heavenly fox race that can disguise one as the person closest to the beholder's heart. This must mean that you're a heavenly fox being. What connection do you bear with the heavenly fox monarch? Hanli asked as his expression eased slightly. My sister and I are indeed heavenly fox beings. We are related to the heavenly fox monarch, but only on a very distant basis, Qin Suer said as she extended a respectful curtsy before inviting Hanli to take a seat. Your great captivation technique had to have been enhanced by the restrictions around this place for it to have worked momentarily on me, right? Hanli chuckled as he took a seat. Qin Suer was quite surprised that Hanli was able to glean the function of the restrictions set up here so quickly, and she gained some admiration for him as a result. You have a sharp discerning eye, senior. Indeed, this is a shop set up by our heavenly fox race, and we've set up a few special formations within it. The formations won't be able to enhance other abilities, but they can indeed significantly bolster the efficacy of captivation and illusionary techniques. If we had met outside this shop, you most likely wouldn't have been fooled even for a single instant. It wasn't all that difficult to identify that restrictions had been set up in this shop, but for him to be able to determine that these restrictions could enhance the great captivation technique indicated that he had extensive knowledge and expertise in the art of formations himself. According to the circulating rumors, Hanli had to have encountered some kind of miraculous opportunity in the primordial world to have reached the body integration stage in just a few centuries, so it was quite remarkable that he had still managed to become this adept in the art of formations despite those difficult circumstances. Thus, the hint of skepticism and disdain that the woman had harbored toward Hanli as someone who had merely been outrageously lucky naturally immediately vanished. All right, I heard from my disciple that you agreed to meet me here today, so I presume you've prepared the things I want. Please bring them out. Hanli was still slightly annoyed that she had taken on Nangong Wan's appearance to test him, but he set that matter aside and cut straight to the chase. Of course. After returning to our demon race, I've secured most of the ingredients you requested through various avenues, and I'm sure you'll be pleased with what I've gathered. Mayor, bring out everything for Senior Han. I had to take care of some troublesome business recently, so I entrusted everything to my sister as a precautionary measure. Qin Suer nodded in response before turning to the little girl, then back to Hanli. At the moment, he was merely very pleased by all of the demon beast materials he had secured. Now he was only missing a few types of materials before he could begin refining his second extreme mountain. The Myriad Treasure Convention had only just begun, so even though the remaining materials were quite precious, it definitely wouldn't be an issue for him to gather them. However, much to Han Li's surprise, right as he returned in high spirits to the Immortal Welcome Palace, he discovered that he had a guest. It's you. Han Li appraised the purple-robed young woman before him with a surprised look on his face. This was none other than Dire, the demonic woman who had accompanied the Black Phoenix monarch. She was only at the early deity transformation stage, but it was said that she was extremely beautiful and was very renowned among the younger generation of the demon race. She was also clearly very much adored by the Black Phoenix monarch as well. However, she had been quite cold toward Han Li when they had first met on the Flying Immortal Peak, leading Han Li to wonder whether she really was the same Dire as the one that he knew. As such, it naturally came as quite a surprise that she was suddenly paying him a visit. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. Could it be that you were sent here by fellow Taoist Xiao?" Han Li asked in a calm manner. "No, I wanted to come and see you for my own reasons," the purple-robed woman replied, and her voice was very pleasing to the ears, like the crisp chirping of a lark. "You wanted to see me?" Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "That's right. I would like to speak with you in private," the purple-robed woman confirmed as she cast a quick glance toward Hai Yuetian, who was standing off to the side. "Go somewhere for now and don't come in unless I call for you," Han Li instructed as he turned to Hai Yuetian. Hai Yuetian was very interested in what relationship this woman shared with his master, but he naturally didn't dare to go against Han Li's orders, so he could only forcibly repress his own curiosity before departing after extending a respectful bow. As for Qi Lingzi, due to the incident with the Long family, Han Li didn't even permit him to show himself in front of outsiders, so he naturally wasn't present on the scene. There were people who were aware that Qi Lingzi was an unnamed disciple of his, but Han Li wasn't concerned at all even if the Long family patriarch were to learn this information and seek him out as a result. He naturally had countless alibis prepared that could completely detach himself from that giant golden ape as two different beings. After Hai Yuetian departed, the purple-robed woman immediately flipped a hand over to produce a handkerchief that was shimmering with faint white light, then offered it to Han Li with both hands for examination. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this and he sighed, "So it really is you, Dire." This handkerchief was only a low-grade spirit tool that he had given Dire when she was only a little girl. It didn't have any value to speak of, and it barely served any purpose. However, Dire was very fond of it and kept it with her at all times. Now that she was bringing it out for Han Li's inspection, it was quite clear that she was the same little girl from back then. A slightly complex look appeared on her face, and after a brief silence she suddenly raised her hand before plucking out a smooth black hairpin from out of her luscious locks. In the next instant, a ball of black light erupted from the phoenix hairpin, following which it transformed into a black feather that was around half a foot in length amid the cry of a phoenix. Almost at the exact same moment, bright white light erupted from her face, making it very difficult for one to look directly at her. Even though Han Li had cultivated a spirit eye ability, he was caught completely off guard and forced to close his eyes for a split second. Blue light then flashed through his pupils as he instantly reopened his eyes, peering through the white light, and a peculiar look appeared on her face. After the white light faded from her face, a set of exquisitely beautiful features that resemble those of a celestial maiden were revealed. Setting aside her unique disposition, her facial features alone bore a strong resemblance to those of Nangong Wan. Anyone could easily mistake the two of them as twin sisters. Taoist Master Myriad Bone was quite pleased to see that Han Li was also taking this very seriously, and he said, "I'm sure you don't actually need to be warned about most of this, but the Black Realm Exchange Convention is different from normal occasions, so I feel inclined to caution you about some things." Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he calculated how much time was left, and after around an hour, a ball of green light appeared in the distant sky before hurtling toward them at a rapid speed. After just a few flashes, the green light plummeted from above like a meteorite, looking as if it were about to crash heavily down onto the ground, yet it abruptly decelerated when it was still several tens of feet above the ground, then continued to drift downward before making a completely silent landing. Han Li glanced at the humanoid figure within the green light to find that they were situated right at the center of the other four people present. After quickly looking around at everyone else, the figure within the green light seemed to put on a smile before taking a seat with their legs crossed, displaying no intention to move anywhere else. Han Li initially faltered slightly upon seeing this before a faint smile appeared on his face, as if he found this person to be rather interesting. In contrast, Taoist Master Myriad Bone appraised the humanoid figure within the green light with slightly furrowed brows, seemingly having thought of something. According to what Taoist Master Myriad Bone had said, they were the 5 people who were going to be entering the Black Realm from this particular location. Over an hour later, Hanli suddenly sensed a burst of peculiar fluctuations radiating from within his sleeve, and he immediately reached into his sleeve to pull out that triangular black badge. There was a layer of white light flashing incessantly over its surface and fluctuating in brightness, seemingly resonating with something. Hanli was elated to see this, and he raised his head to look at the other 4 people present. They had also produced the same badges, all of which were flashing with white light as well. Right at this moment, a dull rumbling sound suddenly rang out in the air above the valley, following which a burst of powerful spatial fluctuations erupted forth. All 5 of the people present were slightly startled by this, and they looked up in unison to find that a blanket of dark clouds had appeared in the bright blue sky above the valley. Within the dark clouds, arcs of silver lightning were flashing silently before instantly intertwining to form a ball. A resounding thunderclap rang out, and a massive silver gate abruptly appeared. The gate was over 100 feet tall and had profound antiquated patterns on its surface, as well as silver runes surging around it, presenting a very spectacular sight to behold. All of a sudden, a buzzing sound rang out from within the massive silver gate, and the surrounding runes tremored before faltering on the spot in unison. After that, the gate was slowly opened up ever so slightly, and a streak of black light shot out from the other side. A humanoid figure flashed, and a mysterious cultivator in a long black cloak emerged before hovering in front of the gate. This person had black chi swirling around their entire body, and they remained completely silent as they appraised everyone down below with a bone-chilling gaze. This person's aura was extremely strange, seemingly extremely powerful at times, but almost non-existent in other times. It was as if they possessed an extremely unstable cultivation base. What kind of cultivation art was this? Hanli couldn't recall any cultivation art that fit this description, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. The figure enshrouded in golden light seemed to have also attended this Black Realm Exchange convention in the past, and he asked in a resounding voice, "Are you the guidance envoy of the Black Realm?" The black-robed figure ignored the golden figure, and a burst of green light flashed through their eyes as they said in a menacing manner, "Did you all bring your guidance badges? If so, I'll take you into the Black Realm. Those who try to enter the Black Realm without guidance badges will be killed on the spot." The black-robed figure's voice was very sharp and piercing, and it was impossible to tell whether this was a male or female voice. The golden figure harumphed coldly, clearly displeased with the black-robed figure's display of arrogance, but he didn't say anything in the end. As for Hanli and the others, they naturally weren't going to interject either. Seeing as none of the 5 people down below had any objections, the black-robed figure immediately flipped a hand over to produce a treasure that resembled a shimmering silver drumstick. He raised the treasure and struck the giant gate with it, upon which a crisp crack rang out, and the silver gate was completely flung open amid a dull rumbling sound. Hanli cast his gaze into the gate to find that there was nothing more than a vast expanse of inky blackness beyond the entrance. The place was completely devoid of light, as if it were a world of boundless darkness. It really did live up to its name of Black Realm. Just as these thoughts were running through Hanli's mind, the guidance badge in his hand suddenly became scorching hot, and in the next instant, it exploded into balls of black light that enshrouded his entire body. At the same time, the air tightened around him, and a burst of invisible force hoisted him upward, carrying him directly toward the giant silver gate. Hanli was slightly alarmed by this, but he looked around to find that the other 4 people had also been carried up into the air by black light as well, and his heart was put at ease. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of them had disappeared into the black world beyond the giant gate one after another, and after verifying that nothing was amiss, the black-robed figure struck the space on either side of the gate with the silver treasure before also entering the black world. The same rumbling sound rang out once again, and the giant silver gate slowly closed, then dispersed into countless arcs of lightning amid a loud thunderclap. The nearby dark clouds also instantly vanished after the arcs of lightning vanished, and the dark sky returned to its former brightness. Hanli was situated within the black light, inspecting his surroundings with a curious look on his face. Even after entering through the silver gate, the 5 of them were still enshrouded in black light and hovered in the air in a straight line. After entering this mysterious space, Hanli had completely gleaned the nature of this dark world. There was a sea of mist formed by bursts of black chi all around him, and some of the black chi appeared to be quite normal, yet others were extremely violent and tore through everything in the surrounding area in a frenzy, forming powerful black tornadoes in the process. However, what drew Hanli's attention the most were the demon beasts up ahead. There was quite a large number of these demon beasts, and their auras differed significantly from those of normal demon beasts. They were concealed within the mist in the distance, appraising Han Li and the others with menacing expressions, but didn't dare to approach them for some reason. Even from so far away, Han Li could still sense the violent auras emanating from their bodies, indicating that they were clearly nothing to be scoffed at. Black light flashed, and the black-robed figure appeared in front of the five of them. The figure then slowly flew ahead without saying anything, and just as Han Li was starting to feel perplexed by this, the black light around him suddenly flashed, and his body was involuntarily drawn forward by a burst of invisible power. The other four people with him were also experiencing the same thing, and all five of them were being towed along by the black-robed figure. The black light around their bodies seemed to be special as the black chi they encountered along the way all parted to allow them passage, and they quickly flew for several kilometers. All of a sudden blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he cast his gaze toward a vast expanse of black chi up ahead. He could sense that there was an enormous being lurking within the black chi, and its aura was of the same nature as that of those unknown demon beasts from before, but it was countless times more powerful, to the extent that even he felt greatly threatened by it. However, this black chi was quite profound, and even with his spirit eye ability, he was only able to just barely make out the outlines of a mountainous beast that seemed to be a giant python. The other four people with Han Li had clearly also sensed that formidable beast, and they were all feeling quite wary as the beast was slowly approaching them. Right at this moment, the guidance envoy suddenly descended, taking everyone down along with them, so they diverged away from that unknown giant beast. Han Li's heart naturally eased slightly as a result, and he cast one final glance at the giant beast before paying it no further heed. However, Han Li's expression changed slightly again after just a short while. At this point, they had been led downward by the guidance envoy for tens of thousands of feet, and they still didn't appear to be anywhere near the bottom. It was as if they were descending into a bottomless black abyss. If it weren't for the fact that the other four people around him hadn't displayed any reactions to this, he would seriously be reconsidering whether it was a good idea to continue following this black-robed figure. Thankfully, after they had descended for over 100,000 feet, the black chi around them finally dissipated, and they emerged from the sea of black mist into a strange blue world. There was faint blue light everywhere, illuminating all of the buildings and the strange black trees that resembled massive stone pillars down below. This blue light was emanating from a dozen or so shimmering blue massive balls of light hanging in the air. Each ball had a diameter of over 1,000 feet, and they were radiating faint blue light that seemed to be able to glow for the rest of eternity. A few dull thumps rang out, and the black light around the bodies of Han Li and the others shuddered before vanishing. The connection they had with the guidance envoy was also severed as a result. "I still have to go and guide others. Go to the Black Realm Hall down below and someone will take care of you there," the black-robed figure said in a cold voice before turning away and rising up into the air again, leaving them to their own devices. Han Li was left feeling rather speechless, but Taoist Master Myriad Bone seemed to be completely unfazed. He merely chuckled before descending toward the hall, and the golden figure also followed suit as a streak of golden light. Han Li and the other two figures exchanged a quick glance before naturally following along behind them. There were many buildings down below, but all of them were very different from the ones in the outside world. All of them had been constructed from rough-looking black stones, and they were very tall and massive, reflecting an ancient primordial construction style that was more crude and rough around the edges. The Black Realm Hall that the envoy had just referred to was very easy to identify. This was a huge black hall that was over 10,000 feet tall and had an area of several square kilometers, so it was very hard to miss. When Han Li and the others landed on a plaza in front of the hall, they were greeted by 2 rows of women wearing black veils garments who were waiting for them in advance. These women's faces had all been concealed by black veils, but they all had extremely alluring figures, and their auras suggested that they were all at or above the core formation stage, so they were superb subjects for dual cultivation. As soon as Han Li and the others descended before them, the 5 women at the front of the group made their way toward them in an elegant manner. One of the tall and slender women with skin as fair as snow extended a graceful curtsy before speaking in an extremely alluring voice. "We pay our respects to our seniors. From now on, please allow us to serve you. If you have any questions or needs, we'll do our best to answer and satisfy them. There is still some time before the commencement of the convention. Would you like to go and take a rest in the designated silent cultivation chambers?" Your Black Realm is always dabbling in these shady tricks. I don't need anyone to serve me, just take me to the hall," the indistinct smoky figure harumphed coldly, and her pleasant voice suggested that she was also a female cultivator. "If you don't wish to be served by us, Then we naturally won't force our service upon you, senior. Number 9, take this senior to the hall, the black-veiled servant chuckled before turning to one of her 4 companions. Number 9 stepped forward upon hearing this and said, Senior, please come with me. After that, she extended a respectful curtsy before making her way toward the gate of the hall in an elegant manner. The smoky female cultivator cast a cold glance at number 9 before following along behind her in silence. I don't need any rest either. Take me to the hall as well, the humanoid figure enshrouded in green light also said with a smile. Judging from his voice, this seemed to be an elderly man. The black-veiled servant agreed with a smile, and ordered another woman to take him into the hall. Thus, only 3 convention-goers were left on the plaza, one of whom was Han Li. How could I resist a free meal like this? I'm not going to pretend like I'm some saintly gentleman. I'll be going to enjoy myself now, fellow Taoists. Taoist Master Myriad Bone guffawed in a voice that was slightly more high-pitched than his normal voice. After that, he took the initiative and stepped forward before winding his arm around the most curvaceous of the 5 black-veiled women, then departed in high spirits. The golden figure aimed a scorching gaze at the leader of the 5 women as he chuckled. I wonder which fellow Taoist that is. I must say, I really do agree with him here. You're the leader here, so you must be the most exceptional among these 5. I'll get you to serve me. The woman didn't appear to be surprised at all by this and she said with a smile, I'm extremely honored to be chosen by you, senior. Number 11, make sure to take good care of this senior. She then stepped forward and sidled up voluntarily against the golden figure's body before departing with him. Han Li blinked as he looked at the 2 rows of black-veiled women standing further away, then glanced at the woman standing before him, and he made his voice more coarse and husky than normal as he asked, You're number 11? Does that mean there were only 6 fellow Taoists to arrive here before our group? You're mistaken there, senior. I am indeed number 11, but we're all randomly selected to serve the other seniors that came before, rather than selected based on our number sequence. This number 11 was quite petite, and her voice was extremely mellow and delightful. She was staring up at Han Li with a pitiable expression, as if she were afraid that Han Li would dismiss her in preference for someone else. I see. There's no need to go to the silent cultivation chamber. Accompany me to the hall. I have some things that I need to ask you, Han Li instructed. Yes, senior. Number 11 naturally replied in a respectful manner before voluntarily leaning her body against Han Li's. Han Li took a glance at her and wrapped an arm around her slender waist before striding toward the hall. Not long after Han Li had left the plaza, 4 more figures who were enshrouded in spiritual light of different colors descended from the sky, and they were also greeted by 4 smiling black-veiled servants. Not long after that, Han Li found himself resting on a large inclined chair with number 11 pressing her entire body against his, looking up at him with a pair of seductive eyes. At this point, Han Li had switched to a layer of azure light to conceal his own body, rather than the initial gray light. As a result, even Taoist Master Myriad Bone wouldn't be able to identify him now. They were currently situated in a black stone pavilion that was hovering in mid-air. Not only had a table, chairs and spirit tea been prepared here in advance, there were even some spirit flowers and spirits fruits that were extremely rare in the outside world placed on the stone table in front of Han Li. Han Li could see more identical structures hovering in the surrounding area, and upon closer inspection, there appeared to be around 500 to 600 of them. Most of these hovering pavilions were empty, but like Han Li, several tens of them were occupied by someone alongside a black-veiled servant. However, Han Li paid no heed to the eyes that were being cast toward him from the other pavilions. Instead, he was appraising a massive white light barrier at the center of all of the stone pavilions. This light barrier had a diameter in excess of 1,000 feet, and within it was a tall platform that was as pristine white as jade. Not only were there a red and blue stone pillars standing on each corner of the platform, there was also a peculiar yellow formation at the center of the platform. At the very center of the formation were 2 stone tables that were completely identical, except one was black and the other was white. The platform was completely empty aside from that. All of a sudden, Han Li withdrew his gaze and asked in a calm manner, So what you're saying is that when the exchange convention begins, your Black Realm will bring out some precious items first to exchange with us, right? What has gotten you so worked up that you're attacking a junior fellow Taoist? Number 37, how did you offend our esteemed guest? Hurry up and apologize. Much to everyone's surprise, even though the gray-robed figure hadn't held back at all in his attack, he was now scolding the black-veiled woman. My sincerest apologies for my transgressions in serving you, Senior. Please forgive me. Number 37's face was extremely pale, clearly still reeling from that near-death ordeal, but after hearing the order issued by the gray-robed figure, she immediately extended a respectful bow toward the fiery giant with a pitiable look on her face. The fiery giant seemed to have regained much of its composure after being struck by that sword strike, and the fury in its eyes gradually faded, but it still harumphed coldly, "I'll let you off the hook this time, but if you do something that's considered taboo in our race again, I'll swallow you alive." In the next instant, the flames around the giant's body receded, and it shrank down to become a normal human-sized red-robed figure with a pair of crimson horns. However, the red-robed figure's facial features had been completely concealed by a layer of red light. The gray-robed figure turned to number 37 before transmitting his voice toward her to ask a few questions, then nodded to end their conversation before turning to the red-robed figure in a slightly apologetic manner. "I see, so you're from that race." Number 37 did indeed cross the line here, but please forgive her. She would have had no way of knowing your origins, fellow Taoist. "I'll immediately order for another better replacement to serve you." You can do whatever you want. I just want this convention to get started as quickly as possible. I don't have a lot of time to waste in this black realm." The red-robed demonic cultivator harumphed coldly before flying toward a certain empty stone pavilion on his own as a massive fireball. The gray-robed figure down below shook his head in a resigned manner upon seeing this, then waved a hand toward number 37. Immediately thereafter, his body swayed, and he vanished as quickly as he had appeared. Only then did number 37 rise to her feet and take her leave. Han Li was quite intrigued by the reason behind the red-robed demonic cultivator's furious outburst, but seeing as the matter had been addressed in a relatively peaceful fashion, he withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes again to continue to rest. Meanwhile, number 11 stood up before quietly making her way behind him before using her fair delicate hands to gently massage his shoulders, serving her much like a mortal servant would. With Han Li's immensely powerful body, he naturally didn't require any such services to relieve fatigue, but it was still quite an enjoyable experience to receive this gentle massage while breathing in the fragrant scent wafting from her body. He lay still on his chair, and it seemed that he had truly fallen half asleep. Thus time slowly passed and more of the stone pavilions were filled. After about 6 to 8 hours had passed, almost all of the stone pavilions had been taken. Even so, there were only a total of around 400 to 500 people present, but considering the fact that there were several tens of body integration cultivators among them while most of the rest were spatial tempering cultivators carrying extremely valuable treasures, this was indeed an extremely formidable gathering. Despite the growing number of convention-goers, all of the human and demonic cultivators in the stone pavilions kept to themselves, either sitting in silence or sipping on spirit wine or spirit tea on their own without displaying any intention to communicate with others. Thus, an extremely silent atmosphere had settled over the entire hall. After around another hour had passed, a ball of piercing golden light suddenly erupted in the air above the pristine white platform, following which a giant black bell and a green humanoid figure emerged at one corner of the golden formation. The huge bell was about as tall as a person and was completely black in color, with a few traces of rust visible along its edges. At the center of the bell was a diagram depicting a black WRM with a single eye that was giving off an unsettling red light. The green figure that had emerged alongside the black bell had a small purple club in his hand, and his upper body was completely bare, revealing a burly and strong physique. His skin was of a light green color, indicating that he wasn't a human, but there was no demonic chi emanating from his body either, thereby making it quite difficult to determine just what kind of being he was. However, there was a faint golden metallic luster intermingled with the green of his skin, so it was quite clear that he had cultivated some kind of special body refinement art, and definitely possessed an immensely powerful body. All of the cultivators in the stone pavilions naturally cast their eyes toward the black bell in unison, waiting for what was going to happen next. The burly green-skinned figure was completely unfazed by the scrutiny from so many powerful beings. He merely took a deep breath and green light swirled around him, upon which his body expanded to over twice its original size, taking him to around 30 feet tall. His arms also expanded significantly as bulging veins began to squirm like worms beneath his skin, and he tightened both of his hands around the purple copper club before swinging it toward the giant black in a slow and extremely careful manner. The bell chimed, and a purple halo of light proliferated forth from the center of the giant bell, rippling through the air before vanishing in a flash. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, and before he could react, the burly green-skinned man's body suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. In the blink of an eye, he had been reduced to a frail and emaciated elderly man with white hair and a white beard, looking as if he were close to his deathbed. That strike of the bell seemed to have exhausted all of his energy and a vast amount of his lifespan, an occurrence that came as quite a shock to all of the observers present. Han Li's pupils also contracted upon seeing this, but the bell chime just now was quite ordinary and didn't seem to be special in any way. However, in the next instant, the spiritual power within his body suddenly began to churn, and his blood essence also began to flow at several times its normal speed before becoming extremely hot within his body. Han Li was quite alarmed by this, and he immediately rose to his feet. He circulated his own powerful true essence to forcibly quell these physical reactions, and almost at the same time, he discovered that his magic power seemed to have increased slightly after hearing that bell chime. Thus, no one was surprised by the question that was being asked, and everyone turned to appraise the golden-masked figure, awaiting his answer. Indeed, fellow Taoist, the devilish tribulation will befall both the human and demon races, and as a part of the two races, our black realm certainly isn't exempt from this, so it would only be normal for us to make some preparations in advance. However, I have to correct you on one thing. This heaven match bell is indeed quite an extraordinary treasure, but not as extraordinary as you think, and it possesses some flaws. Compared to the treasures brought out in the past Black Realm exchange conventions, it actually is inferior to a few of them, the golden-masked figure said with a smile. Flaws? Can you elaborate on that, fellow Taoist? Is this not a profound heavenly treasure? A cold voice rang out from another stone pavilion, and it was clearly tinged with a hint of disappointment. Profound heavenly treasure? You think far too highly of our Black Realm, fellow Taoist. We may be quite powerful, but there's no way we could get our hands on such a treasure. There's no way that even the 3 sovereigns and 7 monarchs, or even the 2 grand ascension cultivators in our 2 races would possess profound heavenly treasures. Even if such a treasure were to fall into the hands of our 2 races, it would bring genocidal disaster upon us. Otherwise, why would that united foreign race army have attacked Deep Heaven City several centuries ago? The golden-masked figure said in a meaningful voice. He was intentionally being slightly ambiguous with his words, but many of the body integration cultivators present were clearly aware of what he was referring to. The golden-masked figure paused momentarily before continuing. However, seeing as our Black Realm is willing to offer this heaven match bell for exchange, we naturally have an obligation to disclose this treasure's origins to everyone. In a sense, this treasure has also been imbued with a hint of the laws of heaven and earth, so it does indeed possess some incredible abilities akin to those of profound heavenly treasures. The treasure was discovered within a secret region on the territory of an extinct foreign race, and it was quite damaged when we found it, so it's nowhere near as powerful as it otherwise could be. According to the textual annotations found in that secret region, this treasure should be part of a pair of treasures, which comprised of the most powerful treasures of that extinct race. Aside from this heaven match bell, there's also a heaven quake mallet, and the 2 of them should be used together. Unfortunately, we searched through that entire secret region, but were unable to find that heaven quake mallet. As such, we could only commission a tool refinement master to refine a replica heaven quake mallet using precious materials such as deep-sea purple copper, and the process took a vast amount of time and resources. This replica wasn't exactly a resounding success, and it can only achieve 10% of the effect that the original treasure would be capable of at most. As for repairing the heaven match bell, that would require extremely special materials that can't be found in this realm, so we could only leave it in its current form. Otherwise, if we could have the complete heaven match bell and the original heaven quake mallet to accompany it, the powers of the 2 treasures wouldn't be inferior by much, even compared to a profound heavenly treasure. Of course, if we had been able to accomplish this, then there's no way that we would be bringing out this treasure as the first item for exchange during this convention. Right at this moment, an indifferent female voice suddenly rang out. I don't really care if this is a profound heavenly treasure or not, I just want to know its exact abilities and flaws. Of course, I was just getting to that. I'm sure all of you have already experienced this bell's ability to enhance one's magic power. However, this ability is only effective for cultivators at or above the deity transformation stage. A chime of this bell can enhance a deity transformation cultivator's magic power by a degree equivalent to 30 years of arduous cultivation, which is reduced to around 10 years for spatial tempering cultivators, and for body integration stage fellow Taoists, the effect is quite minimal. However, the bell only works 3 times for each person. After that, no matter how many chimes of this bell one listens to, it won't do anything for them. On top of that, if the number of people listening to the chime of the bell on a single occasion exceeds a certain threshold, the magic power enhancement effect would be significantly hampered. As the golden masked figure continued in his introduction, the scorching looks in everyone's eyes faded significantly. Most people were shaking their heads and giving up what they perceived as a lost cause. Not only that, but not just any cultivator can make this bell chime. A body refinement warrior must be selected, and they must reach a certain level of mastery in a foreign cultivation art that we secured from the same secret region. Due to the fact that this heaven match bell is damaged, the one who strikes the bell will suffer backlash from the power of laws within this treasure, depleting them of their true essence, and leading to their death not long after the event. Hence, if you want to use this bell, then you have to nurture a group of specialized body refinement warriors who are willing to die for this cause, which may be quite troublesome. However, if it were to be used appropriately, this heaven match bell can still be quite useful, especially to those who are part of large families or sections. The golden masked figure finally completed his introduction. After hearing all of this, Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, and he returned to his seat. It was quite clear that this heaven match bell wasn't going to be of much use to him. In contrast, he was rather interested in that foreign body refinement art that the golden masked man had mentioned. Like Han Li, many of the other people present had also lost interest in this treasure after hearing this lengthy introduction. The entire hall was silent for a while before someone finally asked, "What would you like for this treasure? I'm sure normal items wouldn't be able to catch the attention of your black realm." Not necessarily. I'll state a few items that I'm willing to exchange this treasure for, and if any of you possess one of those items and are willing to offer it for exchange, this treasure is yours. If none of you possess any of those items, then we're willing to exchange this treasure for top-grade spirit stones or spirit medicines over 1,000 years old as well, but that will naturally require an unimaginable sum, the golden masked figure said, and everyone was quite surprised to hear this. Are you serious? The same unknown female cultivator seemed to be very interested in this heaven match bell, and she was very excited to hear this. Of course, I wouldn't make jokes on such an occasion. On top of that, our black realm naturally has more items we'd like to offer for exchange than just this heaven match bell. Here is a list of items that we're searching for in exchange for our treasures. The golden masked man flipped a hand over as he spoke to reveal a white jade slip. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed, and a pillar of white light erupted from the jade slip before dispersing into a series of ancient silver characters in mid-air. These characters depicted the names of over 100 types of items. Over 3 kilograms of earthine crystals, a 30-feet-long section of snow spirit wood, green blood fruits that are over 100,000 years old. Han Li looked at the list of items and was quite stunned by what he saw. Not only was Han Li stunned by the items on the list, many of the other people present were also quite astonished by what was being shown. All of these items were extremely difficult to find in the spirit realm, and even those of the black realm couldn't be sure that the convention goers would have these items, so they had listed alternative options, such as using large amounts of spirit stones and spirit medicines to substitute for those items. Of course, it was quite possible that there were people who possessed items on this list but simply wouldn't want to exchange them for such a circumstantial treasure. After all, this heaven match bell would only be useful for those who were part of large powers. Han Li sat in his chair and appraised the list of items with a contemplative look in his eyes. I don't have a 30-feet-long section of snow spirit wood, but I do have a section that's 10 feet in length. Would I be able to make up the rest with spirit stones? The same woman from before asked. It was quite clear that she really did want this treasure. I'm afraid not. The size of the snow spirit wood is very important to us, and we won't be able to use it even if it's just a single inch too short, the golden masked man replied without any hesitation. That's rather disappointing. I really want this heaven match bell, but I'll have to give up on it, the woman sighed before falling silent. If I don't have any of the things on this list, can I offer other items for exchange? A completely emotionless voice rang out from a stone pavilion in a secluded corner of the hall. Theoretically, yes, but we will only take materials that we require, and they have to be of the same caliber as the ones we've listed, the golden masked man replied with a smile. The man who had spoken seemingly hesitated momentarily before speaking again. In that case, take a look at this and tell me what you think. As soon as his voice trailed off, the pleasant cry of a crane rang out from that stone pavilion, and a snowy white crane with a black wooden box held between its beak flew out of the pavilion. With a single flap of its wings, it reached the white light barrier in a graceful manner, then passed through it without any impediment, presumably as the golden masked figure had done something to grant it passage. The golden masked figure raised his hand, and the crane immediately opened its mouth, releasing the wooden box and allowing it to fly into the man's grasp. After that, the crane continued to circle around in the air above the stone platform, refraining from landing, but also displaying no intention to return right away. Meanwhile, the golden masked man had already opened the black wooden box, and a burst of green light flashed from within it. His pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the item in the box, and a serious look appeared on his face. He didn't reach into the box to touch the item, but light flashed through his eyes as he examined the item intently for a long while. The owner of the white crane knew that the item was being carefully appraised, and he waited patiently for the verdict. All of the other people present were naturally curious about what was inside the wooden box, and they were also waiting for the response. If that item failed to satisfy the golden masked man, then they would still have chances to secure this heaven match bell. After a while, the light in the golden masked man's eyes finally faded, and he heaved a long wistful sigh. "Are you not satisfied with this item, fellow Taoist?" The owner of the crane seemed to be quite taken aback. Normally, the value of this item would indeed match that of many of the materials on my list, but if I want to truly make use of it, I'll have to nurture it for at least 10,000 years. The tribulation is about to befall us within 1,000 years, so I would rather take more pragmatic things such as spirit stones and materials that can be used right away, the golden masked man replied in a euphemistic manner. He then placed the lid over the wooden box again before tossing it into the air. The white crane let loose a sharp cry before swooping down to catch the box between its beak again, and it then flew out of the light barrier and headed back to its master. After a brief silence, the owner of the white crane heaved a slightly forlorn sigh. "That's quite a pity." The golden masked man's brows furrowed slightly in response to the lukewarm reception that the heaven match bell was receiving, and after a while, he heaved a resigned sigh. "Are there other fellow Taoists wishing to offer items for exchange? If not, then I'll have to auction off the item for top-grade spirit stones or spirit medicines." Everyone remained silent, and no further offers were made. "In that case, let's commence the AUC. A wry smile appeared on the golden masked man's face, yet just as he was about to commence the auction, a coarse male voice suddenly rang out. "Please wait, I have something that your black realm wants. No, to put it more accurately, it's something even more precious. Would you like to see it, fellow Taoist?" A hint of surprise flashed through number 11's eyes, and her massaging hands faltered slightly. The man who had just spoken was naturally none other than Han Li. At this point he had already flipped a hand over to produce a yellow jade box. "Of course I would be more than happy to see it. If you really do have something of exceptional value, then I'll definitely offer an exchange that's worth your while." The golden masked man was elated to hear this. Han Li merely remained silent as he swept a sleeve through the air, and a white snake flew forth before swallowing the jade box, then shot forth as a streak of white light. "Oh." The golden masked figure glanced at the snake right as it flew into the white light barrier and slowly descended beside him, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He had clearly identified that this was no ordinary puppet. After landing beside the golden masked man, the white snake opened its mouth to expel that yellow jade box. Compared to the special properties of this puppet, the golden masked man was naturally more interested in what lay in this jade box, and he carefully caught the box before removing the lid. A ball of black light was hovering within it, and within that ball of light was a shimmering silver spirit herb that was several inches tall. "This is a Een Phoenix herb," the golden masked man exclaimed in an ecstatic manner. Right at this moment Han Li's voice transmission sounded beside his ears. "That is indeed a Een Phoenix herb, and it's been growing for hundreds of thousands of years, so it's far more precious than the 70,000-year-old Een Phoenix herb that your black realm is searching for." "It's been growing for hundreds of thousands of years?" The golden masked figure drew a sharp breath upon hearing this before hurriedly releasing his spiritual sense to encompass the entire herb and commencing a thorough appraisal. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. He had obtained this spirit herb from that medicine garden in the vast glacial realm, and he had given most of them to the body integration cultivators of the heavenly cloud races, leaving only one for himself so he could secure the spirit herb's seeds. After returning to Deep Heaven City, he had already used a special secret technique to secure those seeds, so he had a superfluous Een Phoenix herb that wasn't really useful to him. Of course, he also had a few other spirit herbs that were no less rare and precious than this Een Phoenix herb, and he had secured seeds from all of them as well. Han Li hadn't originally intended to exchange for that heaven match bell, so if Phoenix Herb hadn't been on the list that the golden masked figure had presented, then he would have merely passed up this treasure. However, seeing as they were actively searching for this spirit herb and he didn't have much use for it, he was naturally going to maximize its value by exchanging it here. On top of that, he really was quite interested in the foreign body refinement art enclosed with this heaven match bell, so he finally decided to speak up after some careful contemplation. This appraisal was clearly more thorough than the last one, and it also took a lot longer. Finally, the golden masked figure exhaled as he concluded his appraisal, and his lips tremored as he transmitted his voice to Han Li. "Where did you obtain this Phoenix herb from, fellow Taoist? I was unable to determine its exact age, but it's at least been growing for 200,000 years. Can you verify its exact age?" The golden masked man's voice was filled with unbridled excitement. "I'm afraid I'm unable to verify its age either. The only way to ascertain its age would be to refine it into pills, then examine the effects of those pills. However, I can indeed confirm that this spirit herb has been growing for far longer than 200,000 years. Are you interested?" Han Li replied with a voice transmission of his own. "We are most definitely interested, but a small portion of this spirit herb seems to be missing. As such, its value will be discounted," the golden masked figure said in a slow voice. "I've taken the seeds for this spirit medicine for myself. As I'm sure you're aware, the seeds of this Phoenix herb aren't worth much at all, so even if the value is to be discounted, it shouldn't be by much. As such, I definitely won't be willing to exchange it just for this heaven match bell alone. If you want this spirit herb, then show me some sincerity. Didn't you say that the Black Realm has some other precious treasures to put up for exchange? If you're unwilling to negotiate, then I would rather keep this Phoenix herb to exchange with the other fellow Taoists present." Han Li's eyes narrowed as he transmitted his voice in a cold manner. "This is quite an important matter, so I'll have to discuss it with some other people before I give you a response," the golden masked figure replied in a solemn manner after a brief hesitation. "Of course, go ahead," Han Li replied. After that, the golden masked man raised his head to look up into the sky, and his lips tremored incessantly as he held a discussion with his hidden colleagues. Everyone could only wait while the discussion took place. Thankfully, the discussion ended quite quickly, and not long after that, the golden masked man transmitted his voice to Han Li again. "Aside from this heaven match bell, we're willing to offer you another one of the most precious treasures that we have for exchange. However, you don't get to choose what that second treasure is. Of course, if you're not happy with the second treasure and decide to pass up on it, we'll compensate you with a huge sum of spirit stones." "If I don't get to choose, then I'd rather keep this spirit herb for the next round of exchanges," Han Li replied with furrowed brows. "You're naturally well within your right to do that, but I must caution you that different materials will be required to exchange for the next few treasures we'll be offering. These treasures have all been contributed by different elders of our Black Realm, and all of them have different needs. Hence, there's no guarantee that you'll be able to exchange for two treasures even with this spirit herb of yours if you pass up this heaven match bell," the golden masked figure said. "Are you saying the next few treasures will be even more precious than this heaven match bell?" Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this. "Hee, that'll depend on what you perceive to be of value," the golden masked man replied in an ambiguous manner, not disclosing any further information to Han Li. Han Li's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. The golden masked man thought that he was interested in the heaven match bell, when in reality he only wanted the accompanying foreign body refinement art. As for whether he could secure the bell or not, that was completely inconsequential to him. With that in mind, Han Li asked, "How will I know that this second treasure is one of the most precious treasures on offer for exchange as you proclaim? What if you find a random treasure to swindle me with?" The golden masked man was clearly very confident in this second treasure, and he replied in a proud manner, Hee, you don't have to worry about that, fellow Taoist. I'm sure that a cultivator of your caliber will be able to identify a precious treasure from a dud. If you're not satisfied with the second treasure, you can always refuse to make the exchange." After a brief pause for contemplation, Han Li agreed to this arrangement. "In that case, you have to let me see the second treasure first, right? If it's indeed useful to me, then I'll accept the exchange." The golden masked man's confident display made him quite curious about just what this second treasure was. "Sure, please wait a moment, fellow Taoist." The golden masked figure smiled as spiritual light flashed from his hand, and a golden cloth pouch appeared before being tossed into the air. White light flashed and the white snake sprang forth like lightning, swallowing the pouch before flying out of the light barrier and heading back to Han Li. Han Li extended a hand, and the golden pouch fell into his grasp. He raised an eyebrow as he immediately loosened the opening of the pouch, then swept his spiritual sense into it, following which a stunned look abruptly appeared on his face. As soon as he opened the pouch, bright azure light erupted forth, accompanied by a burst of buzzing. Immediately thereafter, something attempted to fly out of the pouch, and Han Li immediately placed a hand over the pouch's opening, sealing it amid a flash of golden spiritual light. The azure light and the strange buzzing sound both vanished after that flash of golden light. What is the meaning of this? Han Li stared blankly at the pouch for a long while before abruptly turning to the golden-masked man and transmitting his voice toward him again. I'm offering that item and the heaven match bell for your Phoenix herb, the golden-masked figure replied with a confident smile. Humph, if this item were completely refined, then it would naturally be an extraordinary treasure, but you're trying to exchange for my Phoenix herb with just an embryo? You sure are a shrewd businessman. Han Li harumphed coldly. Do you think we'd be offering this item if it were completely refined? In that case, even without the heaven match bell, just this item alone would be worth 7 or 8 Phoenix herbs of the same age, the golden-masked figure replied in an unyielding manner. That's true. This item would indeed be indispensable to any cultivator after being fully refined. However, an embryo is still an embryo, it's still far from being completely refined. Who knows if it'll be worth exchanging such a precious spirit herb for something that'll be completely useless during the upcoming devilish tribulation. Han Li sighed after a brief pause. Hee, that'll be up to your luck, fellow Taoist. If you can survive the devilish tribulation, then find a way to refine this item, then you'll have earned yourself an extraordinary asset. Truth be told, this is something that one of our Black Realm elders was refining, and he only decided to offer it for exchange as he knew that he wouldn't be able to completely refine it, the golden-masked man revealed in a truthful manner. Han Li stroked his chin and fell into silent contemplation. The item in the pouch was a legendary treasure among the human and demon races, and once successfully refined, it could assist a cultivator significantly in their cultivation. It was said that only a tiny handful of people possessed this type of treasure in the entirety of the two races. At present, it was only a semi-finished product, but if it weren't for the imminent devilish tribulation, Han Li would exchange it for his Phoenix herb almost without any hesitation, let alone the fact that the heaven match bell was also being thrown into the deal. However, this treasure was a spirit item that was born from heaven and earth. Not only was it extremely difficult to form its embryo, completing its refinement was virtually an impossible task. Otherwise, such a valuable treasure wouldn't be so exceedingly rare among the two races. Even so, the miraculous effects of this treasure in its fully refined form still posed quite a tempting prospect to Han Li, and it was no wonder that the golden-masked man was so confident that he would agree to this exchange. At the same time, it also showed just how determined he was to secure this Phoenix herb. Through the interaction between Han Li and the golden-masked man, the other people in the nearby stone pavilions had also deduced that there was a good chance that this exchange would be a successful one. As such, many people were naturally curious about just what was in the jade box that Han Li had offered, and what was in the cloth pouch that the golden-masked man had offered in exchange. However, with the powerful spiritual sense restrictions in this place, they were naturally unable to ascertain any of those details. Alright, I agree to this exchange. Han Li officially agreed after just a brief moment of contemplation. You've definitely made the right decision, fellow Taoist, the golden-masked man said with an elated look in his eyes. He then swept his sleeve toward the heaven match bell to send a burst of golden light surging toward it, and the giant bell rapidly shrank down to around the size of a human palm in the blink of an eye, then hovered in midair within the golden light. The purple club had also shrunk down to around the thickness of a finger, and was drawn into his hand as a streak of purple light. The rest of the process was very simple. The golden-masked man placed these two items into a wooden box before making a hand seal, and a giant black crow abruptly appeared in the air above the platform. The crow caught the black box between its beak before delivering it to Han Li, while the golden-masked figure carefully stowed away the jade box containing the Phoenix herb. Han Li also stowed away the heaven match bell and golden pouch before laying back in his seat and closing his eyes again. Thus the exchange had been completed. Number 11 immediately resumed her gentle massage. Alright, the first treasure has been successfully exchanged. I'll now be bringing out some tool and pill refinement materials that are extremely rare in the outside world. I'm sure they'll pique the interest of many of the fellow Taoists present. These materials aren't extremely precious, but they're all very pragmatic items that are in severe shortage. Due to the vast amount of these materials, we'll be exchanging them in 3 separate batches. Please pay attention. I'll now be displaying a new list of items that we're looking for in exchange for these materials. If more than one person sets their eyes on a single batch of materials, then I'll be the one to decide which exchange is more favorable for our Black Realm, the Golden Masked Man announced. At the same time, 2 jade slips appeared in his hands, and he waved them through the air in unison. The ancient characters hovering in the air began to change, with some of the original items vanishing, while many new items were added to the list as well. At the same time, another light screen appeared beside the existing one, and that screen displayed the 3 batches of materials that the Black Realm was offering for exchange, of which there was an absolutely staggering amount. It was quite clear that these materials were extremely popular, and as soon as they were displayed, many people immediately began to offer exchanges, and the silent atmosphere in the hall was immediately set alight. As for Han Li, he merely looked on and displayed no intention of making any offers. The 3 batches of materials were quickly exchanged, and the next item that the Golden Masked Man presented came as quite a surprise to Han Li. This was a group of 7 exquisitely beautiful human women, each of which were at the foundation establishment stage or above, and they all had special constitutions that made them extremely viable dual cultivation partners. They were all quite young, and only minimal nurturing would be required to develop them into exceptional concubines or dual cultivation partners, so there was naturally a lot of interest displayed toward them as well. After much competition, a mysterious purple-robed man secured this item, with a piece of profound light iron in exchange. After that, the Black Realm brought out their second major treasure for exchange, which was a peculiar antiquated yellow flag. It was an extremely powerful treasure left behind by a mighty figure back when the human race first established itself in the spirit realm. Even to this day, that mighty figure was still vastly renowned, and it was said that this treasure possessed extraordinary powers. On top of that, it was very versatile and could be used as the core of a super formation, or simply used as a weapon against enemies in battle. Even Han Li was tempted by these treasures, but unfortunately the Golden Masked Man presented a list of only 3 other treasures in exchange for this item, each of which was no less precious than this flag, and that naturally proved to be a significant hurdle for those who were interested in the treasure. Coincidentally, one of the people present really did have one of the 3 stipulated treasures, and not only did he secure the yellow flag after some bartering, they also secured an additional large sum of spirit stones in exchange as well. This was a mysterious individual enshrouded under a cloud of blood mist, and Han Li couldn't help but turn toward them with an intrigued expression. After that, the Golden Masked Man brought out some items that were produced in the Wood Tribe and Spirit Race, and all of these items had special uses. As such, they were very attractive to the convention-goers present, and they clamored to offer the items required by the Black Realm for exchange. A few more major treasures were brought out by the Golden Masked Man thereafter, all of which were vastly renowned and possessed abilities that weren't inferior to the Heaven Match Bell and the antiquated yellow flag. Furthermore, these treasures either had astonishing defensive abilities or extraordinary offensive capabilities, so they were a lot more pragmatic than the 2 aforementioned treasures, and they definitely provided a fantastic shortcut to enhance one's powers. As such, the entire hall was stirred up into a near frenzy as everyone competed for these treasures. The final treasure was a supporting fan, which was ranked slightly above the middle of the pack on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. It was said to be able to move mountains and part oceans, possessing unimaginably enormous power. Over 20 cultivators pulled out all types of materials in heaps and piles in a bid to secure this treasure, and in the end, the Golden Masked Man chose the one who had offered the most materials, and exchanged the supporting fan in exchange for those materials, as well as a few more powerful treasures. Han Li was also interested, but unfortunately the treasure was being exchanged for some precious legendary crystals rather than spirit medicines, and Han Li didn't possess any of those crystals. Following that transaction, all of the items that the Black Realm had prepared had been exchanged, and none of them had to be auctioned off for spirit stones. This was a clear indication that the Black Realm had done their homework beforehand and were well aware of what everyone wanted. The Golden Masked figure was clearly very pleased with the proceedings thus far, and he announced, "Everything our Black Realm had to offer has been exchanged. It's now time for the free exchange segment of the convention. If you have any items that would be of interest to our Black Realm, I'd like to ask you to consider offering them to us for exchange. As for the rules, they're the same as always. Only a maximum of 3 people at a time will be allowed onto the stage to display the items they'd like to offer for exchange, and it'll be up to you to negotiate all of the terms. Our Black Realm won't intervene at all during this segment. Alright, I hereby announce the commencement of the free exchange segment. In that case allow me to go first. As soon as the golden masked figure's voice trailed off, a sinister voice abruptly sounded. Immediately thereafter, a streak of black light shot forth from one of the stone pavilions, and after just a few flashes, it appeared in the air above the white light barrier. This was a gray-robed man with his entire body enshrouded within peculiar wisps of black light. You sure seem like you're in a hurry, fellow Taoist. I'll also be taking the stage with you. Several more streaks of light shot forth from other hovering pavilions almost in complete unison, but seeing as someone had arrived on the platform first, one of the streaks of light immediately brightened significantly before vanishing on the spot, then reappearing within the light barrier in the next instant as if via instant teleportation. This was an elegant figure enshrouded within a layer of 5-colored light. It was a female cultivator. A sharp cry rang out from another streak of light, and it blurred slightly before doubling in speed, arriving on the stone platform ahead of its competition. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon catching sight of this third person, who had an extremely peculiar figure. He was around 10 feet tall and about just as many feet wide, resembling a massive meatball as he stood on the platform. However, on this meatball was the head of a normal man, which was currently etched with a concerned expression, and completely unconcealed. Everyone else was too slow, and they were rebounded by the white light barrier, preventing them from descending onto the platform. Please go back for now, fellow Taoists. You can come back in the next round, the golden masked man said as he cupped his fist in a polite salute. The people outside the light barrier were naturally quite reluctant to leave, but they could only depart in a disgruntled manner. The gray-robed man who had descended onto the platform first let loose a burst of delighted laughter. It was naturally quite a privilege to be able to present their items in the first round. Otherwise, if something they needed were taken by someone else before they could take the stage, that would naturally be quite infuriating. The golden masked man glanced at the human meatball before chuckling. I'm glad you came to participate in our exchange conference again, Brother Zhu. On top of that, you seem to be very eager. I'm sure the memory of missing out on that treasure during the last convention still haunts you to this day. We both had 100-segment beads, but mine was clearly of a higher caliber. If he hadn't taken the stage before me, how would the treasure have ended up in his hands? I really hate participating in this exchange convention as my figure makes me stick out like a sore thumb no matter how I try to disguise myself, but I hardly have any choice. The meatball sighed as the concern in his eyes was exacerbated even further. The cultivation art you're using has been vastly renowned since ancient times. You may not be able to manipulate your own body as you please, but countless people would gladly accept this disadvantage for your immense powers. This meatball seemed to be quite an important and powerful figure, as evidenced by the fact that the golden masked man was speaking to him in an extremely polite manner. I know you're only saying that to make me feel better, but my mood has been buoyed nonetheless. I hope I can reap some worthwhile rewards during this exchange convention. Despite what he was saying, the meatball was still looking quite unenthusiastic and forlorn. The golden masked man smiled before taking over 10 steps backward, standing in silence on one corner of the golden formation. The gray-robed man was clearly also quite wary toward this meatball, and after a brief pause, he cupped his fist in a salute and said, "Seeing as Brother Zhu is so eager to present his treasure, I would be happy to let you go first." The female cultivator enshrouded under 5-colored light didn't say anything, but she also nodded to accept this arrangement. "In that case you have my thanks, fellow Taoists." The meatball returned the gray-robed man's salute before abruptly patting his own bulging belly, then opened his mouth to expel a shimmering white small vial that landed in his hand. "There are 3 balls of golden crow true flames in here, and I'll only exchange them for a myriad-year golden bone zoysia or false meridian herb, with 1 fireball exchange for each spirit plant," the meatball announced. "Golden crow true flames? Is that true? How did you manage to get your hands on such true spirit flames? If he's the one offering them, then the flames are most likely real. Having said that, I'm quite surprised that he's willing to part with such flames." The announcement immediately created a stir throughout the entire hall, and after a brief moment of surprise, Han Li stroked his chin as a contemplative look appeared on his face. His spirit engulfing heavenly flames had absorbed a wisp of this true spirit flame from the demonic birds in the Golden Demon Mountain ranges, and that had significantly enhanced their power. If this demonic cultivator really did possess this type of true spirit flame, and he had as many as 3 balls of such flames, then that would allow the spirit engulfing heavenly flames to become significantly more powerful. Unfortunately, he sounded extremely determined to accept only the 2 types of spirit medicines that he had stated, and Hanli had neither of them, so he was feeling slightly frustrated. At this moment, the meatball carefully removed the lid of the small vial, then patted the bottom of the vial with his hand, and 3 scorching white fireballs flew out from within. The 3 fireballs then transformed into a trio of white fire ravens that flew around him. The 3 fire ravens were completely pristine white in color, and there were faint silver runes swirling around their bodies. Scorching heat immediately filled the entire light barrier, causing it to tremor slightly in an unsteady manner. Those really are Golden Crow true flames. If someone using a fire attribute cultivation art were to refine these flames, they would benefit immensely. More chatter rang out from all directions, and a series of envious and greedy eyes fell upon the 3 white fire ravens. Everyone's spiritual sense had been severely restricted, but all of the convention goers present naturally had extremely sharp discerning eyes, and even from this far away, they could determine with relative certainty that these were indeed Golden Crow true flames. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, allowing him to glean the true appearance of the Golden Crow true flames within those 3 white fire ravens, and a peculiar look appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, These are diluted Golden Crow true flames. His voice was so faint that even number 11 failed to hear what he had just said. After making this observation, the frustration in Han Li's eyes faded, and he looked on with a cold expression. Meanwhile, the gray-robed man had also brought out a 3-colored lotus-shaped treasure that was of the ice attribute. He declared that it could release 3 types of glacial flames, and would be extremely powerful when wielded by someone using an ice attribute cultivation art. In exchange for this treasure, he would only accept a fire attribute treasure of the same caliber. As for the female cultivator enshrouded within the 5-colored light, she had brought out a head-sized crimson ball, which was the egg of a blood flame falcon. This was a type of primordial beast that was renowned for its ferocity, and after reaching full maturity, blood flame falcons had an average wingspan of over 100 feet. On top of that, they were adept in abilities that were of the extremely rare blood attribute, and depending on what innate ability they developed, they could potentially ultimately attain spatial tempering stage or even early body integration stage power. The woman proclaimed that she had secured this egg from a nest owned by a pair of body integration stage blood flame falcons, and she was only willing to accept a spirit treasure for it. These 2 items naturally garnered much interest from those using ice attribute cultivation arts and those who were adept in taming spirit beasts. Moments later, someone began to offer treasures in exchange for those 2 items. As for the 2 items requested by the meatball, they were clearly extremely precious, and even though there were many people interested in his Golden Crow true flames, no one offered the spirit medicines he had requested. The gray-robed man and the female cultivator's items were both exchanged for satisfactory items, and the meatball's concerned look only deepened upon seeing this. After a short while, there was still no one making offers for his flames, and he heaved a forlorn sigh before stowing the 3 fire ravens away, then flew back to his own stone pavilion, choosing to abandon this exchange. His decision naturally drew a lot of intrigue from the onlooking convention goers. However, everyone's attention was soon redirected toward the next 3 cultivators who had flown onto the platform. Han Li looked on through narrowed eyes as one precious item was presented after another. Those who completed successful exchanges were elated, and those who failed were naturally very disappointed as they returned to their stone pavilions empty-handed. The majority of items presented were successfully exchanged, but it was quite clear that compared to the previous editions of the convention, there were far more complete treasures being exchanged compared to materials. This was a clear sign that everyone was preparing for the upcoming devilish tribulation, getting rid of what they didn't need in exchange for complete treasures that would enhance their powers. After all, no matter how precious certain materials were, they were useless if they couldn't be refined into treasures prior to the devilish tribulation. For those who were able to participate in this convention, normal treasures naturally were of no interest to them, yet the powerful treasures that could catch their eye generally could only be refined using several tens or even over 100 types of precious materials. Setting aside the fact that there was a chance of failure during the refinement process, it would take hundreds, perhaps even thousands of years just to gather so many materials. Otherwise, precious materials would have been far more prevalent during this convention than completed treasures. After over half a day had passed, Most of the people offering items for exchanges had taken the stage. Han Li had been very tempted by many of the powerful treasures being presented, but all of these people demanded other treasures of the same caliber in exchange, so he could only pass up on those opportunities. However, that didn't mean that this entire process had been a completely fruitless one for him. Not only did he use one of the spirit medicines he had secured from the vast glacial realm to exchange for several sets of extremely powerful formation flags, he had also exchanged a flagon of red silk immortal wine for a dozen or so spirit medicine seeds that he didn't yet have from an avid wine enthusiast. He had also taken the stage himself not long ago and offered some myriad-year spirit medicines for the demon beast materials that he was still yet to collect. As a result, he was able to easily secure those materials from a few demonic cultivators, and that came as quite a relief to him. After securing those materials, he would be able to begin refining his second extreme mountain following the conclusion of the Myriad Treasure Convention, and should he be successful, his powers would be significantly enhanced again. Just as Han Li laid back in his chair, thinking that the rest of the convention wouldn't have much to do with him, a person enshrouded under a layer of dense black chi flew onto the stage, then slowly pulled a black round bowl out of his sleeve. This is a sinful cloud manifested from 10 million beast souls. I can guarantee that all of the souls used belong to ferocious beasts, and 100,000 of them belong to low-grade demon beasts. I want to exchange this sinful cloud for an offensive divine spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. As soon as this announcement was made, everyone's expressions, including Han Li's, changed drastically, and they all turned to stare at him in an astonished manner. The golden masked man who was standing at the corner of the golden formation was also stunned to hear this, and his smile immediately faded as he stared intently at the man who had just spoken with a bewildered look in his eyes. In spite of the intense scrutiny he was receiving, the mysterious figure within the black chi remained completely unfazed and raised the round bowl with one hand, then removed the lid of the bowl with his other hand. A burst of ghastly howling immediately rang out, and inky black dark clouds swept forth alongside strong winds from within the round bowl in a frenzy. The dark clouds dispersed and spread to cover an area of several acres. Blue light flashed within Han Li's eyes, and he was able to instantly discern these dark clouds as countless black projections. Among them were familiar beastly figures like wolves, tigers, and lions, but also some strange types of beasts that he had never seen before. All of these beastly projections were constantly transforming and tearing at one another. At times, their bodies would crumble away into nothingness, and other times they would reappear in their original forms. These beastly projections were none other than the aforementioned beastly souls. A sinful cloud that was manifested by tens or even hundreds of these beastly souls weren't particularly valuable, but their value spiked dramatically once that number increased to the tens of thousands. This was because a sinful cloud's power directly correlated with the number of souls it had been manifested from. The more souls that were used, the more difficult it would be to successfully manifest a sinful cloud. A sinful cloud manifested from over 100,000 souls would be extremely alluring to those using Devil Dao cultivation arts, and one that was manifested from over 1 million souls would be enough to drive even body integration stage Devil Dao cultivators into a frenzy. As for sinful clouds manifested from over 10 million souls, there didn't seem to be that many even in the entire history of the two races. Needless to say, the enhancements it would bring to those using the relevant cultivation arts would be almost unimaginable, regardless of whether this sinful cloud was used in cultivation, or as a material to refine a ghostly treasure. However, setting aside the fact that very few people knew of the method to manifest a sinful cloud of this caliber, just the task of collecting 10 million souls was virtually an impossible one. After all, slaughtering 10 million living beings would result in such severe baleful chi backlash that even a body integration cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it on their own. Due to the heinous nature of the process required to manifest sinful clouds, refinement of such treasures had been strictly prohibited in the two races since ancient times, and it was said that heavenly phenomena would take place whenever a sinful cloud consisting of more than 10,000 souls was refined. The phenomena triggered by sinful clouds manifested from over 1 million souls would be even more difficult to keep out of the public eye, and such items existed almost only in myths and legends. As such, this sinful cloud, which the man claimed to have been manifested from 10 million beastly souls, was naturally quite an astonishing notion. If this item had been revealed in the outside world, everyone would most likely be fighting over it already. 10 million beastly souls? Is that true, fellow Taoist? It doesn't really look like it. A dry voice rang out, and it was tinged with a hint of astonishment and skepticism. That's because I only released 1% of all of the beastly souls within this sinful cloud. If I were to release them all at once, this tiny hall wouldn't have anywhere near enough capacity for them. However, anyone who's interested can come and see for themselves just how many beastly souls there are in here, the man on the platform said in an unhurried manner. You want an offensive divine spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll for this? Aren't you asking for a bit too much? How about this? I'll give you 3 top-grade spirit treasures for that sinful cloud, someone offered in a slightly urgent manner. I won't accept anything other than an offensive divine spirit treasure, the man within the black chi refused without any hesitation. Don't be so quick to jump to decisions, fellow Taoist. How about you take a look at what I'm offering first? Another elderly voice suddenly sounded at this moment, following which a streak of crimson light shot forth toward the platform. A tall and thin humanoid figure that was enshrouded within a layer of crimson light then appeared above the white light barrier before tossing forward a jade vial. The jade vial passed through the light barrier without any impediment, and the figure within the black chi caught it in a slightly reluctant manner. He removed the lid of the vial and took a look inside, upon which he immediately shuddered as if he had been struck by lightning. How about it? I'm sure you know what that pill entails, right? If it wasn't for the fact that this sinful cloud will be quite useful to me, I definitely wouldn't be offering this pill for exchange, the figure within the crimson said as he looked at the vial in a wistful manner. After a long hesitation, the man within the black chi shook his head before tossing the vial back to its owner. No, I still won't accept this over a divine spirit treasure. The figure within the crimson light faltered momentarily in disbelief before exclaiming, Do you not recognize what this is, fellow Taoist? This is a clear cleansing pill that can increase a body integration cultivator's chances of breaking through bottlenecks. Clear cleansing pill? Fellow Taoist, would you be willing to exchange that clear cleansing pill for any other treasure? All of the body integration stage beings present immediately erupted into a frenzy upon hearing the name of this pill, and several of them began to yell offers directly at the man within the crimson light. This pill was clearly more popular than the sinful cloud, and that made sense. A sinful cloud manifested from 10 million souls was most definitely a legendary item, but it was only useful to devilish and ghostly cultivators. In contrast, clear cleansing pills were extraordinary pills that were universally useful for all body integration cultivators, and it was especially alluring to those whose cultivation bases had stagnated for many years. The sinful cloud seemed to be extremely important to the figure in the crimson light, and after taking a resentful glance at the man within the black chi, he said, If you want my clear cleansing pill, then help me exchange for this sinful cloud, and I'll gladly hand over this pill. The entire hall fell silent upon hearing this. Generally speaking, all of the body integration cultivators present should have a few spirit treasures up their sleeves, but even in the entirety of the human and demon races, there were definitely no more than 10 divine spirit treasure that were on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. As for offensive treasures for this caliber, there were perhaps only 2 or 3. Even if such a treasure did exist in the human or demon race, its owner might not be present at this Black Realm Exchange convention. On top of that, divine spirit treasures on the chaotic myriad spirit roll were no less valuable than clear cleansing pills, so whether someone would be willing to accept this exchange was another matter altogether. Han Li stared at the medicine vial containing the clear cleansing pill, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. Seeing as no one had accepted this exchange offer after such a long time, the figure in the black chi knew that there was no chance of such a trade taking place. Thus, he shook his head in a slightly disappointed manner, then made a hand seal to withdraw the black cloud before turning to leave the platform. Please wait, fellow Taoist. The figure within the crimson light immediately rushed toward the figure in the black chi before blocking his way. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to force me into a trade? The man within the black chi immediately flared up with rage, and a frosty aura erupted from his body. The golden-masked figure also immediately rose to his feet upon witnessing the actions of the man in the crimson light. As one of the organizers of this convention, he naturally couldn't just stand by idly if someone were to start trouble in the Black Realm. Please don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist, I bear no ill will. It's just that this sinful cloud is indeed extremely important to me, so I implore you to wait for a while longer. Give me some time to try and secure a treasure that fits your requirements, and if that doesn't work, then I definitely won't press the issue any further, the figure in the crimson light explained in an urgent manner as he held up his hands as a display of his sincere intentions. The figure within the black chi hesitated momentarily before nodding in response. You want me to wait some more? Alright, I can tell that you really do want this sinful cloud, so I'll give you 10 more minutes. If you still can't get what I want by then, I won't waste any more time here. It was quite clear that the man in the crimson light was desperate to secure this sinful cloud, and the man in the black chi was also very eager to get his hands on a divine spirit treasure. Neither of them wanted to give up, even if there were only the slightest sliver of an opportunity for them. The man in the crimson light heaved a faint sigh of relief upon securing agreement from the owner of the sinful cloud, and after a brief pause for contemplation, he waved a hand over his storage bracelet in an extremely reluctant manner to produce a shimmering golden scroll. I once ventured into a set of ancient ruins, within which I almost met my demise on several occasions, and I found this scroll in there. This scroll is extremely mysterious, and I have no way of opening it without damaging it, so I've kept it in its original condition for all this time. However, I'm sure that this scroll contains astonishing secrets, as the seal of this scroll is inscribed in golden seal text. I'm willing to exchange my clear cleansing pill and this scroll for an offensive divine spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, the man in the crimson light announced in a loud voice. Golden seal text? Could it be that this is something from the true immortal realm? This announcement naturally created another stir and attracted a lot of interest. They weren't concerned that the man in the crimson light could be deceiving them, as it was a simple matter to see if a seal had been undone before. Unfortunately, even though many people were tempted by these conditions, they simply didn't have the required treasure, and could only look on in a resigned manner. Han Li focused his gaze on the golden scroll, and he seemed to be quite tempted, but he remained seated firmly in his chair. As time passed and no one stepped forward to accept this offer, the man in the black chi grew more and more disappointed, and the agitation of the man in the crimson light was growing by the second. If he were to miss out on this extraordinary sinful cloud during this Black Realm Exchange convention, there would be no way that such an item would appear in another auction. The owner of the sinful cloud would definitely hide it in an extremely secretive manner after leaving this place, so if this exchange couldn't take place, then there would be no way for him to track down the item again. This sinful cloud was extremely important to him, as it was a vital decisive factor on whether he would be able to transcend his next major heavenly tribulation. Without this sinful cloud, there was a very slim chance that he would be able to transcend that tribulation, so it could be said that this sinful cloud was virtually as important as his life. Could it be that there really was no one present who possessed an offensive divine spirit treasure? As the time afforded to him by the man in the black chi dwindled, the man in the crimson light became more and more desperate, and he gritted his teeth before abruptly patting a blue cloth pouch that was hanging from his waist. A burst of blue light immediately surged forth, following which a translucent blue ice cage appeared in his hand. The cage was only around a foot tall, and there were several golden and silver talismans plastered to the surface. Within the cage was a snowy white spirit bird that was standing proudly atop a horizontal artificial branch crafted from some kind of shimmering silver wood, and it was appraising everything in the surrounding area in a completely expressionless manner. This is an ice phoenix that has inherited some of the heavenly phoenix's bloodline. It may only be at the core formation stage right now, but that's only due to a debilitating injury. With some care and nurturing, it could easily return to the former height of its powers in just a few centuries, and I can assure you that after reaching the metamorphosis stage, this ice phoenix has an extremely beautiful human form. On top of that, it possesses the origin Yin physique, and both those factors make it an exceptional dual cultivation partner. I'm sure you all know the benefits of integrating Yin and Yang by absorbing her heavenly phoenix origin Yin Qi, so I won't elaborate on that. Even if that doesn't have as potent an effect as a clear cleansing pill when assisting one in breaking through a bottleneck, it definitely won't be far off. Even if you don't take her origin Yin Qi and can somehow tame her, she would still be a spirit beast with limitless potential. I'm sure she won't disappoint you. I came into possession of this ice phoenix by chance, and I'm willing to offer her along with the other two items for an offensive divine spirit treasure. This is already everything that I have. If you miss out on this opportunity, something like this won't ever come around again. The desperation was really beginning to show in the man's voice now, and he resembled a beast that had been driven into a corner. This wasn't an overreaction at all. The thing that could save his life was right before his eyes, yet he couldn't obtain it. Anyone would be just as desperate if they were in his shoes. However, there was still no reaction from anyone in the hall. In his desperation, the man in the crimson light turned toward the man in the black chi again. Fellow Taoist, if I were to offer these three items to you. The man in the black chi cut him off without any hesitation. I've already made myself very clear. I won't accept anything aside from an offensive divine spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. The man in the crimson light was plunged into complete despair upon hearing this. However, right at this moment, a male voice suddenly rang out, and it was like heavenly music to his ears. "Alright, I'll take you up on that trade." The man in the crimson light was initially in complete disbelief, but after a brief stunned stupor, an ecstatic look appeared on his face. "Are you serious? Please join me on the platform." At the same time, he immediately focused his gaze on the pavilion where the voice had come from. The man in the black chi was clearly also very excited to hear this. The one who had spoken was naturally none other than Han Li. Ever since the man in crimson light had brought out that ice phoenix, he had been appraising it with a peculiar expression, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Many other people also cast astonished glances toward Han Li upon hearing this. However, he paid no heed to them and shot forth as a streak of azure light, appearing on the platform after just a single flash. Even now, the man in the crimson light was still in disbelief, and he asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Do you really possess a divine spirit treasure?" Han Li smiled and took a glance at the snowy white ice phoenix in the cage first, then replied in a calm manner, "I do indeed possess quite a powerful offensive divine spirit treasure, but I'm not completely sure whether it's on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, so I'll need you two to confirm it for me." The elation in the heart of the man in the crimson light immediately dimmed significantly upon hearing this, but he still prompted in a hopeful manner, "Oh, I see. Please bring it out then, fellow Taoist." As for the man in the black chi, he remained completely silent, and merely looked on as the interaction took place. Han Li naturally had no intention of delaying any further, and he immediately summoned a giant black blade that was taller than an adult human. The blade was extremely antiquated in design and gave off a primordial aura. This was none other than the giant blade that Han Li had obtained after slaying that powerful rogue being in the vast glacial realm. It was no less powerful than his chaotic origin ruler, and both of those items should be on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. Before the man in the crimson light even had a chance to react, the man in the black chi exclaimed in an elated manner, "That's the profound light blade." The hope in the heart of the man in the crimson light was immediately reignited upon hearing this, and he hurriedly asked, "Do you recognize this blade, fellow Taoist?" The man in the black chi forcibly repressed the excitement in his heart, and said in a serious manner, "Of course I do. This is one of the last few divine spirit treasures on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, but it fits my criteria nonetheless. I've been searching for such a treasure for a long time, so how could I not have done my research beforehand? Having said that, I must examine this item first to verify its authenticity." "Of course. Fellow Taoist, would you be able to?" The man in the crimson light immediately became extremely polite toward Han Li. "I naturally have no objections, but shouldn't you let me examine the items you're offering as well?" Han Li asked with a smile as he flicked his wrist and tossed the giant blade toward the man in the black chi. "Of course, please go right ahead, fellow Taoist." The man in the crimson light was ecstatic to see things progressing so smoothly, and he immediately tossed the medicine vial, scroll and ice cage toward Han Li. Blue light immediately flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he also released his spiritual sense to conduct a thorough examination. At this moment, the man in the crimson light had naturally also taken the sinful cloud for examination to verify whether there really were 10 million beastly souls contained within it. The three of them all completed their examinations quite quickly. The man in the black chi merely injected his spiritual power into the giant blade, then performed a practice swing with it before nodding in a pleased manner and stowing it away into his storage bracelet. "Ha, this sinful cloud is indeed everything you proclaim it to be, fellow Taoist." The man in the crimson light chortled after completing his examination of the sinful cloud, and he flew through the white light barrier as a streak of black light, returning to his stone pavilion without saying anything further to Han Li and the man in the black chi. Han Li merely smiled upon seeing this, and he stowed away the golden scroll and medicine vial before taking a glance at the ice phoenix. "Y'all know who it is, El." A hint of humanized sorrow flashed through the ice phoenix's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by its normal cold expression. Han Li released a spirit beast bracelet before drawing the ice phoenix and the cage into the bracelet together. After that, he cupped his fist in a salute toward the man in the black chi before flying back to his stone pavilion as well. The man in the black chi chuckled before following suit, departing from the stone platform as a gust of black wind. Thus, the next group of people immediately rushed onto the stone platform, and the exchanges continued. Han Li leaned back against his chair and closed his eyes, looking quite calm and collected, but his tumultuous emotions belied his calm exterior. Close to half a day later, the golden-masked man finally announced the conclusion of the exchange convention. Han Li and the other body integration cultivators all euphemistically refused the golden-masked man's offer to stay behind for a feast, and they departed from the Black Realm, led by a guidance envoy. They then emerged at another completely alien exit before flying back toward Nine Immortal Mountain. The entire exchange convention had taken almost a day and a night, and when Han Li returned to the Immortal Welcome Palace, it was noon the next day. He summoned Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi to his room, and he was relieved upon hearing confirmation that nothing out of the ordinary had taken place during his absence. After sending his two unnamed disciples away, he entered the secret chamber before taking a seat on a futon. He then flipped a hand over to produce a blue spirit beast bracelet, which he tossed up into the air. A burst of blue light swept forth from the bracelet, and a translucent ice cage appeared before him. Within the ice cage was the snowy white ice phoenix, and it clearly didn't expect to be released so soon. It hurriedly flapped its wings to release a silver halo of light that instantly concealed its body, then turned to Han Li with a cautious expression. After catching sight of Han Li, a hint of disbelief immediately appeared in the ice phoenix's eyes, and it exclaimed, "It's you? How could this be?" It had the pleasant voice of a young woman, but it was slightly cold and forbidding. "Long time no see, Fairy Phoenix. I didn't think that we would be reunited here," Han Li sighed as he appraised the ice phoenix. This ice phoenix was naturally none other than the very same ice phoenix that had ventured with him into that spatial node back in the human world. In the end, they had been forcibly separated by spatial storms, only to be reunited now. This ice phoenix had once stood at the very pinnacle of the human world, yet after just a few centuries she had been reduced to a state where she was unable to even take on a human form, and had been sealed into a cage as a spirit beast. Han Li couldn't help but think to himself about how fate and fortune worked in such remarkable ways at times. At the same time, he was filled with indescribable emotion at the sight of the ice phoenix that he had worked with to travel to the spirit realm. She was the reason behind his decision to accept the exchange proposed at the convention. "So it really is you, Brother Han. That must mean you were the one who exchanged for me during the convention. Have you already reached the spatial tempering stage?" The ice phoenix's voice was still as cold as ever, but it was trembling slightly. "That's right, it is indeed me. As for my cultivation base, that's something that you'll find out soon enough. Never did I think that I would meet you during the Black Realm Exchange Conference, and under such remarkable circumstances at that. It appears that fate has decided that it's not yet time for us to completely sever our ties. Let me get you out of this cage first." Azure light flashed from one of Han Li's fingers as he spoke, and he tapped his fingertip onto the golden and silver talismans on the cage. The talismans immediately drifted off the cage amid a bright flash of light, and the cage was also opened at the same time. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Han." The ice phoenix was still slightly bewildered, but she was naturally elated to see this, and she flapped her wings before flying out of the cage as a ball of white light. Immediately thereafter, the ice phoenix's body swelled drastically to over 5 feet in length amid a flash of silver light. The feathers on her body were glittering and transparent, and it looked as if she had been carved out of profound ice. The ice phoenix stretched her elegant body before shaking her head in a forlorn manner. "Unfortunately, I'm unable to metamorphosize, so I'll only be able to converse with you in this form. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist." "That's all right. With the foundation that you've built up in the past, it would be a simple task for you to return to the metamorphosis stage after the seal within your body is lifted," Han Li said with a smile. "I see you've identified the seal within my body, Brother Han." This restriction was planted by that body integration cultivator, and it's quite troublesome. According to him, it seems that only other body integration cultivators will be able to undo the restriction. The ice phoenix had clearly assumed that Han Li was only at the spatial tempering stage, so she didn't think that he would be able to do anything. Is that so? Let me give this a try," Han Li chuckled before suddenly reaching out with a pristine white hand and laying it onto one of the ice phoenix's pristine white wings. A burst of 5-colored flames immediately surged forth, flooding into the ice phoenix's body in a frenzy. The ice phoenix felt a burst of glacial power instantly flow through her meridians before crashing violently against the layers of restrictions within her body. The restrictions were quickly destroyed, and she was naturally ecstatic to see this, but also very astonished. To think that he could undo these seals so easily, could it be that he was already at the body integration stage? That was downright incredible. It was somewhat plausible that Han Li had been able to progress to the spatial tempering stage within a few centuries if he had encountered some miraculous opportunities during this time, but the body integration stage was surely beyond his reach. These thoughts flashed rapidly through the Ice Phoenix's mind, and after the restrictions within her body were undone, she opened her beak to say something, but in the next instant her heart stirred slightly, and she reflexively swallowed her words. After breaking the restrictions, the burst of glacial power within her meridians didn't leave her body right away. Instead, it converged toward her dantian and surged into her demon core. The Ice Phoenix was slightly bewildered by this, but Han Li's enormous true essence was far too powerful for her to resist, so she could only passively accept this injection of glacial power. Moments later, her aura spiked drastically, and she reached a certain bottleneck in the blink of an eye. A dull thump rang out, and a ball of piercing white light erupted forth, inundating her entire body. Only then did Han Li withdraw his hand with a faint smile on his face. The scintillating white light swirled before fading away, and a silver-robed woman appeared before his eyes. The Ice Phoenix had managed to adopt her human form. The silver-robed woman's eyes were filled with excitement, and she examined her own body in an elated manner before extending a grateful curtsy toward Han Li. "I must thank you once again, fellow Taoist Han. There's no need to be so polite and formal. If we hadn't worked together several centuries ago, I definitely wouldn't have been able to come to the spirit realm on my own. Besides, the burst of true essence that I injected into your body is only enough to temporarily boost you to the metamorphosis stage. If you want to be able to permanently maintain this form, then you have to go into seclusion right away. Otherwise, once this burst of true essence fades away, you'll be forced to revert back to your original form," Han Li reminded. "Of course. With the assistance of this burst of true essence, I'm sure I'll be able to return to the deity transformation stage far faster than I would otherwise be able to. It seems that you really have progressed to the body integration stage, fellow Taoist Han. It looks like I'll have to refer to you as Senior Han from now on," the silver-robed woman sighed with a peculiar look on her face. "I was only able to reach this cultivation base through enormous turns of fortune. With your aptitude as an Ice Phoenix, it'll only be a matter of time before you reach the body integration stage as well. You are my only acquaintance from the human world here in the spirit realm, so please refer to me as an equal. Otherwise, I would feel rather uncomfortable," Han Li said in a nonchalant manner. The silver-robed woman could tell that Han Li was being genuine and said, "In that case, then please pardon me, Brother Han. How were you captured and reduced to such a pitiful state, fellow Taoist Phoenix?" Han Li couldn't help but ask. "Now that you mention it, you are partially to blame for my misfortune," the silver-robed woman replied with a wry smile. Han Li faltered momentarily before an enlightened look appeared on his face. "Oh, could it be that the restrictions I planted in your body back then activated after we were separated?" "Indeed. You sure planted some extremely profound restrictions within my body, Brother Han. It took me close to 100 years to just barely refine them, but I was severely debilitated as a result and was targeted by a bunch of cowards. I managed to escape through the use of a secret technique, but my cultivation base plummeted thereafter, and I ended up in this current state. Come to think of it, if that body integration cultivator hadn't stepped in to save me, I would most likely be dead by now. However, after he discovered that I was unable to metamorphosize, he merely treated me like a spirit beast and was preparing to make me his bonded spirit beast. I naturally refused to accept such an arrangement, so I was locked up in this cage," the silver-robed woman explained. Han Li nodded in response before asking, "Oh? Do you know who this body integration cultivator is?" The silver-robed woman considered this question momentarily before replying, "I'm afraid not. That man is very proficient in illusionary techniques, and would often change his appearance and location, making it impossible for me to glean his true appearance. The only thing that I'm sure of is that he's a devil Dao cultivator of your human race and not part of the demon race." "A devilish cultivator? There are only a few renowned devil Dao body integration cultivators in our human race. He should be one of them," Han Li said with a contemplative nod. "Regardless of who he is, he did save my life. Then again, he did try to force me to become his spirit beast thereafter, so I guess we're even now." The silver-robed woman didn't seem to harbor any resentment toward her body integration stage captor, and it was impossible to tell whether she actually thought this or whether she had no choice but to say this, as she couldn't exact vengeance on a body integration cultivator anyway. Han Li smiled in response before changing the subject. "Now that you're free, what are your future plans? Are you planning to return to the demon race? The Black Phoenix race has also inherited the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix," so I'm sure you'll be treated quite well there." The silver-robed woman's composure immediately cracked upon hearing mention of the Black Phoenix race, and she gritted her teeth in a resentful manner as she said, "The Black Phoenix race? The cowards who targeted me and dealt those debilitating injuries upon me were none other than members of the Black Phoenix race." "You want to stay with me?" Han Li seemed to be rather taken aback to hear this. "I'm aware that I'll only weigh you down in my current state, but I possess some aptitude in formations and spatial abilities, so perhaps I can lend you some assistance. On top of that, I have a burst of heavenly phoenix origin yin chi within my body that should be extremely effective in improving your chances of breaking through future bottlenecks. As long as I can return to my former cultivation base, I'm willing to transfer this origin yin chi to you," the silver-robed woman said with a faint blush on her face. "What are you saying?" "Please don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist Han. Our Ice Phoenix race had an inherited secret technique that can allow us to expel our heavenly phoenix origin yin chi out of our bodies without having to engage in dual cultivation. Of course, the effect will be slightly less potent, but it should still provide some assistance to you," the silver-robed woman explained as her expression reverted back to normal. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, and after some contemplation he said in a serious manner, "I see. In that case I would indeed like your assistance when the time comes. In the meantime you can stay with me, but there are some things that I have to make clear to you first so you don't regret your decision later on." The silver-robed woman was elated to hear that Han Li was willing to consider her proposal, and she immediately prompted, "Please go ahead, Brother Han. Firstly, I can't guarantee that you'll be absolutely safe by staying with me. Setting aside everything else, just the imminent devilish tribulation will be an extremely difficult hurdle for body integration cultivators like me to overcome. Even I'm not fully confident in my ability to survive that ordeal. Secondly, I have some secrets that I don't want other people to know. If you want to stay with me, then you have to follow my instructions in your cultivation as well as everything else. If you can't accept such limitations, then feel free to leave. Lastly, due to the fact that you're a demon in the presence of others, you'll most likely have to appear beside me as a concubine or servant, which may tarnish your reputation," Han Li said in a slow voice. "Devilish tribulation? I don't know much about that, but seeing as it's something that'll impact both the human and demon races, I'm sure I wouldn't be any safer anywhere else. If I were to seek refuge with a major power in my current state, I would most likely just be used as cannon fodder, so it's much safer for me to stay with you. As for everything else, I'll naturally follow your lead. With your current status, countless core formation and nascent soul stage female cultivators would flock to your side if you were to announce that you were searching for a servant or concubine, so such an arrangement doesn't bother me in the slightest," the silver-robed woman replied with a nonchalant smile. "In that case I'll agree to let you stay with me. Here are some pills for you. Prior to the conclusion of the Myriad Treasure Convention, stay in this secret chamber for now and cultivate. Once we return to my cave abode, I'll set up a separate place for you to cultivate," Han Li said as he swept a hand over his storage bracelet, producing several jade vials of different colors before tossing them toward the silver-robed woman. The woman caught the vials one after another before removing their lids and inspecting their contents with her spiritual sense, upon which an elated look appeared on her face. "I didn't think you would have so many pills that can enhance one's magic power. In that case, I'll definitely be able to return to my former cultivation base very soon. Rest assured, Fairy Phoenix, I have more than enough core formation and nascent soul stage pills to satisfy your needs. If you require anything else, feel free to tell me." Han Li made a hand seal upon seeing this before letting loose a low cry as he abruptly reached out with one hand. 5 bursts of azure light surged forth from his fingertips, then transformed into countless azure threads that dispersed through the air. The threads then intertwined to form a massive azure net that encompassed the entire secret chamber. In the next instant, the 12 green wooden rods were caught like fish within a net. Despite the fact that they were constantly turning and twisting in an attempt to free themselves, they were completely trapped by the azure threads. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he withdrew his outstretched hand. The azure net immediately tightened, and the 12 wooden rods were all dragged toward him, and he plucked one of them out of the net before inspecting it in a careful manner. The surface of the wooden rod was a vibrant green color, and it was covered in a series of extremely profound silver runes. However, what was even more astonishing was the bursts of pure and viscous spiritual chi emanating from these wooden rods. So these really are the legendary spirit gathering stakes. To think that spirit eye wood was used as the main material to refine as many as 12 embryos. What an extravagant project. I wonder if I'll be able to completely refine this set of treasures someday. With the assistance of the completed version of these treasures, I'll be able to absorb spiritual power from heaven and earth at a far faster rate, Hanli murmured to himself in a contemplative manner as he stroked the wooden rod in his hand. After a short while, he shook his head before tossing the wooden rod into the azure net again. He then made a hand seal, and the entire net transformed into a burst of azure light that swept up the 12 rods before drawing them into the golden pouch again. Hanli pointed a finger toward the pouch, and its opening was immediately sealed shut. After that, he stowed the pouch away in his storage bracelet, then cast his gaze toward the golden scroll that was hovering in midair. He reached out and gently waved a hand, and the scroll was drawn into his grasp. It was slightly cool to the touch, but it had the texture of soft fabric. Blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes as he carefully inspected the scroll inch by inch at close range, and after a while, his brows furrowed slightly. This scroll appeared to have no openings at all to exploit, and even through the use of his bright-sight spirit eyes ability, he was only greeted by the sight of nothing more than golden light, and he was completely unable to see into it. He took a deep breath before releasing his enormous spiritual sense, and a wisp of it instantly surged toward the scroll. However, in the next instant he abruptly flicked his wrist, and the scroll was hurled around 10 feet away. In the instant that his spiritual sense had made contact with the scroll, a burst of powerful suction force had erupted from it and devoured that wisp of spiritual sense in the blink of an eye. The suction force then attempted to move on to the rest of his spiritual sense, and if he hadn't reacted as quickly as he did, he would have most likely lost more than just the wisp of spiritual sense he had released. Hanli stared at the golden scroll in the distance in a slightly alarmed manner, and after taking a moment to regain his composure, it dawned on him that this thing was going to be very difficult to crack. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly pointed a finger toward the golden scroll, and an azure sword thread instantly shot forth. The sword thread struck the scroll with a crisp clang, and golden light flashed from its surface. The sword thread was completely repelled and kept at bay, and it had failed to even leave the slightest trace on the scroll. Hanli's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. With his current body integration stage powers in addition to the sharpness of his azure bamboo cloud's warm swords, there weren't many things in the entire spirit realm that his sword threads would fail to slice through. However, this scroll had managed to remain completely unscathed, which suggested that at the very least, it had to have been constructed from some kind of extremely rare material. It was no wonder that the man in the crimson light was so unwilling to part with this scroll even though he had no way of opening it. However, this item couldn't be infiltrated using spiritual sense, and it was clearly near indestructible, so it seemed that its seal truly couldn't be broken through brute force. With that in mind, Hanli focused his gaze on the golden runes that had suddenly appeared on the surface of the scroll. Those were none other than golden seal text runes. However, they had been hiding within the scroll initially, and had only suddenly appeared after being struck by that sword thread of his. Golden seal text was different from beveled silver text, and there were most likely not more than 10 beings in total among the human and demon races who could interpret the former. Those who were able to read this spirit text all regarded it as an extraordinary treasure, and kept it a secret from everyone else. As such, even though it was clear that there were definitely people among the two races that could interpret golden seal text, it was quite difficult to identify just who these people were. At the very least, the man in the crimson light most likely didn't understand this spirit text. Otherwise he wouldn't have been completely stumped by it. If Hanli hadn't learned this spirit text back in the vast glacial realm, he would also be just as helpless in the face of this treasure. Hanli stared at the golden runes for a moment before they vanished once again, and his brows furrowed slightly as he flicked several fingers toward the scroll in quick succession to release more streaks of azure sword chi. Upon being struck by the streaks of sword chi, more golden runes appeared, and they were slightly different from the ones before. Hanli's heart stirred slightly as he continued to release a relentless string of sword chi, and the scroll was instantly inundated by azure light. Balls of golden light erupted from the surface of the scroll, and the entire piece of golden seal text was revealed. Blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes as he focused his gaze on these golden runes in an intent, unblinking manner, and only after a long while did he cease releasing the relentless string of sword chi. The spiritual light shimmering from the scroll faded, as did the golden runes, and Hanli made a grabbing motion to draw the scroll back into his grasp as a contemplative look appeared on his face. He had already memorized that entire piece of text and briefly analyzed it as well. If he weren't mistaken, this piece of spirit text was describing the setup method for a profound formation. The wording was slightly ambiguous, but what was certain was that if he were to completely master the contents of this piece of text, he should be able to set up the entire formation. The formation wasn't very big, but it was far more profound and intricate than the vast majority of formations Hanli had seen in the spirit realm in the past. If it weren't for the fact that he had been carefully studying the used talismans he had obtained from the vast glacial realm, he wouldn't have been able to understand the contents of that piece of text at all. After all, recognizing golden seal text runes and mastering a formation inscribed in golden seal text were two completely different matters altogether. Furthermore, Hanli estimated that it would be impossible for him to completely master this formation unless he studied it diligently for several decades. Even though he was very interested in just what was sealed within the scroll, there was no way that he would waste so much time on it at such a crucial juncture. Thus, he exhaled as he stowed the golden scroll away into his storage bracelet, and after that, he flipped a hand over to reveal a winding section of reddish-black wood that was around half a foot in length. The piece of wood was completely devoid of any luster and was constantly expelling wisps of blood mist. It was none other than the weeping spirit bloodwood he had secured at the auction. After bringing out this item, the storage bracelet on Han Li's wrist continued to flash with spiritual light, and a series of materials appeared in rapid succession. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of these items, and he suddenly tossed the piece of wood up into the air before opening his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. The flames instantly swept up the entire piece of wood, and blood mist and silver flames intertwined amid a string of loud crackles and pops. Han Li made a hand seal with one hand while reaching out with his other hand, and all of the materials on the ground also instantly rose up into the air before plunging into the silver flames. Blue light flashed through his eyes as he stared intently at the silver flames in the air and focused the entirety of his attention on it. He stayed in the secret chamber the entire day, and even his nightly cultivation lessons with Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi were conducted through voice transmission as they stood on the other side of the door of the secret chamber. 7 days passed by, and Han Li finally emerged from the secret chamber. As soon as he emerged, he accompanied Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Nine Immortal Mountain in the dead of night, then gave them some pills and treasures, and sent them on their way to Deep Heaven City. He then returned to Nine Immortal Mountain himself, and a few days later, he was paid a visit by Taoist Master Myriad Bone. Han Li conversed with the Taoist priest for a long time in the hall before the latter departed, and at the same time, a few other vagrant cultivators in the Immortal Welcome Palaces on Nine Immortal Mountain left at around the same time, then disappeared without a trace. Half a day later, a group of body integration stage vagrant cultivators, including Han Li, gathered at a certain place. Their meeting was quite a brief one and had been held in a secretive fashion, so no one noticed what they were doing. During the rest of the Myriad Treasure Convention, Han Li frequently visited the markets, purchasing some materials from time to time. During the rest of the time he met with some other body integration stage fellow Taoists, and also visited some other secret exchange conventions, reaping some rewards during the process. Dyer would also come to find him once every several days, and even though she never had anything important or urgent to speak with him about, they would always have an enjoyable conversation before she departed in high spirits. However, it was still slightly jarring to see Dyer's appearance, which so closely mirrored that of Nangong Wan. As the Myriad Treasure Convention was about to draw to a conclusion, Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign and Shen Wu Tyrant Sovereign sent out people to recruit the vagrant body integration cultivators on Nine Immortal Mountain again, promising them extremely bountiful rewards for their services, and they really did manage to successfully recruit a few vagrant cultivators. Of course, Han Li rejected the offer once more, and several days prior to the conclusion of the Myriad Treasure Convention, he departed from Nine Immortal Mountain, disappearing without a trace alongside Bai Guar. Following the conclusion of the Myriad Treasure Convention, the humans and demons gathered at Nine Immortal Mountain all departed as well, and around a month later, peace and quiet resumed on the mountain with the exception of the group of guards that remained there. As time passed, all of the rumors that had spread from this edition of the Myriad Treasure Convention gradually faded from everyone's memories as well. 4 years passed by in the blink of an eye. On this day, a group of human cultivators suddenly flew from a certain direction toward a secretive and secluded mountain in the Tianyuan region. The group was comprised of cultivators of both genders and all age ranges, and they all wore different attire, but there was an azure gu character embroidered on the sleeves of all of their clothing. There was a clear majority of women in the group, all of whom were extremely beautiful, and this group of close to 100 cultivators descended onto the peak of the mountain. Some of them immediately set up a simple protective formation, while the rest immediately sat down with their legs crossed on some relatively clean patches on the mountain before closing their eyes to meditate. This group of cultivators was led by a yellow-haired elderly man, and a young woman in a blue palatial dress. Both of them were at the late spatial tempering stage, and their lips were tremoring slightly as they conversed with one another through voice transmission. The elderly man glanced up at the sky before transmitting his voice to the young woman. Family leader Xiaofeng, this is the Turtle Watch Peak that you arranged to meet that man on, and the agreed time for our meeting is fast approaching. He's not going to go back on his word, is he? Rest assured, Elder Xiao, with that man's current status, there's no way he would revoke his promise. On top of that, prior to this meeting, he voluntarily sent someone to us for confirmation, so I'm sure he'll turn up, the young woman replied without any hesitation. That's good to hear. Our Grand Elder was injured in the primordial world, and following her return she had to immediately go into seclusion for 100 years, which has resulted in her missing this true spirit ceremony. She's the only body integration cultivator of our Gu family, so without her presence, our prospects in this ceremony wouldn't be very optimistic at all. It's a good thing that you had the foresight to recruit a body integration cultivator in advance. Otherwise, our Gu family may as well spare ourselves the embarrassment and not participate in this ceremony at all, the elderly man sighed. Indeed. The results of this true spirit ceremony will decide if and how many members of our family will be able to enter the spirit-dwelling cave, and it'll also play a pivotal role in deciding whether we'll receive many other types of benefits, so we can't give up on it no matter what. Our Grand Elder secured a good ranking for our Gu family during the last ceremony, and I had thought that with another body integration cultivator to assist us, we'd be able to secure a higher ranking, but who would have thought that our Grand Elder would be forced to miss this edition of the ceremony? Under these circumstances, I'll be happy if we can retain our original ranking, the young woman said with a wry smile on her face. That's true. This senior Han has only just progressed to the body integration stage around 10 years ago after all, so no matter how exceptional his aptitude is, there's no way he could compare with our Grand Elder, who's been at the body integration stage for close to 10,000 years. On top of that, our Grand Elder possesses a true spirit bloodline, and if she were to activate that bloodline, the gap between the two would widen even further. The elderly man sighed as a wry smile also appeared on his face. It's not ideal, but if we don't have any body integration cultivators among us, then our performance will be even more horrible during this true spirit ceremony, the young woman said with a dark expression. Indeed, all of the top 5 true spirit families have body integration cultivators among their ranks, the elderly man said in a resigned manner. Both of them fell silent thereafter, and it was as if they had lost the urge to further this conversation. Time slowly passed by, and around 4 hours later, a streak of azure light appeared in the distant sky, and a hint of elation appeared in the young woman's eyes upon seeing this. He's here. The elderly man peered carefully into the streak of oncoming azure light through narrowed eyes, but the light was very bright and piercing, and he could only just barely make out 2 humanoid figures within it, one of which was quite a bit taller than the other. In the next instant, the streak of azure light arrived in the air above the mountain, following which the light faded to reveal an azure-robed young man, and an adorable little girl who appeared to be around 13 to 14 years of age. The young man was none other than Han Li, who had disappeared for several years following the conclusion of the Myriad Treasure Convention, and the little girl beside him was naturally none other than Bai Guar. She had already been taken by Han Li as an in-name disciple, and she was entirely dependent on Han Li to repress the glacial poison within her body to ensure her survival, so she naturally followed him wherever he went. A stir ran through the Gu family cultivators as they caught sight of the figures in the air above, and many of them conjured up layers of protective spiritual light as they stared up at Han Li with wariness in their eyes. Han Li cast his gaze downward, and after catching sight of the young woman, he smiled and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, fellow Taoist Xiaofeng. I encountered some minor troubles on the way here, so I'm a little late." A layer of azure light then appeared over his body, and it swept up by Guer before he descended onto the ground near the young woman. "Not at all, Senior, you've arrived right on time. We were just too early. I must express wholehearted gratitude on behalf of our Gu family that you came to meet us as agreed. This is Elder Xiao of our Gu family, and the two of us will be leading our Gu family during this true spirit ceremony." A hint of elation appeared on the young woman's face as she hurriedly introduced the yellow-haired elderly man to Han Li. "Pleased to meet you, Elder Xiao." Han Li could sense that this Elder Xiao's cultivation base wasn't inferior to that of Fairy Xiao Feng, and he cupped his fist in a salute toward the elderly man. The elderly man was still rather skeptical about Han Li's powers, but he naturally didn't dare to show this skepticism, and he adopted a respectful demeanor as he said, "The pleasure is all mine, Senior Han. I've heard much about you during these past few years, and all of us can heave a massive sigh of relief now that you're here to support our Gu family." At this point, all of the other Gu family cultivators had naturally also realized that Han Li was the powerful ally they had been waiting for, and they were quite stunned by his youthful appearance. "There's no need to be so rigid and formal, fellow Taoists. We are only working together as part of a mutually beneficial exchange. Now that I look at it, the grand elder of your family, Fairy Tianli, doesn't seem to be present. If I recall correctly, this wasn't what you told me would happen, Fairy Xiao Feng. Could it be that Fairy Tianli left for the true spirit ceremony ahead of all of you?" Han Li asked as he appraised the surrounding Gu family cultivators with furrowed brows. An awkward and resigned look appeared on the young woman's face. "I'm afraid Grand Elder Tianli won't be able to represent our Gu family during this true spirit ceremony." "What do you mean by that?" Han Li asked as his expression darkened slightly. This wasn't what they had initially agreed on. "Our sincerest apologies, Senior, but our Grand Elder has been forced to pull out of this ceremony due to an incident. You see." The elderly man hurriedly began to explain the situation at the sight of Han Li's displeased expression. "Fairy Tianli is currently in seclusion to recover from an injury she sustained in the primordial world?" "I see. It is indeed not a simple task for cultivators of our caliber to recover from injuries. In that case, won't things be a little troublesome for your Gu family during this ceremony?" Han Li nodded as a slightly concerned look appeared in his eyes. Fairy Xiao Feng seemed to have considered this matter carefully already, and a solemn look appeared on her face as she said, "Seeing as our Grand Elder is unable to participate in the ceremony, our agreement for you to improve our Gu family's ranking during the ceremony is naturally revoked. On this occasion, all you have to do to fulfill your side of the deal is to ensure that our Gu family's ranking is maintained." Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, but there was still a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "Even so, that'll most likely be quite a difficult task. I've only just reached the body integration stage after all, so I certainly can't make any promises." The young woman hesitated momentarily at the sight of Han Li's hesitant expression, then suddenly pulled a storage bracelet out of her sleeve before handing it over to Han Li. "As long as you do everything in your power to assist us, our Gu family is willing to offer you a sum of top-grade spirit stones on top of what we originally promised you as compensation." Han Li's heart stirred lightly as he accepted the storage bracelet before injecting his spiritual sense into it, upon which a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li stowed the storage bracelet away before replying with a smile, "To think that you're willing to offer me such an astronomical sum. Looks like it really is very important for your Gu family to do well during the true spirit ceremony. In that case, I'll be sure to do my best for you. Your presence is certainly a very reassuring one for our Gu family, Senior Han. This place is still around a month's journey away from the Myriad Spirit platform where the ceremony is going to be held, so it would be best for us to set off right away. Elder Xiao and I will be explaining the specific details of the ceremony along the journey." "That would be best." Han Li naturally had no objections to this. Thus, the Gu family cultivators rose up into the air and flew into the distance in a line with Han Li among their ranks. The Heavenly Horse Plains consisted of a massive section of barren land on the border of the Tianyuan region. It was said that the plains were so vast that even a deity transformation cultivator would have to fly non-stop, day and night for around a month to cross through it. On top of that, this place was rife with sandstorms and completely devoid of greenery and spirit veins, so rarely did cultivators ever visit this place. Even if there were the occasional cultivators who had no choice but to pass through these plains, they would fly through without any pause. On this day there were a dozen or so human cultivators situated deep within the plains. They had arranged themselves into a circular formation with their backs facing one another, and they were hovering at a low altitude. All of them had summoned their most powerful treasures, which had transformed into bursts of light that enshrouded their bodies, yet they all wore panicked expressions on their faces. Among these cultivators, the one with the highest cultivation base was a mid-spatial tempering stage burly man in a set of brocade robes. He was holding a blue bead in one hand and a white flag in the other. He was situated at the center of the formation with an even more pronounced look of shock and rage on his face than that of his companions, and his eyes were constantly darting around the formation. Right at this moment, a gust of yellow wind suddenly blew past one of the male cultivators in the group, and he reflexively blinked. In that instant, a pristine white hand reached out of the yellow wind like lightning, and the protective spiritual light around the man's body was torn apart with ease, following which the white hand passed punctured through his chest without any impediment. Before the man could even cry out, a white ice flower had bloomed in front of his chest, and he was instantly frozen into an ice statue, following which the white hand instantly vanished. The nearby cultivators were all extremely alarmed by this, and they hurriedly unleashed the powers of their treasures to attack the assailant, but all they achieved was reducing their frozen companion into pulverized ice, while his killer was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, the spatial tempering stage brocade-robed man suddenly let loose a loud roar, and a pillar of piercing blue light erupted from the bead in his hand. The pillar of light shot forth through the air like lightning, striking the gust of yellow wind in a flash. White light immediately flashed, and an indistinct figure was forced to reveal itself, trapped within the ball of blue light. Without requiring any instructions from the brocade-robed man, all of the cultivators in the group immediately focused their attacks on that indistinct figure, and their attacks surged forth as a wave of five-colored light. The figure was instantly torn apart by the five-colored light amid a dull thump, seemingly having been completely unable to offer up any resistance. Cries of elation immediately rang out, and all of the cultivators were ecstatic to see this. However, a bewildered look had appeared on the brocade-robed man's face, and he suddenly made a grabbing motion to draw a fragment of the destroyed figure into his hand, only to find that it was a piece of pristine white hard shell. The shell was extremely cold and rapidly melted into water in his hand. "Don't let your guard down. That thing's still alive." The brocade-robed man roared as his expression changed drastically, and he immediately brandished his white flag to protect himself. However, it was already too late. A sharp piercing cry suddenly rang out within the brocade-robed man's ears, following which an icy cold sensation surged over his neck, and his head was decapitated by a pair of snowy white scimitar-like pincers. Immediately thereafter, a massive snowy white centipede projection appeared behind his headless body without any warning. This centipede was around 50 to 60 feet in length with 6 pairs of semi-transparent paper-thin wings on its back. Its eyes were as red as blood and gave off a cold and menacing light. In the instant that it reappeared, it opened its massive mouth to expel a burst of white glacial chi. Several of the cultivators who were closest to it were completely unable to react, and they were swept up by the glacial chi in an instant. Their bodies and their treasures were then reduced to extremely lifelike ice statues amid a flash of white light. The remaining cultivators were absolutely petrified by this harrowing sight, and someone suddenly yelled in a panicked manner, "Run!" Everyone immediately dispersed and fled in all directions, but the snowy white centipede was completely unbothered. It merely flapped its 6 wings in unison, and its wings suddenly disappeared as 6 projections. Moments later, the remaining few cultivators, who had fled to over 1,000 feet away, let loose anguished cries in unison, and their bodies were sliced in half without any resistance by streaks of white light. Immediately thereafter, their nascent souls were also destroyed by the white light. A burst of golden flames erupted from his mouth and swept up the 2 piles of treasure fragments, and moments later, they had fused as one with the flames. Only then did the white-robed young man take a deep breath to draw the golden flames back into his body. Immediately thereafter, golden light abruptly flashed around him, and a golden halo that was around the size of a wagon wheel appeared behind his head. However, the halo only appeared for an instant before it crumbled away into countless golden runes. A hint of elation flashed through the golden-robed man's face upon seeing this, and he murmured, "The blue water sex cultivation arts are quite ordinary, but its extreme blue bead and white water flag are extraordinary treasures refined from 49 types of extreme glacial materials. On top of that, among the things that they're delivering, there's a massive profound crystalline wall that can only be formed once every 1 million years. This is a mandatory material for you to manifest a true spirit body, so we can't waste it no matter what." Right as he was speaking, the golden light around the white-robed young man's body completely faded, and his aura seemed to have become slightly more powerful than before. It wasn't an extremely noticeable improvement, but it was still very alarming that he had made a noticeable improvement at all in such a short span of time. Where is that profound crystalline wall? Aside from these two treasures, I haven't sensed any other glacial treasures from these people. Is your information incorrect? The white-robed young man finally spoke, and his voice was as cold as ice. There's no way my information could be wrong. I spent a lot of spirit stones to purchase it from the Myriad Avenues sect. They wouldn't dare to try and swindle me. If they did, I'd destroy their entire sect. The item in question must have been sealed, and you're still unable to sense it at your current level of power. Let me give you a hand with that, the golden-robed man chuckled. He then turned toward the surrounding cultivators, who had been reduced to ice statues, before abruptly thrusting a palm forward. A resounding boom rang out, and the ice statues exploded into balls of spiritual light alongside the storage treasures that they were carrying. All types of items flew through the air, and a cold light flashed through the golden-robed man's eyes as his hand shot forth like lightning before withdrawing just as quickly. One of the items in the air hurtled directly toward him, falling into his grasp in a flash. Upon closer inspection he discovered that this was a yellow jade box, but it had many crimson talismans plastered onto its surface, giving it an air of mystery and intrigue. The golden-robed man glanced at the item before tossing it directly to the white-robed young man with a smile. The young man appraised the oncoming yellow jade box with a cold expression, but displayed no intention of catching it with his hands. The golden-robed man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this before he chuckled coldly. Hee hee, you think far too highly of me. That Han brat has already reached the body integration stage. I won't be able to do anything to him even if I wanted to. The white-robed young man was silent for a moment before replying, I certainly wouldn't be fooled into thinking that given your identity, fellow Taoist. You know who I am? The golden-robed man's eyes abruptly widened upon hearing this, and two balls of yellow light appeared within his pupils, creating quite a startling sight to behold. I can't say anything for certain, but it's not difficult to make educated guesses. Aside from a handful of people, who could possess so much power and have so many resources at their disposal. On top of that, not everyone has an inner page of the Golden Jade Tome, the white-robed young man chuckled coldly. The golden-robed man was silent for a long while before giving a cold harumph in response. There's no need for you to be concerned about my exact identity, fellow Taoist. All you need to know is that I'm the only one who can help you master the reverse spirit true Yin technique. All I ask is that after you master the technique, you assist me in transcending my future heavenly tribulations. This is a mutually beneficial collaboration, so I'll naturally do my best to ensure your survival after I attain a true spirit body. However, I've already reached the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, so I'll need to find a place to begin making a breakthrough to the body integration stage after I absorb the Yin Qi within this profound Yin crystalline wall. If this reverse spirit true Yin technique really is extraordinary as it's hyped up to be, then I should be able to progress to the body integration stage with no issues at all. After that, I'll venture into the primordial world alone to hunt glacial ancient beasts and devour their demon cores. On top of that, I'll seek out some extreme glacial areas to absorb more Yin Qi, and that should allow me to progress to the late body integration stage within 1,000 years. When that time comes, I can begin preparing to attain a true spirit body, the white-robed young man replied. I'm glad you have everything planned out, fellow Taoist. The devilish tribulation is imminent, so I have to remain behind in my race. Otherwise, I would accompany you into the primordial world. Then again, once you reach the body integration stage and master the reverse spirit true Yin technique, you should be able to dominate the entire primordial world unless you run into extremely powerful beings from foreign races. The Tianyuan continent is extremely vast, so there should be many glacial ancient beasts for you to hunt down. I've already attained intelligence, so I naturally won't go picking fights with powerful foreign beings like an idiot, the white-robed young man said in an indifferent manner before falling silent. The golden-robed man nodded in a pleased manner in response, and he also displayed no intention of saying anything further, but there was a contemplative look in his eyes, suggesting that he was pondering something. A gust of yellow wind surged toward them from a distance, and not long after that, both of them disappeared into the gust of wind. 2 months later, Hanli was seated in a green wooden chair, inspecting an extremely intricate golden wine cup in his hand in an indifferent manner. The person sitting beside him was none other than the Gu family leader, Fairy Xiaofeng, and on her other side sat Elder Xiao. There were many deity transformation and nascent soul stage Gu family disciples standing behind them in several rows, and all of them wore excited looks on their faces. Up ahead lay a massive circular stone platform with a radius of around 500 meters. The platform was entirely paved with huge azure stones, but it was slightly black in color, indicating that it seemed to have stood for a very long time. Around the edge of the stone platform was a series of tall formation flags of different colors, each of which was releasing layers of light that enshrouded the entire platform under an enormous light barrier that was over 1,000 feet tall. Around the Gu family entourage were groups of other people, consisting of up to a few hundred people for the largest groups, and only around a dozen or so in the smallest groups. There were around 30 to 40 such groups of people, and among them the Gu family entourage was only a medium-sized group. The Gu family entourage was among the 5 groups of people who were situated closest to the platform, while all of the other groups could only stand behind those 5 groups. Further beyond them, some massive cliff faces could be seen, alongside some large buildings constructed by those stone faces. This place was an enormous valley that was surrounded by mountains in all directions, and the huge stone platform at the very center of the valley was naturally none other than the Myriad Spirit Platform, where all of the True Spirit families gathered every once in 3,000 years for the True Spirit ceremony. As one of the True Spirit families that ranked among the top 5 during the last edition of the ceremony, they naturally had the right to be situated closest to the Myriad Spirit Platform, and as a result, they drew a lot of envy from the lower-ranked True Spirit families behind them. After all, a place in the top 5 didn't just earn a True Spirit family reputation and renown, there were also massive benefits at stake. However, there were clearly some cultivators from other True Spirit families who were appraising the Gu family entourage in an unfriendly manner. Even with so many people gathered around the stone platform, the entire area was still completely silent, and everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Han Li wasn't making any effort to look around as he sat in his chair, but he could clearly sense that there were a few pairs of eyes on him, and the owners of these eyes were all inspecting him with their spiritual sense as well in a display of complete disrespect. It was no wonder that this was the case. After all, the Gu family's Grand Elder, Fairy Tianli, had failed to appear during this all-important True Spirit ceremony, and she had been replaced by Han Li instead, who was clearly a temporary replacement. This naturally drew a lot of attention from the other True Spirit families. In the beginning, Han Li merely ignored the intrusive inspection being directed toward him, but after such a long time had passed, these people still weren't exercising any restraint, so it was quite clear that they were provoking him. Fairy Xiaofeng had also discovered this, and her expression was becoming more and more strained. Han Li heaved a faint sigh as a cold look suddenly appeared on his face, and the golden wine cup in his hand abruptly shuddered before crumbling into golden powder without any warning, then disappeared into nothingness. At the same time, a layer of silver flames surfaced over his body in a flash, and the unfriendly bursts of spiritual sense being directed toward him were instantly retracted upon coming into contact with the silver flames. Han Li then rose his head and cast a cold gaze toward the individuals who had been sizing him up, and he discovered that they were all body integration cultivators. 2 of them were from one of the other top 5 True Spirit families, and this family's entourage was situated closest to the Myriad Spirit Platform. Meanwhile, the other 3 were from the True Spirit families beyond the inner circle consisting of the top 5 True Spirit families. The 3 body integration cultivators outside the top 5 True Spirit families were only normal early body integration cultivators, so they were most likely only tempted to target him in the wake of Fairy Tianli's absence. As for the 2 people among the top 5 True Spirit families, one of them was the Grand Elder of the Feng family, a mid-body integration stage elderly man whom Fairy Xiaofeng had cautioned him about in advance. He wore a set of green robes and was holding a black cane, and was appraising Han Li with a dark expression. The Feng family was ranked 4th during the last edition of the True Spirit ceremony, and they had a slight vendetta against the Gu family. As such, it was no surprise that he was appraising Han Li with such apparent animosity. Meanwhile, the other person was a cultivator from the Long family, and he was also appraising Han Li in an unfriendly manner. This wasn't the Long family patriarch. Instead, it was a black-robed man sitting directly beside him. The black-robed man was also a mid-body integration cultivator with a slightly red complexion and a deep purple scar on his forehead, giving him a very ferocious appearance. This was another guest Grand Elder with the Hui surname that the Long family had recruited not long ago. It was said that this man was using a top-grade Devil Dao cultivation art, and he was also at the mid-body integration stage. As for the Long family patriarch himself, he had been resting with his eyes closed in his chair this entire time, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. However, as Han Li swept his gaze over the Long family entourage, he discovered that aside from the black-robed man, there was someone else among them who was also glowering at him in an extremely resentful manner. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he directed his gaze toward that person, following which a hint of a smile appeared on his face. This was a young man who was standing behind the Long family patriarch. He had a bright red mole on the corner of his lips. It was none other than Long Dong, whose plans he had foiled back during their journey to the Wood tribe. Long Dong had plotted for several centuries, only to encounter an unexpected obstacle in the form of Han Li, and as a result, not only was he unable to obtain the Yi family's heavenly phoenix true blood, he lost most of his own true dragon blood as well, so he was naturally extremely resentful toward Han Li. In particular, after hearing that Han Li had progressed to the body integration stage, his resentment was intermingled with extreme envy. If he had succeeded in his plan all those years ago, perhaps he would have been the extraordinary prodigy who progressed to the body integration stage in just a few centuries. As such, as Han Li cast his gaze toward Long Dong, the latter made no effort to avert his eyes and continued to glower at Han Li with an extremely resentful expression. In the next instant, the faint smile on Han Li's face vanished, and piercing blue light suddenly flashed within his eyes. All of a sudden, Long Dong felt a burst of heat abruptly spear into his eyes, following which his head was struck by excruciating agony, as if his brain had been stabbed by a sharp spike. He immediately threw his hands over his head and let loose a howl of agony. The Long family patriarch abruptly opened his eyes upon hearing this, then reached out like lightning to lay a hand onto Long Dong's arm, following which a ball of golden light appeared before vanishing in a flash. The agony etched on Long Dong's face disappeared as a result, but after removing his hands from his own head, his face was still twisted in shock and horror. However, he then immediately came to his senses and extended a deep bow toward the Long family patriarch. Long Dong was quite indignant toward the fact that the Long family patriarch hadn't stood up for him, but he didn't dare to raise any objections. In contrast, the black-robed man sitting beside the Long family patriarch was rather surprised by this occurrence, and he turned to the Long family patriarch before transmitting his voice to him. "Brother Long, why did you? Do you still remember the mysterious demonic ape who fought me on Nine Immortal Mountain, Brother Hui?" The Long family patriarch transmitted his voice back in response. "Of course I do. Didn't you speculate that he may have been a demonic cultivator from the Holy Island?" The black-robed man asked as his expression changed ever so slightly. He indeed. After the event, I discovered through a thorough investigation that the demonic ape had caused such a scene over a Foundation Establishment Stage Junior that had been abducted to our Long family, and that person is none other than an unnamed disciple of this fellow Taoist Han. The black-robed man drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. "Is that so? Does this mean you think that he has something to do with the Holy Island?" "Perhaps, or perhaps he's merely an acquaintance of that demonic ape. It's hard to say. However, it's naturally best not to attract any unnecessary trouble to our Long family prior to the devilish tribulation. That man's cultivation base may be inferior to ours, but the fact that he was able to progress to the body integration stage so quickly indicates that he's most likely no ordinary early body integration cultivator. If you ask me, he's either cultivated some powerful abilities or possesses some extremely powerful treasures," the Long family patriarch replied in a calm manner. The black-robed man nodded initially before his brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "That is indeed true, but what if we have to face the Gu family during the ceremony? Do we have to go easy on him?" "There's no need for that. Perform as you normally would during this true spirit ceremony. If you encounter that man, there's no need to hold back. It'll also give us a good opportunity to examine the true extent of his powers. If he really is as powerful as we think, then perhaps we can take him along with us when we go to that place," the Long family patriarch replied. "All right, I understand. Leave everything to me, Brother Long," the black-robed man chuckled before falling silent. Throughout the entire voice transmission conversation, the Long family patriarch's eyes had remained closed, and his face had betrayed no emotions whatsoever. It was as if he hadn't engaged in that conversation at all. Over at the Gu family entourage, Fairy Xiaofeng and Elder Xiao were both given quite a fright by Han Li's actions. The Gu family didn't exactly see eye to eye with the Long family, but Han Li hadn't made any effort to act respectfully toward the Long family patriarch at all, and that naturally made the two of them quite concerned. As such, they were quite elated and surprised to see that the Long family patriarch was dropping the issue so easily, but at the same time, they were also slightly bewildered. As for Han Li, his expression remained completely calm and collected, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. However, in the eyes of the other true spirit families, he became a lot more mysterious and unfathomable as a result of his actions, and many people were speculating about him. Inger, that fellow Taoist Han sure is a brave man. He dares to directly oppose the Long family patriarch at just the early body integration stage. It seems that he must possess some extraordinary powers or has backers that he can rely on. It's no wonder even our gorgeous little Inger was unable to tempt him. The one who had spoken was a female cultivator from one of the true spirit families. We don't have any vendetta against that Han brat, but seeing as he's here to represent the Gu family, we naturally have to teach him a lesson. Both of us may only be at the early body integration stage as well, but we've been at this stage for tens of thousands of years, so even if we don't use our combination technique, we'll still be able to crush him. Besides, all we have to do is wear him down and exhaust him of his magic power. We can just leave all the dirty work to the Lao family. They're probably over the moon that hag didn't turn up. The man in the lavish robes cocked his head to the side and thought about this for a moment before nodding with a smile. That's true. Even that Tian Li hag wasn't a match for us during the last edition of the ceremony, so that brat is nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, a sinister voice suddenly rang out from a certain true spirit family that was situated beyond the inner circle. Fairy Tian Li failed to show up, and the Gu family only has an early body integration stage representative. This is a perfect opportunity for our Lao family. We can take it a little easy when fighting the other families, but during our match with the Gu family, we have to do everything in our power. Yes, Patriarch. There were also people from other true spirit families who also seemed to be plotting something, yet at this point Han Li had already withdrawn his gaze. He was currently appraising a thumb-sized golden gourd that he had summoned, and there wasn't really anything remarkable about it aside from the fact that it was fluctuating in and out of existence, as if it had no substantial form. However, for some reason, Han Li seemed to be extremely interested in this item, and was appraising it with an intrigued expression. Thus, time slowly passed by, and all of the true spirit families waited patiently. Finally, after over 4 hours had passed, spiritual light suddenly flashed from the center of the myriad spirit platform, following which a white formation appeared on its surface. Initially, the formation was only several tens of feet in size, but after a short while, it swelled drastically amid a flash of bright light, expanding to around an acre in size. Runes of different colors surged out of the formation in a frenzy, and bursts of buzzing sounds rang out from within it. The entire myriad spirit platform also began to tremor slightly in that instant. A string of sharp ringing sounds then erupted from the surrounding mountain faces, as if to resonate with the buzzing formation. Immediately thereafter, hundreds of massive pillars of light erupted without any warning from the sites where the sharp ringing sounds emanated from. Each pillar of light was as thick as a water tank, and was flashing with piercing five-colored light. Under the influence of the formation, a gust of fierce winds swept over the valley, and dense dark clouds appeared overhead. After that, devastating thunderclaps rang out as bolts of purple lightning that resembled giant pythons emerged from within the clouds. That's heavenly tribulation lightning. Many of the true spirit family disciples who were attending the ceremony for the first time were already flabbergasted by the phenomena that had taken place earlier, and all of them erupted into a panic at the sight of this purple lightning. The Long family patriarch abruptly opened his eyes before rising to his feet, then said in a cold voice, "Humph, be quiet, you fools. What's there to be alarmed about? This is just a precursor to Master Myriad Spirit's arrival. Shall we begin the ceremony now, fellow Taoists?" His voice wasn't very loud, but it was clearly audible to everyone, and all of the panicked disciples calmed down as they exchanged bewildered glances. The man in the lavish robes from the Feng family also rose to his feet as he replied with a smile, "Of course. According to past conventions, this ceremony will have to be hosted by you again, Brother Long." "I have no objections." "I have no objections either. Brother Long possesses the most superior cultivation base among all of us after all. Please go ahead, Brother Long." All of the other true spirit families expressed their agreement one after another. The Long family patriarch looked up into the sky, then nodded in response. "In that case, let's offer up the sacrificial items first." At this moment, the purple lightning above the valley had intertwined to form a gargantuan net, which connected with the surrounding massive pillars of light to create an enormous cage. The leaders and elders of the true spirit families were all quite accustomed to this sight, and after hearing what the Long family patriarch had to say, they each waved a hand toward the disciples behind them, immediately following which one person from each family quickly approached the myriad spirit platform with a palm-sized jade vial cradled in their hands. At the same time, golden light flashed from the Long family patriarch, and his body swayed, following which he entered directly through the light barrier over the myriad spirit platform. After that, he hovered at a low altitude and made a hand seal to release a pillar of golden light downward. The golden light then vanished into the ground down below in a flash. In the next instant, a burst of dull rumbling rang out from the myriad spirit platform, and an antiquated azure stone basin appeared near the white formation. The basin was long and flat, measuring around 10 feet in length. There were peculiar black symbols carved all over its surface, and it seemed to be an extremely ancient artifact. All of the people who had emerged from the true spirit families approached the stone basin one after another, then removed the lids on the jade vials in their hands before pouring their contents into the basin. Streams of liquid of different colors flowed out of the vials, some of which were extremely repugnant and vile, some of which were quite fragrant and pleasant, while others were colorless and odorless like water. Several tens of different types of liquids were poured into the basin, and they came together to form a ball, but they didn't intermingle with one another in the slightest. The Long family patriarch paid no heed to all of this. He merely glanced at the light within the formation, which was steadily increasing in brightness, then looked up at the enormous purple net of lightning up above in an expressionless manner. Outside the myriad spirit platform, all of the body integration cultivators had risen to their feet, and they were also appraising the formation with serious expressions. All of a sudden, a resounding boom rang out, following which the runes of different colors pouring out of the formation suddenly condensed to form a huge ball of light with a diameter of several tens of feet. The ball of light then revolved in the air above the formation a few times before exploding amid a dull thump to reveal a strange beast with 8 heads. Its body was very indistinct, as if it were only a projection, and its aura was only at the early spatial tempering stage. However, as its 8 heads swiveled around to sweep its gaze over all of the people surrounding the myriad spirit platform, everyone couldn't help but shudder as if a glacial aura had just passed over their bodies. In the next instant, the Long family patriarch cupped his fist in a salute and said, "Welcome, Master Myriad Spirit. Please enjoy the true blood sacrifice our 51 human true spirit families have prepared for you." The 8-headed beast raised one of its heads to glance at the Long family patriarch, then flew out of the formation and arrived above the basin. It opened all 8 of its mouths in unison, and the liquid in the basin flowed into its mouths in a frenzy. Within mere moments, the liquid in the basin had all been devoured, following which a layer of light appeared over the beast's body, and it took on a more substantial form. Immediately thereafter, the beast glanced at the cultivators outside of the stone platform before rearing its heads back and letting loose a thunderous roar. An astonishing aura emanated from its body, rising from the early spatial tempering stage to the mid-spatial tempering stage, then rapidly climbing to the late spatial tempering stage. After a short while, the beast's aura had swelled to the pinnacle of the late body integration stage. No, it seemed to be slightly superior to that, as if it was only half a step away from reaching the grand ascension stage. Even Hanli couldn't help but be awestruck as he sensed the violent aura emanating from the myriad spirit platform. Thankfully, this seemed to the limit of the beast's capabilities, and its enormous aura finally stagnated thereafter. However, what the 8-headed beast did next was quite alarming to all of the onlooking cultivators. All of a sudden, the beast raised all 8 of its heads in unison, and a bolt of azure lightning as thick as a large bowl erupted from each of its mouths, then crashed into the purple lightning net up above in a flash. Even the body integration cultivators present were slightly alarmed by this, and the Long family patriarch was able to maintain a calm expression, but the look in his eyes indicated that he was also slightly bewildered. Several earth-shattering booms rang out in quick succession as the purple and azure lightning intertwined, forming balls of lightning that were as large as wagon wheels before exploding in the air above. Moments later, the lightning receded, and the massive purple net tremored a few times before falling still again, managing to remain completely unscathed through the process. The cold look in the 8-headed beast's eyes faded, and it slowly closed its 8 enormous mouths. One of its azure heads then abruptly turned toward the Long family patriarch, and it said in an extremely ancient voice, "Humph, you humans sure are a careful and meticulous race. I've already descended upon this place countless times, yet this lightning myriad seal formation has had no fallacies every single time. You better pray that things continue like this. Otherwise, if you slip and allow me to find a chink in this formation, hee hee. Not only was the beast's azure head speaking in a human tongue, it was also appraising the Long family patriarch in a threatening manner. The Long family patriarch extended a slight bow before replying in a manner that was neither humble nor arrogant. Rest assured, Master Myriad Spirit, if we become so incapable someday that we can't even set up a seal formation properly, then everyone here deserves to have their true blood sucked away for your consumption. However, according to the agreement our true spirit families have made with you, now that our sacrifice has been accepted, it's time for you to create the hidden spirit badges for us now. This beast was a true spirit-level being from another realm, but only its clone could descend into this world. Even though it had devoured the sacrifice to significantly enhance its powers, it was still being severely debilitated by the seal formation set up by the true spirit families, so a late-body integration cultivator like the Long family patriarch didn't have much to fear. I did indeed accept your sacrifice, so I'll naturally fulfill my end of the agreement. The beast harumphed coldly before beginning to chant something with all 8 of its heads. As it did so, runes of 8 different colors surged out of its mouths before intertwining with one another in midair. After a short while, all of the runes had spread over the Myriad Spirit platform, creating quite an astonishing sight to behold. The Long family patriarch was situated within all of these runes, but he appeared to be very calm, and there was a layer of golden light around his body, keeping the runes several feet away from him. All of a sudden, the beast let loose another thunderous roar, and invisible ripples abruptly surged through the air above. All of the runes in the sky stacked on top of one another, then transformed into countless 5-colored badges that fell onto the Myriad Spirit platform. Alright, the 999 hidden spirit badges have been created. Make sure you don't summon me again until 3,000 years have passed. The 8-headed beast grumbled in a slightly weary manner, then flew back into the formation. Light flashed from the massive formation, and spiritual light erupted forth to inundate the giant beast in a flash. A buzzing sound rang out once again, and the 8-headed beast's body exploded into countless runes amid a dull thump. In the next instant, the formation itself also vanished, and it was as if it was never there to begin with. The Long family patriarch was silent for a moment before instructing in a cold voice, "Gather the hidden spirit badges, and we'll distribute them once the rankings have been decided." Several golden armored guards immediately heeded his call, striding onto the platform, carrying a silver platter each. They then made grabbing motions toward the badges, and all of them were drawn toward the guards before being piled onto the platters. After that, the platters were carried to a designated table below the stone platform, where they were placed down in a respectful manner. Master Myriad Spirit has already left. Next, let us pay our respects to our true spirit ancestors, the Long family patriarch said in a solemn voice. All of the true spirit families immediately sprang into action upon hearing this, bringing out all types of spirit tools as well as spirit fruits and incense, before setting them up on the platform. Immediately thereafter, all of the true spirit family entourages were led by their leaders and elders onto the Myriad Spirit platform one after another. They knelt down in front of their respective makeshift true spirit shrines before paying their respects and praying to their ancestors. There were even some more traditional true spirit families who performed ceremonies that had already been made obsolete elsewhere, and Hanli was quite intrigued to see this. The families paid their respects for close to half a day, and only then did the truly important segment of the true spirit ceremony commence. All of the true spirit families were competing to decide their rankings, and resources would be reallocated based on those rankings. The Long family patriarch flew onto the stone platform again before announcing, "As per usual, each family possesses one opportunity to challenge a family above them, as well as an opportunity to accept a challenge from a family below them. However, the challenger can't challenge a family that is more than 5 ranks above them, and if multiple families challenge the same family, then the highest-ranking challenging family will take priority. Of course, our top 5 families can only accept challenges after we compete in round-robin matches to decide our rankings again. Fellow Daoist Lin, come onto the platform and draw your opponent for the first round." Among the 5 true spirit families, one of them was comprised solely of men, and a lazy voice rang out from among them. "Hee, there's no need for that. If we encounter your Long family, then we'll forfeit the match right away. However, I did cultivate a few new abilities recently, so I'd like to test my skills against Fairy Yi." The one who had spoken was a man in a dark green robe with a strange silver band around his head. His features were as fine and delicate as those of a woman. This man was none other than the Grand Elder of the Lin family, which was the third-ranked True Spirit family, and he seemed to not be on good terms with the Grand Elder of the Yi family. The woman in the five-colored dress from the Yi family chuckled. Hee, if you'd like to spar with me, then I'll naturally accept your challenge, fellow Taoist Lin. The man from the Lin family harumphed coldly and offered no response. Fairy Xiaofeng and the two body integration cultivators of the Feng family naturally had no objections to this either. The Long family patriarch nodded upon seeing this before clapping his hands together, and another golden-armored guard strode onto the platform with a platter in his hands. Sitting on the platter was a yellow bamboo tube, within which were 5 bright red bamboo sticks. The entire bamboo tube was concealed under a layer of spiritual light that kept even spiritual sense at bay, preventing one from being able to glean what was written on those bamboo sticks. As per usual, we'll draw lots to decide the matchups. This will be limited to only sparring matches between body integration cultivators, so all of the juniors will be excluded. For the first round, the family that picks the 5th stick will get a bye. It looks like you're not going to make the first draw, Brother Long, so let me do the honors. The man in the lavish robes from the Feng family chuckled before reaching out toward the bamboo tube from outside of the myriad spirit platform, and one of the bamboo sticks immediately flew into his grasp. The man glanced at the bamboo stick before announcing, "Number 3. The Grand Elder of the Yi family smiled as she also raised a hand toward the bamboo tube from afar, and a silver thread shot forth from her fingertip before reaching the bamboo tube in a flash. Another bamboo stick was drawn into her hand as a streak of crimson light. She glanced at the stick before announcing, "Number 5. For the first round, the Yi family received a bye. Senior Han, would you like me to draw in your stead?" Fairy Xiaofeng asked in a respectful manner. "Sure, go ahead," Han Li replied in a nonchalant voice. Fairy Xiaofeng nodded before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and a white thread shot forth from within her sleeve, then wrapped itself around a crimson stick before drawing it into her grasp. Fairy Xiaofeng glanced at it before informing Han Li, "Number 4. Han Li nodded and offered no response. Meanwhile, the man from the Lin family had also drawn one of the final 2 sticks, and he announced, "Number 1. All of the Gu family cultivators' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. The number 2 stick corresponded with their number 4 stick, which meant that they were going to be pitted against the Long family in the first round. The Long family patriarch drew the final stick as a formality before turning to Han Li with a meaningful expression. "The lots have been drawn, let the matches commence. As for the rules of the matches, that'll be up to the participating families to decide. Now then, fellow Taoist Lin, fellow Taoist Feng, you may begin." "There's no need for that. My brother and I are no match for Brother Lin, so our Feng family concedes," the man in the lavish robe said without any hesitation. The man from the Lin family wasn't surprised to hear this. "In that case, the Feng family will be placed in the loser's bracket and will be competing with the loser of the other match, and the victor of that match will be able to challenge any of the other 3 families. If you relinquish the right to do so, then you'll secure the 4th spot ahead of the loser of the loser's bracket match. Next up will be our Long family against the Gu family." Within mere moments, 36 pairs of different treasures had flown out of the black-robed man's sleeves, and they were all revolving around him, creating quite an intimidating sight to behold. The fact that he could control so many treasures at once indicated that his spiritual sense was definitely far more powerful than that of the average body integration cultivator. Han Li's mind was racing, but at the same time he was also slightly awestruck. All of a sudden, the black-robed man cackled as the 72 treasures around him swept toward Han Li with unstoppable force. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before sweeping a sleeve through the air, summoning several tens of small azure swords which surged toward the oncoming treasures as 72 streaks of azure light. A string of crisp clangs rang out in rapid succession as the azure flying swords clashed with the opposing treasures. The 72 treasures were blasting forth all types of energy attacks, such as clouds of black chi and arcs of lightning, but the azure flying swords managed to remain completely unscathed as if they possessed no substantial form. On top of that, they were binding tightly around the opposing treasures like spirit snakes, and the 2 sides were evenly matched. The black-robed man was slightly surprised to see this, and his treasures began to release more power at his behest, but they were still caught in a stalemate with the 72 azure bamboo clouds' warm swords. The black-robed man's expression darkened, and he suddenly took a deep breath before abruptly stepping forward and making a forward grabbing motion. A resounding boom rang out as the world's origin chi within the entire light barrier surged violently, following which countless black threads appeared out of thin air, then shot forth as countless streaks of black light. The entire sky dimmed in the wake of the black light, and they reached Han Li in a flash. In response, Han Li remained completely unflustered as he let loose a low cry, then swept a hand forward to release a vast expanse of gray light. The gray light then condensed into a gray wall of light, and the seemingly unstoppable streaks of black light were all instantly caught within the wall. Han Li then raised an eyebrow as he pressed an inky black palm against the wall of light, and spiritual light flashed, following a string of dull thumps rang out. The black threads that had been caught within the wall of light all exploded and vanished as clouds of black smoke. Divine essence-fused light, the black-robed man exclaimed upon seeing this. However, in the next instant, a vast expanse of black mist erupted from behind him, and the mist condensed into an enormous black sword above his head. The front half of the sword appeared to be substantial, yet the rear half was rather murky and indistinct. The tip of the sword tremored slightly, and a ball of black light immediately emerged. At the same time, a faint buzzing sound rang out. "Go!" The black-robed man then made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the giant sword in a solemn manner. The black ball of light immediately shot forth from the tip of the sword at his behest. In the beginning, the ball of light was only around the size of a human fist, but after just a few flashes, it had swelled to around 10 feet in diameter and was hurtling toward Han Li like a huge black meteorite, leaving a trail of warped and blurry black light in its wake. This black ball of light possessed such fearsome power that it was able to tear through space itself. What was even more astonishing was that the giant sword was releasing a string of these balls of black light, and 7 or 8 of them had been released in the blink of an eye. The black-robed man was enveloped by a ball of golden light as he appeared on the spot, and at first glance, he didn't seem to have sustained any injuries, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that some faint traces of blood had appeared on one of his sleeves. These traces of blood were quite small, and they were barely noticeable on his black robes, but all of the cultivators present were at least at the nascent soul stage, so they naturally wouldn't fail to notice such a detail. A burst of chatter immediately rang out, and surprised expressions appeared on many people's faces. The 2 body integration cultivators from the Feng family exchanged a glance, only to discover their own dismay mirrored in one another's eyes. In contrast, Fairy Xiao Feng and Elder Xiao were ecstatic. Han Li didn't unleash any further attacks as he hovered in the air above. He merely stood atop his small azure mountain and looked down at his opponent in a calm and collected manner. However, the faint azure light that was flashing from the small mountain could transform into countless streaks of sword chi again at any moment. This isn't divine essence-fused light, it's high zenith azure light. It's colorless and formless, yet peerlessly sharp. It really is just as fearsome as the legends proclaim. The black-robed man raised an arm as he spoke, extending a bloody azure hand from his sleeve to reveal several small laceration wounds, undoubtedly inflicted by Han Li's sword chi. "Your abilities are just as remarkable, fellow Taoist Hui. To think that you're able to withstand high zenith azure light with nothing more than your physical body, that hand of yours is definitely no less resolute than the average defensive spirit treasure," Han Li said with a smile. "He looks like I'll really have to pull out some trump cards to match you, fellow Taoist Han," the black-robed man chuckled coldly, and the laceration wounds on his hand instantly healed amid a flash of spiritual light. At the same time he took a deep breath, and a layer of black light flashed over his body, following which countless black patterns appeared over his skin. These black patterns roamed over his entire body as if they were living beings, and from a distance, it looked as if he had transformed into a devilish creature. On top of that, his aura had also become very peculiar. An intrigued look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he made a grabbing motion, upon which a short shimmering silver ruler appeared in his grasp. However, right at this moment the Long family patriarch suddenly intervened. "Elder Hui, I didn't assist you in cultivating this ability just so you could use it in a sparring match. You won't be able to defeat fellow Taoist Han easily, so let me face him in person." As soon as his voice trailed off, a loud thunderclap suddenly rang out from beneath his feet, and his body shot forth as a bolt of silver lightning, passing through the light barrier and appearing beside the black-robed man in a flash. The sinister look on the black-robed man's face stiffened slightly, and his heart jolted at the sight of the Long family patriarch's emotionless eyes. He nodded reluctantly and said, Rest assured, Brother Long, the situation is under control. However, seeing as you're interested in facing fellow Taoist Han in my stead, I'll leave him to you." After that, he made a hand seal, and the black patterns all over his body gradually faded away. He then cast one final meaningful glance at Han Li before flying out of the light barrier as a streak of black light. Han Li turned toward the Long family patriarch, and there was no hint of fear on his face whatsoever as he chuckled. "Are you going to take Brother Huey's place, Brother Long? This truly is an honor. I'm already at the late body integration stage, yet you've only recently progressed to the body integration stage, so it wouldn't be right for me to engage you in battle. Instead, here's what I propose. If you can take 3 attacks from me, then I'll forfeit the match," the Long family patriarch said in a cold voice as he clasped his hands behind his back. Han Li initially faltered slightly upon hearing this before a smile appeared on his face. 3 attacks. All right, I have no objections to that. A stir immediately ran through all of the surrounding cultivators upon hearing this. Han Li had just displayed powers that weren't inferior to those of mid-body integration cultivators, and that had already drawn astonishment from many of the onlookers. Now that the Long family patriarch was proposing this 3-attack clause, everyone was getting very excited. To the cultivators of the true spirit families below the body integration stage, this was going to be an extremely eye-opening experience that would surely benefit them immensely. After all, the true spirit families who were pitted against the Long family during the past editions of the True Spirit ceremony had all forfeited their matches, so it had been a very long time since everyone had seen the Long family patriarch in action. First attack. The Long family patriarch clearly had no intention of wasting time with words, and after letting loose a low cry, he suddenly reached out with one of his hands. The entire sky immediately dimmed while the nearby world's origin chi surged violently, and a huge golden claw that was several tens of feet in size appeared above Han Li's head. 5 colored runes surged over the surface of the massive claw, and it grabbed directly toward Han Li. Before the claw had even reached Han Li, the air around him tightened, and he felt as if he had been trapped in a cage of iron and steel. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted above him, and a small black mountain appeared without any warning. Gray light swept forth from the mountain, and Han Li was immediately freed. He then thrust his pristine white palm upward, and 5 colored flames instantly surged forth from his fingers, forming a massive 5-colored hand that rose up to clash with the giant golden claw amid a resounding boom. The two seemed to be evenly matched for a brief moment before the giant golden claw destroyed the 5-colored hand amid a flash of golden light. Despite this, Han Li remained completely unflustered as he pointed a finger up into the air. The destroyed remnants of the massive 5-colored hand transformed into 5-colored glacial flames in a flash, and these flames immediately swept up the huge golden claw. As a result, the golden claw faltered in midair before being sealed within a huge chunk of 5-colored glacial ice, reduced to a levitating ice statue. The Long family patriarch's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, but he then immediately yelled, "Second attack!" As soon as his voice trailed off, he laid a hand onto his own head, and a thunderous dragon's roar rang out. The Long family patriarch withdrew his hand, and a surprised look appeared on his face at the sight of the green arm that had appeared out of thin air. Spatial fluctuations erupted once again, and a humanoid figure with green skin emerged. The humanoid figure was around 20 feet tall with purple light flashing all over its body. It bore a strong resemblance to Han Li, and it had green light flashing within its eyes. Han Li waved a hand toward the green figure, and it arrived by his side in a flash. "Is that a clone of yours? I must say, you have truly lived up to my expectations, fellow Taoist Han. Now then, this will be my 3rd attack." The Long family patriarch chuckled coldly before raising an arm and making a grabbing motion toward Han Li. His actions appeared to be identical to what he had just done earlier, but on this occasion the effect was far different. Even before his arm had been fully outstretched, a string of rumbling booms had begun to erupt in the surrounding area, alongside which countless 5-colored specks of light appeared over the myriad spirit platform. In the next instant, these specks of light formed by the world's origin chi surged toward the Long family patriarch and vanished into his arm in a frenzy. The golden dragon scales all over his arms instantly became bright and translucent and shimmered with a layer of 5-colored spiritual light. On top of that, the light was gradually becoming brighter and brighter, until many of the bystanders were forced to look away. At the same time, An extremely powerful burst of foreign spiritual pressure also erupted from that very same arm. It was as if the arm had become a completely independent entity, and its aura was even more powerful than that of the Long family patriarch himself. In the face of this devastatingly powerful attack, Han Li's expression finally changed slightly. As the Long family patriarch was approaching the point where it was going to be fully outstretched, he suddenly cupped his fist in a salute and chuckled. "Your powers are truly extraordinary, fellow Taoist Long. There's no need for you to unleash your third attack, I concede." Before anyone had a chance to process what he had just said, azure light flashed from Han Li's body, and he flew out of the light barrier, tearing through it as if it were nothing more than a papier-mâché structure. After that, he returned to his chair at the front of the Gu family entourage, and the green figure followed closely behind him like a shadow in the process. All of the nearby Gu family cultivators reflexively took a few steps backward as they appraised the green figure with curious eyes, yet Han Li merely cast an indifferent glance toward it before making a hand seal, upon which it rapidly shrank down amid a flash of purple light. In the end, it transformed into a ball of purple light that vanished up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Fairy Xiao Feng and Elder Xiao were appraising Han Li with complex expressions. It was no wonder that this was their reaction. As a cultivator who had only recently reached the body integration stage, he had displayed powers that were not inferior to those of mid-body integration cultivators, but right when they had thought that he would create a miracle, he jumped off the platform and forfeited the match. No matter how they looked at it, something didn't seem right. However, in the wake of Han Li's astonishing display of power, they naturally didn't dare to ask any questions, and could only exchange a glance with wry smiles on their faces. They were rather exasperated by Han Li's erratic actions, but at the same time, all of their concerns had disappeared. In their eyes, Han Li was not inferior in power to their grand elder, Fairy Tianli. In fact, his combat prowess seemed to be even superior. As such, it definitely wouldn't be an issue for the Gu family to secure a rank among the top 5. The Long family patriarch finally returned to his senses, and he cast his gaze toward Han Li as he chuckled. "Hee, interesting." After that, 5-colored light swirled around his arm, and the surrounding world's origin chi vanished into thin air. At the same time, the golden dragon scales all over his body also receded as he reverted out of his half-dragon form. The man wearing the copper mask in the Feng family suddenly declared, "We're giving up on our plan." "What do you mean, brother? Even if that man is more powerful than an ordinary early body integration cultivator, at the very most, he's only comparable to that Tianli hag. Surely we can take him down together," the man in the lavish robes countered with furrowed brows. "Humph, you think he's only comparable with Tianli at most? Have you gone senile? Setting aside everything else, just that clone of his is extremely powerful. It was powerful enough to knock back Old Man Long's attack with just a single punch. That's already something that's beyond our capabilities. On top of that, he displayed no fear or concern throughout that entire battle, so he definitely has more tricks up his sleeve. Even the two of us combined will most likely find it very difficult to defeat him. I don't want our Feng family to make such an unfathomably powerful being our enemy, particularly at a time like this," the masked man replied in a cold voice. "But what about our agreement with the Lao family? We already accepted benefits from them." The man in the lavish robes was still quite hesitant. "All we agreed to was to weaken Fairy Tianli as much as we could for them. Seeing as she's not here, it's very normal that we would change our plans. If they try to pin the blame on us, we'll just have to return what they gave us. What are they going to do? During our losers bracket match against the Gu family, just fight using normal methods," the masked man said in an implacable manner. "In that case, we'll do as you say. It's rather regrettable that we won't be able to kick the Gu family out of the top 5 families, but I guess we'll just have to wait until next time," the man in the lavish robe sighed in a reluctant manner. In contrast, the masked man could clearly see the bigger picture, and he chuckled. "The devilish tribulation is about to strike soon. Who knows how many of these true spirit families will even be left on the other side? There's no need to think so far ahead." The man in the lavish robes could only offer a wry smile in response. Meanwhile, several of the Lao family elders were standing around the only early body integration cultivator in their family, and they were currently discussing something in hushed tones. The restriction around their entourage made it impossible to hear what they were saying, but their strained expressions clearly indicated that they were far from happy about this situation. The Lao family's body integration cultivator was a white-robed middle-aged scholar, and his brows were also tightly furrowed. It was quite clear that Han Li's display of power had come as quite a nasty surprise to them. The next match will be the losers bracket match to decide the 4th and 5th ranks, and it'll take place between the Feng family and the Gu family, the Long family patriarch announced. Both of the Feng family's body integration cultivators turned toward the Gu family entourage in unison upon hearing this, while Fairy Xiao Feng and Elder Xiao both turned toward Han Li. I forfeit this match. Much to everyone's surprise, Han Li forfeited the match without any hesitation, and this naturally created quite a stir. Senior Han. Fairy Xiao Feng began as an urgent look appeared on her face. Han Li merely turned to her in an indifferent manner and said, "The Feng family also has 2 body integration cultivators, and they're adept in combination techniques, so there's not much chance for me to defeat them. As such, it would naturally be a better idea to conserve my powers. Besides, according to our agreement, I only have to ensure that the Gu family can maintain its current rank, so I'm not breaking our agreement, am I?" Fairy Xiaofeng's expression changed a few times, but in the end she conceded, "Of course, it's just that the 4th-ranked family will receive far more benefits than the 5th-ranked one. Forgive me for being greedy, senior." Thus, the Long family patriarch announced the result of this forfeited match, following which the other 3 families drew lots. On this occasion the Long family received a bye, so the next match was naturally between the woman in the 5-colored dress from the Yi family and the man from the Lin family. The two of them seemed to have a long-running feud, so as soon as their match began, both of them unleashed their most powerful attacks, and the battle quickly reached an astonishing climax. Both of them were at the mid-body integration stage, but it was quite clear that the woman from the Yi family was slightly superior in power. Even after the Lin family representative unleashed several new abilities in succession, he was still forced out of the light barrier by his opponent in the end, and he could only return to his seat in a furious manner. Thus, the next match was naturally to be held between the Yi family and the Long family, but the woman in the 5-colored dress knew that she was no match for the Long family patriarch, so she conceded in a very straightforward manner. As for the Feng family, they also made the wise decision not to challenge any of the top 3 families. As a result, the ranking of the top 5 families remained the same as before, with the Gu family bringing up the rear once again. It was now time for the lower-ranked families to issue challenges, but the Gu family wasn't overly concerned about this segment, considering Han Li had just displayed his powers to them. Despite this, the 6th-ranked family, which was the Lao family, still decided to issue a challenge. The white-robed scholar rose to his feet with a solemn look on his face and said, "I would like to challenge the Gu family. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist Han." White light then flashed from the scholar's body, and in the next instant he appeared on the platform to wait for Han Li. Han Li smiled upon seeing this, and azure light also flashed from his body as he appeared before the scholar. Lao Ai wore a serious expression as he gave Han Li a curt nod, then flipped both of his hands over to summon a black ferrule in one hand, while golden light flashed from his other hand, and a giant shimmering golden brush appeared. The brush was several feet in length, and its tip was shimmering with extremely vibrant 5-colored spiritual light. The ferrule twirled through the air, conjuring up several tens of black spirit flowers that created a barrier around him. At the same time, he waved the giant golden brush in his other hand through the air, and a series of massive exuberant 5-colored butterflies appeared. 1. A ferrule is a wooden ruler-like object normally used for physical punishment. The scholar let loose a low cry, and all of the demonic butterflies spread their wings, releasing bursts of 5-colored powder that quickly expanded into a 5-colored toxic cloud around an acre in size. The toxic cloud surged directly toward Han Li at the scholar's behest, and at the same time he began to chant something before opening his mouth to expel a red bamboo tube. The bamboo tube was opened amid a flash of bright red light, and countless shimmering red runes flew out from within it. These runes all seemed to be very profound, but in the instant that they emerged from the bamboo tube, they all twisted and transformed into fire ravens that flew toward Han Li, right behind the toxic cloud. This Lao Ai was only an early body integration cultivator, but his attacks were quite powerful indeed, so it was no wonder that he still dared to challenge Han Li despite witnessing his earlier display of power. However, these attacks were naturally nothing in the eyes of Han Li. As opposed to being alarmed by these ferocious oncoming attacks, Han Li chuckled instead. Without summoning any treasures, he made a hand seal and golden light flashed, following which that golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him again. The projection made different seals with each of its 6 hands, and translucent spiritual light swirled around its body, following which it attained a substantial form. It had 3 extremely clear and lifelike faces that were identical to that of Han Li, and at the same time, there was a layer of golden scales all over each of its 6 arms. There were also faint runes running along the lengths of its arms, creating quite a mysterious sight to behold. This was none other than Han Li's Provenance golden body. Even the Long family patriarch could no longer maintain his composure at the sight of this 3-headed golden body. A stunned look appeared on his face and he exclaimed, "That's a golden body." Not just him, but the 2 mid-body integration cultivators of the Yi family and the Lin family were clearly aware of the existence of golden bodies as well, and they were just as astonished. In the instant that the golden body took shape behind Han Li, the toxic cloud and countless fire ravens had also reached him, and it looked as if he were going to be completely inundated. However, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he suddenly let loose a loud cry. In the next instant, the golden body behind him swayed and somehow ended up in front of him. Bright golden light erupted from its body, and it swelled drastically to several tens of feet in size, then raised all 6 of its arms at once and thrust them toward the toxic cloud and fire ravens. A string of spluttering sounds rang out in rapid succession, and a golden ball of light emerged within each of the golden body's 6 large hands. The balls of light revolved incessantly over their palms before being hurled forth in unison. The balls of light then converged and combined in mid-air to form a golden vortex. At the same time, the golden body opened all 6 of its eyes at once and began to utter 3 completely different chants that stacked on top of one another. Within the vortex, loud thunderclaps rang out alongside Buddhist chants, and the vortex expanded to 30 to 40 feet in size in a flash. Immediately thereafter, a golden shockwave that was visible to the naked eye erupted from within the vortex. The oncoming toxic cloud and fire ravens were completely unable to put up any resistance and were swept up by the shockwave before being drawn into the vortex. Moments later, the devastating attacks that Lao AI had unleashed ceased to exist, and he was naturally very alarmed by this development. He hurriedly raised the giant brush in his hand to try and unleash another wave of attacks, but it was too late. The Provenance golden body raised all 6 of its arms at Han Li's behest before unleashing punches toward Lao AI from afar. 6 shimmering golden fist projections erupted forth amid a string of dull thumps, then instantly vanished into thin air. Crap. Lao AI was a seasoned veteran when it came to battles, and he immediately knew that he was in trouble. Instead of unleashing an attack with his giant golden brush, he suddenly withdrew it before drawing a circle with it in mid-air. Golden light flashed and a round golden shield appeared in front of him out of thin air. At the same time, the red bamboo tube he had summoned earlier also transformed into a red light barrier that enveloped his body within it. In addition to the black light formed by the black feral, he had instantly set up 3 layers of defenses, all of which appeared to be quite formidable. However, in the instant that these defenses took shape, the 6 shimmering golden fist projections suddenly re-emerged out of thin air. Initially, they had only been around the size of human hands, yet they were now as large as a human head and struck the defenses amid a string of sharp ringing sounds. Blinding golden light flashed as the first 3 fist projections exploded, and the 3 layers of defenses were vanquished, exposing Lao AI to the rest of the attacks. Lao AI was naturally petrified to see this, and he immediately brought his hand together before separating them again to produce a white bone hammer. He grabbed onto the long shaft of the hammer with both hands and swept it horizontally before him like lightning. The white bone hammer instantly swelled to around 10 feet in size, following which the remaining 3 golden fist projections reached him at alarming speeds. An earth-shattering boom rang out as golden and white light intertwined. Lao AI felt a burst of enormous power crash into his hammer, sending sharp pain spearing through his fingers, and he took an involuntary step backward. Before he even had a chance to steady himself, the second fist projection struck the bone hammer as well amid another resounding boom. Lao AI's face turned completely pale and devoid of color as the bone hammer was forcibly wrenched out of his hands, flying away into the distance alongside the second fist projection. The third fist projection then struck the protective spiritual light around his body without giving him any chance to react, and he could only look on in horror and despair at the oncoming unstoppable attack. Golden light flashed and a burst of enormous power erupted forth, sending him flying without being able to offer any resistance. His body flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing straight through the light barrier with a dull thump before flying over 100 feet away from the myriad spirit platform. Only then did he just barely manage to stabilize himself in mid-air, and he hurriedly examined his own body, upon which he heaved a long sigh of relief. Lao Ai then turned to Han Li with a grateful look on his face before cupping his fist in a salute. "Thank you for holding back, Brother Han. Your powers are far superior to mine." It was quite clear that he knew that he was only able to remain completely unscathed as Han Li had held back in his final attack. "There's no need to thank me. This is only a sparring match, so my objective isn't to wound you," Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. He naturally wasn't going to make enemies for himself for no good reason. At this point, all of the onlookers from the True Spirit families were completely flabbergasted. Most of them had already identified that Han Li was definitely no ordinary early body integration cultivator, yet it still came as a massive shock to everyone that he was able to defeat Lao Ai so easily. As for the body integration cultivators among the True Spirit families, they were now appraising Han Li with awe and veneration, while a small portion of them were looking at him with complex contemplative looks on their faces. Han Li flew casually out of the light barrier and returned to his seat among the Gu family entourage, upon which Bai Guer immediately offered a cup of spirit tea to him in a respectful manner. "Master, please have some tea." Han Li took a glance at her to find that her cheeks were slightly red from excitement. It was no wonder that she was displaying such a reaction. She was already aware that Han Li was a body integration cultivator, but he had never displayed his powers before her. As such, how could she not be elated and excited upon witnessing Han Li's extraordinary powers? Han Li smiled as he accepted the cup of spirit tea before taking a sip. Meanwhile, Fairy Xiao Feng and Elder Xiao were also appraising Han Li with surprise and elation. His powers had clearly far exceeded their expectations as well. The Gu family's spot in the top 5 was now truly assured. The rest of the process was quite simple. All of the True Spirit families were aware of how powerful one another were, so there weren't that many challenges. After just a few matches, all of the rankings had been decided. After that, it was time to distribute the badges created by that myriad spirit beast, as well as other resources, according to these new rankings. Han Li naturally played no role in this and left things to Fairy Xiao Feng and Elder Xiao. He merely sat in his seat with an amused smile as the family leaders gathered on the myriad spirit platform completely cast aside all pretenses of affability and civility, arguing with one another with spittle flying in all directions. Even the slightest compromise would lead to the loss of an astonishing amount of benefits, so there were naturally no families who were willing to back down. Thankfully, the rankings that had just been established aided in speeding up this resource distribution process. Otherwise, they would most likely argue indefinitely without a consensus ever being reached. However, the body integration cultivators among the True Spirit families naturally weren't going to stoop to this level, and they all remained in their seats as well, patiently awaiting the result of the negotiations. Some of them were appraising Han Li with curiosity in their eyes, and on this occasion, none of them dared to display any animosity, so Han Li merely rested with his eyes closed and pretended not to notice. All of a sudden, the voice of the Long family patriarch rang out within his ears. "Fellow Taoist Han, your abilities aren't limited to the clone and golden body you displayed just now, right?" Han Li's expression changed slightly as he opened his eyes and turned toward the Long family patriarch. He then also transmitted his voice calmly in response. "Oh, I'm sure your abilities aren't just limited to your half-dragon transformation, isn't that right, Brother Long?" The Long family patriarch was silent for a moment before asking a question that caught Han Li completely off guard. "Of course. However, your powers are far superior to what I anticipated. Are you related in any way to the Holy Island, Brother Han?" Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked, "The Holy Island? Why do you ask, fellow Taoist?" "It's fine if you don't want to tell me. However, I have something I would like to discuss with you. Would you be interested in meeting me in the Myriad Spirit Hall tonight?" The Long family patriarch asked with a faint smile. "The Myriad Spirit Hall?" Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and many thoughts raced through his mind at once. The so-called Myriad Spirit Hall was a hall that had been carved into a mountain face in this valley. The hall was where the True Spirit family leaders and elders had first gathered to discuss the proceedings of the ceremony. The fact that the Long family patriarch was extending an invitation to meet him later in this hall suggested that he definitely had something very important to talk about. Han Li didn't reject this offer right away, but he took a rather cautious route as he asked, "Would you be able to reveal what you would like to speak to me about so I can make a decision?" The Long family patriarch was silent for a moment before replying in a calm manner, I can't reveal too much to you, but what I can tell you is that this has something to do with a major event that will take place following the arrival of the devilish tribulation. On top of that, this event could bring you enormous benefits. It could even decide whether we would have the opportunity to progress to the Grand Ascension stage. Despite Han Li's calm and steadfast nature, he was still stunned by what he had just heard. The Grand Ascension stage? Indeed. I've already made agreements with several other fellow Taoists to join me, and with the powers you've displayed, you've earned the right to participate in this matter as well, the Long family patriarch confirmed. Han Li forcibly repressed his own astonishment, and only after a long while did he finally make a decision. Alright, in that case I'll be meeting you later tonight. The Long family patriarch seemed to be very pleased with Han Li's answer, and he chuckled, Hee, you've definitely made a wise decision, fellow Taoist. I'm sure what we're going to be talking about will be of great interest to you. After that, he didn't speak any further about this matter. The rest of the True Spirit ceremony was very simple. After finally arriving at an agreement about the distribution of resources, the entire ceremony drew to a conclusion. Fairy Xiaofeng led Han Li to a secluded place and handed over what she had promised to Han Li without any delay. After that, she couldn't help but extend another invitation for Han Li to join the Gu family, and she stated that if Han Li were to agree, not only would he receive the same benefits afforded to the Grand Elder of the Gu family, he would have absolute authority in the family second only to the family leader herself. However, Han Li euphemistically turned her down again. Fairy Xiaofeng was very disappointed by this, and she could only ask Han Li to visit the Gu family whenever he had some free time. It was quite clear that she wanted her Gu family to establish good relations with Han Li. Han Li naturally agreed with a smile to this proposal. Thus, some of the True Spirit families began to depart from the Myriad Spirit Valley and embarked on the journey to return to their respective territories. In contrast, most of the families decided to remain in the Myriad Spirit Valley for a few more days to exchange some resources and cultivation arts, which would make the journey to come here somewhat worthwhile for the ordinary members of these True Spirit families. The Gu family was one of the families that stayed, temporarily settling in a cluster of buildings within the valley, among which Han Li occupied a small pavilion to himself. That night, he silently departed from the pavilion and flew toward the Myriad Spirit Hall. The Feng brothers combined possess powers that aren't inferior to those of a mid-body integration cultivator, but their combination techniques have too many limitations. On top of that, it would be best to keep our numbers to a minimum for what we're going to do, so I didn't invite them. As for the person I'm going to introduce to all of you, she's already arrived in advance. Please come out to meet everyone, fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns. The Long family patriarch shook his head in response before turning toward a seemingly empty corner of the hall. Everyone was quite alarmed to see this, and they hurriedly turned toward that corner as well. All of a sudden, an extremely feeble aura emerged from that corner of the hall, followed by a flash of yellow light, and a yellow copper mirror appeared out of thin air. The mirror then blurred and warped slightly before transforming into a yellow-robed young woman. Han Li's pupils immediately contracted slightly at the sight of this woman. The man from the Lin family immediately rose to his feet with a wary look on his face. That's the holy maiden from the spirit race. What's the meaning of this, fellow Taoist Long? Indeed, this yellow-robed woman was none other than Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns, who had appeared once during the Myriad Treasure Convention. It was quite clear that this Grand Elder of the Lin family had also attended that convention, so he was able to immediately identify her. No need to be alarmed, fellow Taoists. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns' presence is imperative for what I want to discuss with all of you today. Without her inclusion, there's no way our plan can be set into motion, the Long family patriarch said in a calm manner. However, no one seemed to be convinced by his reassuring words. Not only had a wary look appeared on Han Li's face, the smile had also been wiped from the face of the woman from the Yi family. The man from the Lin family harumphed coldly and was appraising Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns in a hostile manner, while Elder Hui displayed no reaction at all, clearly having already been filled in on the matter in advance. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns extended a graceful curtsy and said, "There's no need to be so cautious toward me, fellow Taoists. I may be a member of the artifact spirit race, but if we were to trace back my origins, I was once a treasure owned by Taoist Master Kantian of your human race. Only many years after he passed away did I manage to attain intelligence by chance, thereby allowing me to become a member of the artifact spirit race." The woman from the Yi family exclaimed, "Taoist Master Kantian? Could you be referring to the ancient Grand Ascension Stage Senior who founded Deep Heaven City? Indeed. Otherwise, the artifact spirit race wouldn't have sent me here as an alliance envoy, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns replied with a smile. Since when was there an alliance between our two races? Why have I not heard anything about this? The man from the Lin family asked in a bewildered manner. This alliance was agreed upon by some beings on your race's holy island, as well as the sovereigns and several Grand Ascension cultivators. Due to some reasons, the alliance will only be officially announced around a year from now. When that time comes, you'll be able to verify the authenticity of my claims, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns explained with a smile. Seeing as you appeared during the Myriad Treasure Convention, it's only a matter of time before we forged an alliance with the spirit race anyway. However, isn't it rather inappropriate for you to take her into Myriad Spirit Valley like this, Brother Long? This is a sacred place for our true spirit families. The woman from the Yi family clearly still wasn't very pleased. You want to enter the Elder Devil realm? Have you gone senile, old man Long? If you want to die, go on your own. Don't try to take us with you. The Lin family Grand Elder exclaimed in an enraged manner. In contrast, a thought seemed to have occurred to the Yi family Grand Elder upon hearing this, and a contemplative look appeared on her face. As for Han Li, he was also rather bewildered by this outrageous suggestion. At ease now, Brother Lin, I'm not suggesting a suicide mission. I'm at least 70% to 80% confident that we'll be able to survive a venture into the Elder Devil realm, and I certainly have no intention of dying anytime soon, the Long family patriarch replied in a calm manner. Humph, even so, the sacred ancestors of the Elder Devil realm are extremely fearsome beings. If we encounter one of them, there's no way we could get away alive, and that isn't even taking into account the countless high-grade devilish beings in that realm. Perhaps we can combat them using the power of formations in the spirit realm, but if we enter their territory, we'll be feeding ourselves to the wolves. The Lin family Grand Elder condemned. What if I were to tell you that I have a way to convert our auras to be temporarily identical to those of ordinary Elder Devils, and the disguise is so convincing that even body integration stage Elder Devils won't be able to see through it? What do you think now, Brother Lin? The Long family patriarch asked as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you being serious, Brother Long? The high-grade Elder Devils of the Elder Devil realm are adept in all types of unfathomable abilities. How could we possibly be able to fool them? The woman from the Yi family asked with furrowed brows. The Long family patriarch merely chuckled in response before turning to Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns. Fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns, please demonstrate. Of course, the yellow-robed woman replied with an elegant smile, then flipped a hand over to reveal a thumb-sized black bead that she placed into her mouth and swallowed. In the next instant, she made a hand seal, and a layer of black mist appeared over her body, completely inundating her in an instant. The black mist then surged like living tendrils, and Han Li's pupils contracted at the sight of it as he murmured to himself in a barely audible voice, "That's true devilish chi." Even though he was speaking in such a faint voice, all of the people in the hall were body integration cultivators, so they naturally managed to overhear him. The man from the Lin family and the woman from the Yi family exchanged a glance, and their expressions both changed ever so slightly. In contrast, the Long family patriarch turned to Han Li with a meaningful gaze and remarked, "You must be using some kind of powerful devil Dao cultivation art for you to be able to identify this true devilish chi so quickly, fellow Taoist Han. Come to think of it, the golden body that you displayed earlier in the day is rather similar to some Elder Devil avatars of the Elder Devil realm, so that does make some sense." "You truly possess a sharp discerning eye, Brother Long," Han Li replied with an ambiguous smile. Right at this moment, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns let loose a delicate cry, and the true devilish chi converged toward her in a frenzy. Within mere moments, all of it had been converted into black liquid that was absorbed into her body, and once the mist dissipated, she was revealed once again. However, there was something different about her. In terms of physical appearance, there was no difference whatsoever, and judging from that alone, one could easily be forgiven for thinking that whatever she had just done had completely failed. However, right before everyone's bewildered eyes, her aura suddenly transformed and a burst of astonishing devilish chi suddenly erupted from her body. Several inky black devilish patterns appeared over her fair and delicate cheeks, and a black bead emerged on her glabella. Even though half of the bead was embedded into her glabella, it was quite clear that this was the very same bead that she had swallowed. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he immediately directed his spiritual sense toward the woman, following which a surprised look appeared on his face. He discovered that the magic power flowing within her body had become extremely pure true devilish chi, and the aura that she was giving off was completely identical to that of the elder devils he had encountered back in the human world. Not only was Han Li quite stunned by this, the grand elders of the Lin family and the Yi family were also very alarmed. After a brief silence, the woman from the Yi family said in a cautious manner, "That is indeed very convincing, but we're not devilish beings after all, so perhaps we're unable to see through this disguise, but the elder devils may be able to. Rest assured, Fairy Yi, this devil-fane bead of mine was refined from the devilish core of a deceased elder devil. After the true devilish chi within it is expelled using a secret technique, there's no way that the average high-grade elder devil can see through it. In order to test the efficacy of this bead, I mingled myself with several elder devils that our spirit race captured during the last devilish tribulation, and I was held captive with them for several months. During that time, none of them managed to see through my disguise. While it is indeed true that we still have to be wary of the sacred ancestors and some other devilish beings who possess certain special abilities, the chances of encountering such beings are almost negligible. After all, according to the legends, the elder devil realm is no smaller than our spirit realm," the yellow-robed woman said in a serious manner. Contemplative looks appeared on everyone's faces upon hearing this. After some contemplation, the woman from the Yi family sighed, "All right, even if we were to accept that this is a plausible course of action, venturing into the elder devil realm is still an extremely perilous endeavor. You have to tell us exactly what we're searching for. If an opportunity to progress to the grand ascension stage really does exist in that realm, then I'm willing to take a risk even if there's only a sliver of an opportunity awaiting us." The grand elder of the Lin family faltered slightly upon hearing this before awaiting a response with a surly look on his face. "Do you think I would propose taking such a massive risk without a suitable corresponding reward? Have you heard of the spirit cleansing pond and the clean spirit lotus?" The Long family patriarch chuckled coldly. "Spirit cleansing pond? Clean spirit lotus?" Both Han Li and the man from the Lin family were rather perplexed by these two names. In contrast, a flash of recognition flashed through the eyes of the woman from the Yi family. "He looks like you've heard of it, Fairy Yi." "That's no surprise, considering you were once an in-name disciple of Senior Mo," Elder Hui chuckled. "What are you trying to say, Brother Hui? Are you expressing displeasure toward Master Mo?" The woman from the Yi family asked in a cold voice. I wouldn't dare to be so insolent. I'm just saying that Senior Mo has presumably ventured deep into the elder devil realm on more than one occasion, so it wouldn't be a surprise if he knew of the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus in that realm," Elder Hui replied. "I know of the two items you're referring to, but that has nothing to do with my master. Instead, one of the forefathers of our Yi family slew a high-grade elder devil during a previous devilish tribulation, and learned this information by searching that elder devil's soul. However, the information is very rough and unspecific. All I know is that those two items aren't very useful at all to devilish beings, but they can have incredible effects on the beings of our spirit realm," the woman from the Yi family explained in a cold manner. "I see. Looks like I misread the situation," Elder Hui chuckled, and it was impossible to tell whether he truly believed this alibi. A contemplative look appeared on the Long family patriarch's face upon hearing this exchange, and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns smiled as she said, "You may not have heard of the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus, but I'm sure you've heard of the immortal transformation pond and enlightenment attainment lotus, right?" The man from the Lin family immediately shook his head in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? Are you saying that they're the same thing? That's impossible. The immortal transformation pond is something that only exists in the true immortal realm, and it's said that only newly ascended cultivators will be granted the opportunity to enter the pond and attain an immortal body. As for that enlightenment attainment lotus, it's a spirit item that only exists alongside the immortal transformation pond, and can drastically improve one's spiritual root and intelligence. It's said that even a severely mentally disabled person could attain extraordinary intelligence upon consuming this flower." Han Li was naturally quite stunned to hear the names of these two legendary items as well, and he stared intently at Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns, trying to identify whether she was telling the truth. As for the woman from the Yi family, she remained completely silent with a dark expression on her face. The immortal transformation pond and enlightenment attainment lotus are extremely rare even in the true immortal realm. It would take tens of millions of years for them to take shape, so they're naturally not the same as the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus. However, even though the effects of the latter pair of items are far inferior, there's still more than enough to drastically enhance us in all areas. The connection between them is that the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus are the pre-evolved forms of the immortal transformation pond and enlightenment attainment lotus. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with a mysterious smile as she tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear.
I see.
In that case, why do such precious spirit items exist in the Elder Devil realm that's rife with devilish chi, rather than here in our spirit realm? Also, how do you know if they actually exist in the Elder Devil realm? Han Li asked in a serious voice. After a brief hesitation, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns replied, "This information was revealed to us by the last spirit monarch of our spirit race. He had once ventured deep into the Elder Devil realm as well, and had witnessed those two spirit items for himself. Unfortunately, he was discovered and wounded before he could enter the spirit pond, and was forced to return to the spirit realm. Hence, the information comes from a credible source." As for why such extraordinary spirit items are growing in the Elder Devil realm, that's something known only by the heavens. However, I think that those two spirit items took shape there precisely because the Elder Devil realm is so rife with devilish chi. I think that all of the spiritual chi within that realm has been forced to a single place, thereby giving rise to these two items. In contrast, our spirit realm is indeed more abundant with spiritual chi overall, but it's not condensed enough in any place to allow such spirit items to take shape. 1. IGT. Note, true devilish chi equals perfect devil chi, the higher grade devil chi that was used in earlier arcs to corrupt the lower realm. Made multiple appearances, one of which was in After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li turned to the Long family patriarch and said, "I see, so it must have been you who revealed this information to fellow Taoist Long. However, I'm sure there has to be other reasons why Brother Long is willing to believe this information so firmly, right?" The grand elders of the Yi family and the Lin family also turned to the Long family patriarch to await his response. I naturally have my own methods to verify the authenticity of this information, but I can't disclose the method I used. Thankfully, Fairy Ye's words from earlier provide further confirmation that those two spirit items do indeed exist somewhere in the Elder Devil realm. In that case, it's up to us to decide whether we dare to take this risk to pursue this extraordinary reward. Truth be told, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns, Brother Hui, and I have already decided to go on this venture no matter what, and will also be joined by several Holy Spirit level beings from the spirit race. The three sovereigns definitely wouldn't participate in something like this, so I decided to invite the three of you instead. I actually initially only planned on inviting Fairy Yi and Brother Lin, but you turned out to be an unexpected surprise, fellow Taoist Han. Now then, are the three of you willing to venture into the Elder Devil realm with us? The Long family patriarch asked with a hint of finality in his voice. Han Li and the others exchanged a few glances upon hearing this, and none of them immediately gave a reply. After a long while, the woman from the Yi family said, "When are you planning to travel to the Elder Devil realm, Brother Long? According to what I've heard, this devilish tribulation is going to be far more perilous than the previous ones, and even our entire human race could be wiped out if we're not careful. If we pick the wrong time to leave, there's a very good chance that we could perish." I've naturally already considered all of this. After taking all these factors into account, I've decided to enter the Elder Devil realm several decades after the commencement of the devilish tribulation. At that point, the human race would have most likely already weathered the most fierce part of the storm, and a stalemate would therefore ensue. If we enter the Elder Devil realm under those circumstances, we should be quite safe. Fellow Taoist Han is a vagrant cultivator, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. As for the Yi family and the Lin family, I'm sure you two aren't the only body integration cultivators from your respective families, right? The Long family patriarch asked in a calm manner. You sure seem to have a lot of information on our two families. If our Lin family doesn't encounter any major peril during the devilish tribulation, then I'll accompany you on this journey," the man from the Lin family said. It was quite clear that despite his outward display of reluctance, the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus were simply too tempting for him to ignore. Seeing as we have a method to disguise our auras, we'll naturally have a much greater chance of survival. However, no matter how seamless a disguise is, it'll most likely be exposed eventually. Roughly how long will our journey require? If the journey is going to take too long, the chances of death will be quite high, and I'll need some time to consider the matter before I make my decision. Of course, if it won't take very long, then I naturally won't give up on this fantastic opportunity, the woman from the Yi family said. That's a difficult question to answer. According to my knowledge, the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus are situated at the center of the elder devil realm, so even if everything goes smoothly, the duration of the trip would be over 10 years. If we encounter some unforeseen trouble along the way, then it's quite possible that our journey would be several times longer than that. Furthermore, we won't be setting off as soon as the devilish tribulation commences, so we won't actually have a lot of time, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns replied. The woman from the Yi family contemplated this matter for a long while before giving her response. So it could take several decades? That's quite a long time. I'm going to have to think about this and give you a response later. The Long family patriarch wasn't surprised to hear this, and he nodded in a meaningful manner. Of course, this is indeed a matter that'll require careful consideration. However, your heavenly phoenix bloodline grants you some powerful spatial abilities, so you would be a great asset to us if you were to come on this journey. If you choose to remain behind, it would be quite a pity. The woman from the Yi family also nodded in response before falling silent. Thus, everyone turned their attention to Han Li, who was the only one yet to provide an answer. After a brief pause for contemplation, a wry smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he said something that came as quite a surprise to everyone. I'm just a vagrant cultivator with no inhibitions, so I naturally won't hesitate to pursue an opportunity like this. However, I have some other important things to do in the next few centuries, all of which are rather time-consuming, so I may not be able to make it. In contrast with the woman from the Yi family, Han Li's participation didn't seem to matter much to the Long family patriarch, and he replied in an indifferent manner, I see. In that case, I wish you luck in your other engagements. If you have the time, then you would be more than welcome to come with us. Otherwise, I won't force you to do anything against your will. However, I must warn all of you to keep this a secret, regardless of whether you intend to go or not. We are the only ones who are aware of this information at this point. If I hear any rumors about this circulating in the outside world, then don't blame me for turning on you. I'm not concerned that other people would compete with us. I'm merely worried that if the Elder Devil race were to learn of our plan, our trip to the Elder Devil realm would become a lot more arduous. Han Li merely gave a nonchalant smile in response, but the woman from the Yi family was rather displeased by this insinuation. What do you take us for, Brother Long? Why would we do something that would benefit others at our own expense? I was only raising a hypothetical situation. If I didn't believe that you would keep this a secret, I wouldn't have revealed this information to you. Now then, everything has been said and done. It'll be up to you to decide whether you want to take this risk. However, you have to give me an answer prior to the commencement of the devilish tribulation. If any of you decide against joining us, I have to search for other companions, the Long family patriarch said in a serious manner. Of course, the woman from the Yi family replied with a nod, and Han Li also nodded with a contemplative look on his face. Seeing as the discussion had concluded, Han Li and the others departed after making some small talk. They were accompanied out of the Myriad Spirit Hall by Elder Hui, leaving only the Long family patriarch and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns in the hall. The smile on the yellow-robed woman's face immediately vanished, and she seemed to be pondering something. The Long family patriarch was also staring off into space with a contemplative look on his face, and silence ensued. After a while, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns suddenly said, I still don't understand why you insist on convincing someone from the Yi family to join us. Do you really think her spatial abilities will be that important to us? I've already invited another good friend from the spirit race who possesses spatial abilities that definitely won't be inferior to hers. Are you unwilling to trust me, Brother Long? Of course not. You and I have been acquaintances for a long time, so I certainly wouldn't doubt you. However, the Elder Devil realm is an extremely perilous place, so it would naturally be best for us to have two fellow Taoists with spatial abilities. On top of that, the Yi family has many secret techniques and abilities that aren't inferior to those of our Long family, so she would definitely be a valuable ally to us, the Long family patriarch replied in a calm manner. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was silent for a moment before continuing, All right, but is there really a need to recruit that fellow Taoist Han? No matter how powerful he is, he's still only an early body integration cultivator. If you want more numbers, I can return to the spirit race and recruit another mid-body integration stage fellow Taoist. We agreed that the same number of human and spirit beings will be entering the Elder Devil realm for this journey. You're not going back on your word, are you? Also, I'm afraid you're wrong about that Han brat. He may have only recently reached the early body integration stage, but I faced him in that sparring match, and I can assure you that his powers are definitely superior to those of Elder Hui. Even late body integration cultivators like you and I would most likely find it quite difficult to defeat him. On top of that, the golden body that he's cultivated most likely stems from some top-grade cultivation art from the Elder Devil race, so he should be able to control true devilish chi. Perhaps that ability will come in useful in an unexpected way during our journey. Of course, he's not entirely indispensable. If he doesn't want to join us, then I'll just have to find another powerful vagrant cultivator, the Long family patriarch replied in a confident manner. Seeing as the Long family patriarch had already established his plans, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns didn't press the issue any further. I'm the Holy Maiden of the Artifact Spirit race, so I obviously won't go back on my word. Seeing as you've already made up your mind, I won't speak any further about this. I'll be leaving this devilish bead with you. You've already learned the method to use it, and I've signed the agreement with your human race on behalf of our spirit race, so I won't stay here any longer. I'll be setting off to return to the spirit race tomorrow. I'll have to ask you to oversee the collaboration between your Long family and our artifact spirit race. Rest assured, our collaboration is a mutually beneficial one, so I'll definitely be paying my due diligence. Looks like the next time you and I meet will be after the commencement of the devilish tribulation, the Long family elder replied with a nod. After that, they exchanged some more pleasantries before Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns also departed. Meanwhile, Hanli had already returned to his living quarters and was lying on a large bed in his pavilion, contemplating something in silence. The fact that the entire human race only had one Grand Ascension cultivator in the form of Mo Genli was an indication of just how difficult it was to reach the Grand Ascension stage. Hanli had already been blessed with immense fortune during the course of his cultivation journey, but he still wasn't confident in his ability to reach that level. As such, the Spirit Cleansing Pond and Clean Spirit Lotus were naturally very tempting to him. Under normal circumstances, he would have agreed to the Long family patriarch's invitation without any hesitation, but due to his current circumstances, he could only delay in providing a response. The issue that he was facing was naturally none other than Sacred Ancestor Yuan Cha. He and this sacred ancestor of the Elder Devil race were sworn enemies, so he was naturally extremely averse to the idea of venturing into the Elder Devil realm. If his identity were to be exposed during his time in the Elder Devil realm, Sacred Ancestor Yuan Cha would definitely hunt him down for destroying that fragment of her spiritual sense back in the human world. Of course, Hanli was also unwilling to immediately turn down the Long family patriarch's offer and give up on the Spirit Cleansing Pond and Clean Spirit Lotus. After all, an opportunity that could increase his chances of reaching the Grand Ascension stage was an extremely rare one. If he were to give up on it, perhaps he would lose the chance to reach the Grand Ascension stage in the future. With that in mind, Hanli really was at a loss for what to do. After contemplating this issue for a while, a wry smile appeared on his face. Of course, this wasn't a predicament that had no solution at all, but the solution would be for him to progress to the late body integration stage prior to venturing into the Elder Devil realm. With late body integration stage powers and the vast array of powerful treasures and abilities at his disposal, he was confident that he would at least be able to ensure his survival even in the face of Sacred Ancestor Yuan Cha. For someone else, progressing from the early body integration stage to the late body integration stage in just a few centuries was naturally nothing more than an implausible joke, but with all of the unique assets that Hanli possessed, it wasn't a completely impossible task to achieve. In particular, he still had his agreement with Qin Yuanzi. He had already gathered enough items to fulfill the agreement, and if he could get his hands on the divine infernal river elixir that was sorely sought after even by the 4 demon monarchs, there would naturally be a much higher chance for him to reach the late body integration stage. As long as he could progress to the late body integration stage prior to the commencement of the journey, he was definitely willing to take a risk. However, if he couldn't achieve such a feat, then he would have to make a decision based on the situation. In any case, he definitely wouldn't give up on the Spirit Cleansing Pond and Clean Spirit Lotus without putting in his best effort. Having made that decision, Hanli cast aside this train of thought and swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a dozen or so formation flags that conjured up an invisible restriction around the room. After that, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. The next morning, Fairy Xiaofeng and Elder Xiao came to Hanli's pavilion to pay him a visit, only to find that it was completely empty, and Hanli and Bai Guer were nowhere to be seen. The two of them could only exchange a wry smile upon seeing this. Meanwhile, Hanli and Bai Guer were already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, racing rapidly through the air on an azure flying carriage. Hanli was seated with his legs crossed in a corner of the flying carriage, inspecting a tattered book in his hand. Bai Guer was standing at the front of the carriage, holding a formation plate in one hand. There was a layer of azure light flashing over the surface of the formation plate, and it was controlling the flying carriage in its flight. Even though she had only been with Han Li for several years, she had successfully reached the foundation establishment stage through the use of the pills that Han Li had provided her with. As such, she was able to just barely control this flying carriage through the help of the formation plate in her hand. After flying for close to 2 hours in silence, Bai Guer cast a surreptitious glance toward Han Li, only to find that he seemed to still be completely absorbed by what he was reading. She pouted slightly with displeasure and asked, "Master, where are we going next? This doesn't seem to the direction that Deep Heaven City lies in. Aren't we going to meet up with my senior martial brothers?" After accompanying Han Li for several years, Bai Guer had developed a certain level of understanding of Han Li's personality. On top of that, Han Li had stepped in several times during these past few years to alleviate the pain inflicted on her by her frost poison, so she had become quite close with him. Han Li didn't even raise his head as he replied, "Oh? Do you miss your senior martial brothers? Do you miss senior martial brother Qi Lingzi or senior martial brother Hai?" Bai Guer immediately blushed upon hearing the teasing tone in Han Li's voice, and she hurriedly replied, "What are you saying, master? I don't miss them, I just think that they're very interesting." She was still quite young, but everyone in the spirit realm matured very early, so she was naturally somewhat aware of the nature of certain relationships between men and women. "Haha, I was only making a joke. Last time we went to Deep Heaven City, I already gave them all of the pills and cultivation arts your senior martial brothers will require in their cultivation, so we won't be visiting them in the next few decades as that would only hinder their cultivation. On top of that, I left your senior Ice Phoenix back at the cave abode as well, so she should also be able to provide some cultivation instruction to them. In contrast, you have to stay by my side at all times due to your frost poison. Thankfully, you're still at a stage in your cultivation where you can improve solely by consuming pills, and I'm mainly going to be developing some abilities during this time, so I won't need to go into seclusion in the near future. Hence, we have to take advantage of this opportunity to roam all of the human regions and demon territories," Han Li replied. Bai Guer hesitated momentarily, but her curiosity got the better of her in the end, and she asked, "Senior Ice Phoenix would definitely be more than capable of instructing my 2 senior martial brothers in their cultivation, but why are you exploring all of these places, master? A few years ago we explored the entire Shenwu region. Are you looking for something?" A slightly dejected look appeared on Han Li's face and he sighed, "I'm not looking for something, I'm looking for someone. If she's also ascended to the spirit realm, I should at least be able to find some information about her." "Could it be that this person you're looking for is a loved one?" Bai Guer suddenly asked. Han Li was rather taken aback. "How did you know?" Bai Guer gave a rather bashful smile before a hint of a curiosity appeared in her eyes. "I made a guess. Whenever my grandmother speaks about my deceased grandfather, her tone and expression are exactly the same as yours just now. Could it be that this person you're searching for is your Dao companion? Why have I never heard you mention her before? Alright, there's no need for you to pry into my matters. I'm mainly embarking on this trip to search for that person, but also as a journey to consolidate my mental state. I've only recently progressed to the early body integration stage after all, so I need to forge a strong foundation before I can try to make further advancements. We're going to the Tianling region next. I heard that the region has become rather chaotic ever since the Spirit Sovereign's passing, so hopefully we can find some information there," Han Li replied. "The Tianling region? I heard the Spirit Sovereign competition to decide the next Spirit Sovereign is going to be held there in a few years. Why don't you participate and take that title for yourself, master? With your powers, you should have a very good chance," Bai Guer suggested with a smile. "Hee, what nonsense are you spouting now? How could I possibly have a chance at securing the Spirit Sovereign position with my lackluster cultivation base? Besides, I have no intention of competing for that position anyway. Alright, focus on driving the spirit carriage. I have to go back to my reading now," Han Li chuckled before ignoring Bai Guer and turning his attention back to the book in his hand. Bai Guer still had many questions she wanted to ask Han Li, but she naturally didn't dare to ask them now. As such, she pouted with displeasure as she abruptly increased the rate at which she injected magic power into the formation plate, causing it to suddenly accelerate. However, Han Li paid no heed to this, and it seemed that he had truly become completely absorbed by the book in his hand. Thus, the azure flying carriage continued onward as a ball of azure light, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. During the following 2 decades, Hanli trekked across all of the 3 human regions and 7 demon territories, occasionally investigating leads that he discovered. However, following the passage of those 20 years, he suddenly disappeared without a trace from the human race. During this time, there were rumors circulating among high-grade demonic beings that they had seen Hanli on occasions in some of the markets of the demon race. However, these rumors didn't have any supporting evidence, so they remained as unsubstantiated rumors. After several more decades, there was truly no further news of Hanli. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed since the Myriad Treasure Convention. During this time, many major events had taken place in both the human and demon races. The position of the Spirit Sovereign was finally claimed by a mysterious female cultivator over 100 years ago. This new Spirit Sovereign was only at the mid-body integration stage, but she managed to defeat 11 cultivators who competed with her for this position, 3 of which were late-body integration cultivators. This naturally created quite a stir among the 2 races, and it was a popular conversation topic among high-grade beings for a long time. Even though the new Spirit Sovereign had only claimed the position not long ago, she was able to get the Spirit Sovereign's past subordinates to pledge their allegiance to her in a very smooth fashion, and not long after that, order was restored to the once chaotic Tianling region. Thus, the 3 sovereigns were complete once again. Another major event was that the Holy Island, which was the sacred land of the human and demon races, suddenly declared that the 2 races would temporarily set aside their differences with the nearby enemy foreign races to form a 1,000-year alliance. During the next 1,000 years, not only would there be no battles between these races, they had to provide their assistance to any of the races that were part of the alliance that came under peril. This announcement naturally created a massive stir as well. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.